new assault rifle, some balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destin. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however. So check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Barcliff and Tarita, to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carno, to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Erangel, Miramar, and Sanak. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Erangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners, so check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details of these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring for 2023. We are back. PUBG EMEA action coming your way. And I can say this now after our teams dominated at the PUBG Global Championship last year. Best region right here. Joining me on the desk to get the show started, Saga and Avenger with me. And I mean, Avenger, we were the strongest region, and I'm expecting much more of the same this year.
Yeah, honestly, last year was crazy. I was so happy to see finally a PGC champion come out of our region here. And obviously super hyped to get kicked off here with a PEC. It's already super stacked and the format is looking really crazy. And after just 2 days, we're going to fight 8 teams, right? So it's going to be insane.
It is going to be insane. Saga, have you had a chance to watch some of the scrims, some of the teams practicing, building up into the playoffs today?
Oh, we've been watching all the way through the entire open qualifiers, really, and it's been so exciting, so close. A lot of big name teams failing to make the cut when it came to the round of 32, the round of 64 even. We started seeing some notable dropouts, but the teams that we've been left with, particularly those in the upper bracket, are just as strong as we could really have ever imagined, and it's going to make for a great couple of days.
Now, I know if you're in the chat, you're busy wondering, where is Kylaris? If you're a PUBG OG, you're like, get that goal out of his chair. Don't worry, him and Toby are going to be on the mics very soon. They're coming up. We've got Budget Kylaris on the desk, though, so there we go. Saga going to kill me for saying that. Let's pull the format out so you can see what we've been talking about. If you've been sleeping under a rock, this is all the PUBG competition that's been happening in Avenger. Of course, we know the players love it. Lots of games for them to play and lots of opportunities for them to make their way to those grand finals.
Yeah, as Saga said, the qualifiers was absolutely crazy. Really enjoyed it, and honestly, in this way here, and also with the 24 teams that we're going to be seeing the next 4 days, it's going to be insane. Honestly, the way that everything has been leading into this, it's been some rough days. Like it's 1 day qualifiers. You have to make top 8, you have to make top 6, you have to make all these situations here. But now we have 12 games, and we're going to find the first 8 grand final attendees, and obviously it's going to be super hyped to see because there's a lot of changes, there's a lot of new rosters, and there's a lot of well-known faces that need to come in here and perform from the very start.
I cannot wait to see all those changes, to speak about them as well. But of course, let's break down exactly what you can expect today. If you're going stop talking, start game, don't worry, it will start. You can see all the times on your screen right now and the schedule. You have got 6 games of PUBG to look forward to today and every day up until Sunday, which is the best part. Now, Saga, we've seen the schedule, we know what's coming, but what is up for grabs, of course, is those very cool PGC points, which we'll show in a bit. So lots of roster changes have happened because teams want to get to the PUBG Global Championship. So jumping straight into it, which roster change are you the most excited about? This is all I actually want to talk about for the rest of the day. I know we can't, but what is the team you're most excited to see?
I think the ones that definitely have the most discussion around them and the most hype is the MEA orgs of BBL and Foot Esports. The rosters that they've picked up, while they may not necessarily be eligible to fill in that MEA slot when it comes to PGC a long way down the line. But for right here and right now, those rosters on paper look incredibly strong with the players that they've picked up. And we're really excited to see. This is going to be the first look that we've had since neither of them participated in the open qualifiers. It's going to be the first chance that we really get to see what they're capable of on the real server.
That's the thing, right? Because we used to make Foot Esports a little bit of a meme. I'll own it. We weren't very nice, Avenger. But this year, that lineup, that is a scary group of gents that are going to be jumping into the server.
Yeah, for sure. The experience, the sheer amount of individual and mechanical skill in these teams are absolutely through the roof. I'm also super excited about Digital Analytics and FaZe Clan myself. It's looking to be, in general, the amount of roster changes we've had here, like it's been an avalanche of changes going through from the very end of the year, even in December, where, the players, they start talking, okay, what are we going to do for next year? What orgs are going to be in? How are we going to try to shape things up? And all the kind of scrims that's been happening through the last 2 to 3 months has really been some interesting one. And I still gotta say, I have big faith in the teams that stayed together, because they have such an advantage over these newer teams here, because you don't have to work in communications, you don't have to work in all these things that all the other teams are going to be struggling a little bit about now that the first tournament of the year is really getting started here.
Let's take a look at the PGC points that are up for grabs, because of course it starts right now at the beginning of the year. You want to get points on the board so you can get to the global championship at the end of the year. You can see right now exactly what is on offer. We've been talking about those teams. There are 2 teams that we get to see today. Not much changes from them, and obviously dominating performances last year. Avenger, Twisted Minds, and Na'Vi, definitely the favorites coming into PEC.
Yeah, I would say so. Expecting them after the PGC's performance, the staying together, it's the same roster thing. We're expecting them to be up there, right? We have 2 PGS ones, it says PSG, PGS 1 slots here for PEC Spring, but we also have 3 invited teams. That's also going to change things up a little bit here. But still, they want to get as many PGC points as possible. This is the one thing that's super important. Even though we have 3 teams that are directly invited, because there are global partner teams, they are going to be going to PGS no matter what. They need to still end up high here. They need to get as many points throughout these next 3 tournaments to make sure that they go to PGC, because that is obviously the biggest one of the year, and the global championship is where everyone is want to be at.
Let's take a look at the teams that are competing. These are the ones that you want to pay attention to. Saga, if you take a look at who's competing in the upper bracket right now, which is the team in there that you're thinking other than the Na'Vis and the Twisted Minds, the team that you're thinking, you know what, this could actually be a problem for everyone else?
Well, I think the best way to look at it is if we look at the teams that came up through the qualifiers, whether it's Wildcard, MEA, or the EU Open qualifiers. There's 2 major standouts there. One of them being the reigning European champion of Question Mark, another one of those teams that hasn't made any roster changes coming into this event, and actually somewhat exceeded their expectations when it came to that direct PGC qualification they had in the previous year, and they've really worked out incredibly well. The Woo being the other one of those teams that is coming up through the qualifiers that we do expect them to make a bit of a splash when it comes to taking the fight to those invited teams who had the direct qualification slots to the upper bracket, and move maybe directly on into the grand finals and see what they can do there.
Question Mark is an interesting one for me, because they had a decent run in PGC. Avenger, obviously a lot of the lineup not that experienced, their first big tournament. They haven't made many changes. I had a chance to chat to a doozy, and he said to me that they've been focusing really hard on just improving all the little things that they felt that they missed out on at PGC, things like communication and how they're going to play the game. Do you think that they could be the dark horses in this event?
I wouldn't put them at dark horse, actually. I think they're one of the favorites to go through here from the upper bracket. I definitely think with the lineup as it is, and the experience that they've been able to gather the last year and a half here together as a team, Aduzi being an extremely experienced player here, winning Nations Cup in 2019. It's just crazy how much experience this guy has, and he still puts up an insane amount of both kills, damage, and everything, and he performed even in PCS 7, as we saw. Like, this guy is crazy. I gotta say, I have big faith in them. They're, as Saga said, together with the Woo, gonna be 2 of those teams that we're putting into that. Those should be 2 of the teams that potentially could push out some of the invited teams from the top 8 here. I made a quick poll before we started the games today here, and more than close to 75% of the people said that 5 or less teams from the invited teams are going to go through. So through the upper bracket to the grand finals here. So a lot of people don't think that more than 4 or 5 teams are going to make it here, and I definitely think Wu and question mark, potentially a little bit of a dark horse in some of the other ones that those are the 2 that I put at the very top, but those are those definitely teams that we should expect. Now, if you look on the other side, the 8 invited teams, who don't we think could go through? Big questions for me, obviously, is some of them, they're newer rosters, newer changes. It's the first bigger tournament. There's a lot of pressure on some of these rostered orgs here that have been performing their first one. And I actually think that they could be some of the ones to fall out quickly. And they will potentially go lower bracket and dominate there. But it's 2 days. So you got to have your A game from the very get-go here. Otherwise, you're not making it through to the grand final from the very start here in upper bracket.
Saga, I mean, Avenger touched on there some of those invited teams maybe not going through. There is a specific team that, if you were a fan of them towards the end of last year, you might have felt like you were in a bit of an abusive relationship. FaZe was very disappointing. They've done a shake-up. They've changed up this roster. Is it going to make the difference for them?
I think it's a very bold move to come in at the start of a fresh year. It's really the best time to do it when there was so much of a break, but I think maybe the question mark with FaZe is just exactly how late it was they fully decided on the roster, because there has been a few teams who were looking to make roster moves, roster decisions that didn't quite work out, whether it be for personal reasons, for in-game reasons, and have had to switch up the plan just at the very end. And with a lot of it, with the roster changes that have come through, notably FaZe, Foot, and BBL have all switched up IGLs as well. So you're going to have the likes of T-Bone, the likes of Clib. Really, it's their first experience as a primary IGL for their team. So a little bit of question marks around exactly how strong they're going to be compared to some of those more experienced IGLing players, the likes of a Doozy, the likes of Batulins, who've been at the top of the game for a long, long time.
Avenger, what do you think of the new FaZe lineup?
I think it's great. The experience on paper is absolutely insane, and the mechanical skill in the guys are through the roof there. And the change up in how their team work, their structure is, the add of Kova, an extreme data analyst and programmer, being able to take out a lot of data and kind of compile it. A lot of other teams, especially in Asia, is working that way. They're taking tons and tons of data, putting it together, and trying to get some information out of that. And I think Kova is going to be able to help them with that. That's going to be really interesting. Also, the change of how they're kind of playing in game and also different on maps is going to be super interesting following. But there's no doubt, like, if you're running into FaZe, and especially also, you have to remember they're a global partner team. They're guaranteed to be at PGS here. They have a lot of confidence because of that, and they're going to be running super strong through this because of that as well. Definitely a team that I expect and hope to see through to the upper bracket here into the grand finals. But again, a new team, first time, big kind of scene here to be having to perform in, and just 2 days to do it, and that could be a little bit scary for them.
So Tekkel, that's me, had a chance to chat to Gustav earlier. Let's find out what he had to say. Wow, Sam, thank you for that fantastic introduction. I am here with Gustav from FaZe, and you've changed up the roster. So talk me through this decision. Did you have a say in the new players that came in, and what was your thinking behind bringing them onto the team?
I mean, as a player, you always have a say, but it's obviously FaZe that make the last decisions and choosing the players like in the last end. But I definitely had a say in what players I want to play with. And we ended up with Jeems and Corexi, which I am extremely happy about. Like, I knew Jeems a lot from the past. He's been in the scene since forever. I didn't really know much about Corexi. He's more like an upcoming player, kind of. But from playing with him now for 1 or 2 months, like, he has so much talent. This guy, he's like very, very hungry to win.
You are a bit of an old dog in the PUBG scene, so I'll give you that. Now, taking a look at you sitting there in your room, I see some gym equipment in the background. Have you been working out?
I mean, I go to the gym twice a week, but I don't really use those for like anything but like working on my shoulders, because I have too much of a gamer posture when I play, so my shoulders get a little bit bad.
So does that mean you don't think you're going to have to carry your other teammates this season?
I mean, last year we had Aitzi and Ditz on our team, who were like really big guys. Like, they were actually the ones that gave me start in the gym, because they are like, they go there every day. Now we have Fex. We had Fex last year as well, but I think he's the strongest on our team. He's a unit, but he doesn't go to the gym. But if he did, it would be over for everyone. Like, he would just win the gym.
Is it quite difficult giving up that IGL role? Has it been a change, something that you need to adjust to?
No, I mean, we had it in phase when we played with Foss as well. We had Foss and me swapping a lot between, and I think I performed on both. But like, I have always said, like, I don't care about my in-game leader role as long as I feel like the guy who's doing it is better than me, because then I can really take it serious.
On your career in PUBG, what would you think or say is that one moment in competition that's a highlight for you? Is there a moment that sticks out?
I would say like there's a few, like we had a few wins in the winner chicken dinner format that was like really explosive. I remember 2 where I individually performed very well with like high kill games, but as a team I would say like we won PGI 2021 in Korea. We won week 3.
We do have a clip that we found, a memory from your time competing in PUBG. We're going to pull it up for you to watch.
Gustav just gets the knock and gets out of dodge, seeing if he can finish it off. He's going to roll around, actually.
Okay, so this... Oh, okay, this is PGC 2020... 2019. This is... I almost won before Genji here. Like, I still feel so sad about this moment. It was so close.
Thank you so much for chatting to me. And before I let you go, I want to know, how do you think that this particular tournament is going to go for you? Where do you think FaZe is going to finish?
It's going to be a little bit hard. Probably the first 2-3 tournaments to compete with Na'Vi, NLT. They're not Twisted Minds, not NLT. They're very like they have kept the same roster, and they're extremely strong. So and we are a new roster now. So in order for us to beat them, I think we'll have to perform really well. But I 100% expect top 3, and there is definitely a world where we beat them.
You know I'm a FaZe fan. I've had words with you before when you've let me down, so don't let me down in this one.
I won't. I promise.
So he made a promise, and he said a potential top 3 finish. Saga, big words coming out of Gustav?
He seems like a man of his word, so we'll have to hold him to it. But the first hurdle is to get through the upper bracket. I think the one thing that they do have in their favor, which has been the downfall of some of the teams that we did lose throughout the open qualifiers, it is a best of 12. It's 6 games a day, but there is 2 days of games to be played, which means that while necessarily they may not have the most explosive start coming out with maybe a little bit more tentative, having not really played competitively for a while, and particularly as this roster as a whole, then they have a little bit of time to sort of grow into it. But you do really need to be coming out and starting strong with some of those experienced players really pulling their weight in the team.
Adventure, just a thought, like we're talking a lot about the roster changes, these teams being new, but these invited teams, the changes that they've made to their rosters, these are very experienced players. I mean, is there a chance for the qualified teams to make it through, or are these invited teams going to dominate this lobby?
As I said before, as we were talking about, I definitely think like I have my points on Wu and question mark, and Osaka has as well here. This is 2 teams we're expecting to go through. They're going to be pushing out some of the maybe lesser experienced rosters or newer rosters that because Wu and question mark, they have played a lot longer together than some of these newer teams have. Even some of the newer invited teams, even though the invited teams have a lot of experience on them, it's just too hard to deny how good Wu and question mark have gotten and is playing right now. So their performance is definitely up there. So I would definitely put my bet on. I think I agree with a lot of the people that have voted. I think we're going to see at least 2 or 3 of the qualified teams go through the upper bracket here. We're going to lose, or not lose. We're going to have 2, 3, maybe even 4 of the invited teams go into lower bracket, and then it's definitely going to be their time to dominate there because the quality is going to be much lower there. The scary thing could be if you see like a team like Twisted Minds or Na'Vi or some of these teams that we know are extremely strong, but just fumble on one day and just not make it in the top 8. Then they're going to absolutely dominate the lower bracket lobby. And I'm expecting to be up there. Na'Vi, our defending PGC champions here, they should be coming in swinging. They are known to have a bit of a break. Actually, they have 1 to 2 weeks, I believe it is, of break before the tournament actually starts. So they're fresh mind, and then they start grinding a couple of days before the actual start, and then they do into their kind of usual things as a team. So excited to see how Na'Vi starts here on day number 1 for sure.
I'm feeling a little bit sassy. So, I mean, Avenger, which are the 2 invited teams that don't make it up the bracket?
Yeah, that's rough. I actually, I don't know. I don't want to name them really, but I think Ascent is a burger flip. And I think Digitalytics potentially also is a burger flip. So those 2 might be 2 teams that I think they're super strong, but those are just the 2 teams that if they perform here today, they in top 4 easily. Like they're just through no problem. But it's a 50-50, as I said.
Saga, don't think you got off that easily. I'm posing the same questions to you.
Yeah, it's realistically, I would potentially add one other in there, and that would be Entropic. Again, it's the same thing. They're a very strong roster, but consistency has been somewhat of a struggle. And when you've got teams that are coming up through the open qualifiers that play such an unknown quantity style, a team like Afterall, where they really just play so heavily on the edge, they can catch teams out if they are looking to play late. Well, Afterall's playing later. They've done 3 laps of the circle in phase 2, and they're going to come in from behind and look to third party in any fights that they can. That can catch a team off guard who's not used to playing against that sort of style. So I think there is definitely something to be said for the teams that have played through the open qualifiers. They're warm, they're fresh, they've been competing really in a semi-competitive setting for the better part of the last week, while some of the upper level teams have been sat back watching and taking notes. But that's something to certainly keep track of. But when it comes down to it, being able to have actually been in the game and getting that in-person experience could give them the edge over a team that has a history of inconsistency, but high ceilings when they're able to hit that level.
Let's take a look at the prize pool. This is, of course, what the teams are playing for as well. They want that cash dollar in their pockets. This is exactly how it's going to break down. And while we're taking a look at that, I am curious. You, Saga, had a little bit of a hot take earlier in the week where you pinpointed Sarvum as a team to watch. Why did you say that?
Yeah, so Sarvum is a team that, listen, while we, look, we were asked to give a hot take, and I saw about 4 of the talent give a hot take that said, oh, BBL's interesting. Oh, I want to see the foot roster compete. That's not a hot take. Come on. Sarvum Esports is a team that was 2 points away from qualifying for PCS 7 at the end of last year, and have just looked to consistently improve, both individually and a team. They've made 1 roster change coming into this year, and they completely dumpstered everyone in the Protality series. We were seeing things like 1v4s in the end game. They were so incredibly impressive, and while they are a team that has, of course, made a roster change, other teams in MEA region that have picked up rosters from the out-of-region slots, out of MEA, that direct qualification slot to PGC at the end of the year is looking pretty tasty, and I think Sarvum could be a team to watch when it comes to who's going to be looking to try and steal that away.
On your screens right now is exactly how these teams can score points. But if you're a PUBG fan, you know this already. This is how it works. And Saga, I have to say, you did mention there about the hot take, and you were the one that actually gave the hot take. What the rest of us has learned is that lukewarm is always a good place to just hang out, because then you're never technically wrong, but you're also never technically right. But maybe that'll change. Now we'll just call out everyone, and they have to just make the hard decisions. We're going to get ready to move into game number 1 very soon. We've got Erangel coming out, Avenger. What are you expecting in this first game? Is it going to be a little bit slow-paced, everyone feeling each other out, or do you think the likes of Na'Vi and Twisted Minds, those big confident teams, are just going to come in and say, we need to dominate this lobby?
I mean, that's always the most interesting thing is like because we obviously have 2 metas that are super defined here in PUBG Esports. We have a center heavy meta where a lot of teams are playing on the center compounds they're fighting from, and then they have our edge meta where a lot of teams are more passive, they're waiting to see the circles and they're kind of following the circles in on the edge. And that's always something that's super interesting, especially in tournaments that are kind of the first of the year. People are feeling each other out. But I think as we've seen before, as most of the tournaments is we're going to see a edge heavy meta from the beginning. We're going to only have, a handful of teams, maybe 3, 4, 5 teams that are going to be pushing, taking center early. The rest are going to be fighting on the edge. They're going to kind of make sure they have a lot of information as they go through. So we're going to have an edge heavy meta to start things here. And I think we're going to see, of course, our usual suspects, Twisted Minds, all these teams that are super experienced in taking early center control. We're going to see them continue to do so, especially here on our angle. We're hopefully going to see them dominate a little bit because we need to see these teams. They need to come out strong from the get-go. Otherwise, they're going to have to go into the lower bracket.
This is a pre-show. We're building up to the first game of the day. It is coming. The action is on the way. But first, we thought we'd have a little bit of fun with you. So take a look at this. What's up, gamers, and welcome to We Don't Have a Name for the Show. I'm your host, Tickle. Our quiz master was Ansfarm, that PUBG observer you know, and today 4 teammates are about to come enemies as they fight it out in 4 rounds of competition for the points that matter a lot. Twisted Minds is first up. Let's go. Round number 1. This is how it's going to work. I'm going to give you a question, and this is your opportunity to points farm, because every right answer will get you points. Let's go. Gents, question number 1. When was PUBG officially released? When was PUBG officially released? If you can give me the month and the day and the year, you just throw in whatever answer you want. The coach got the date wrong. Early access was actually March 23rd, 2017. Full release, December 20th, 2017. Everyone got 2017 except the tab. I hope that your coaching advice is better in the competition than this. Question. I'm going to be in trouble for that. Question number 2. PUBG is inspired by a popular Japanese film. What is the name of the film? So the correct answer is Battle Royale. So Batulans and the Tab got the answer correct. It is Battle Royale. Perfectus said Hunger Games, which is kind of like a Battle Royale, and it's the same principle, but the answer is not right. So no points for you, but points for creativity, which don't count at all. Here's the next question.
Thank you.
Miramar is based in what country? Time is up. The correct answer was Mexico. Batulans and the Tab got that correct, and Perfectus got it as correct as well. So there we go, 3 points. Batulans, you're doing really well, and the Tab, an improvement after that first question. This one is quite difficult, so I'm going to probably give you 2 extra seconds to type, but here we go. Before its official release, PUBG broke 7 Guinness World Records. Can you name one of them? That's it. That's time. Batulan's answer is correct. The Tab said game with the best sells. Fastest time for a Steam Early Access video game to sell 1 million units. I'm going to give it to you. I think that's a point, and I'm the host, so I'm in charge. And then Victor said best Battle Royale, and Spyro said Game of the Year, best Battle Royale. I can't give you points for that. I can't find a way to make some of these work, but I might be wrong. But I'm not. I'm the host. I'm right. There we go. Moving on to the next question. In October 2022, PUBG collaborated with another game for Halloween. Which game was it?
Easy.
Time is up. The correct answer was Dead by Daylight. Spyro got it correct. Perfectus got it correct. The Tab got it correct. Batulans got it correct. Points for everyone. Final question in round number 1. I think this one's pretty easy as well. In September 2022, PUBG collaborated with a popular car brand. Which car brand was it? Time is up. The correct answer is McLaren. So Spyro and the Tab, you get points as well. Round number 1, the points farming is complete, and now we need to find out what the leaderboard looks like right now. So this is currently what that points leaderboard looks like. I can't do maths in my head, so we're just going to pull something up on the screen. Out of everyone to run that, they chose Cringe Goal. So there you go. We'll have more game show fun for you a little later. We're getting ready for game number 1. Hot takes right now. Let's just jump into it. Saga, who takes the first chicken dinner?
Oh, it's going to be a tough one because as Martin was talking about, the metas are going to be so interesting and so important. The teams that do like to play towards the center, you've got some competition, like teams coming from open qualifiers. The likes of GDE have been forcing 2-2 splits in the center as much as possible, and that might come into effect when it's a team like Twisted Minds or Na'Vi who likes to play more towards the center but tries as best as they can to keep 4 players alive. So while they might dominate in the leaderboards, they don't actually start dominating in game until later on. But I still think that they have what it takes, that the consistency, the longevity of the rosters really is going to be enough that I think the likes of Na'Vi will be coming out strong and looking to carry on with what they were able to do at PGC.
Avenger, chicken dinner, who does it go to first?
That's a very politically anxious saga, and that only gives me a very short time to answer mine. That's completely fine. I'll actually put it out there. I think we're going to see Christian Mark nap the first one here.
Interesting. There's your hot takes. Who do you think's going to get that chicken dinner? You can let us know in the chat. And of course, we want to get you very involved in all the conversations. So make sure that if you're on Twitter, go check out the PUBG Esports account, because one of our PUBG streamers, Alicia, she is taking over. She's in complete control of that. So you can chat to her. You can tell her what you think of the game. She'll be talking to you as well. So go check that out. It's really going to be an interactive family show. Stole that from somewhere else. This is a way cooler family to be part of. So there you go. We are getting ready for game number 1. I'm very curious to see how this goes down. The first game is always my favorite. It is the start of our new competitive season. We've got some big players in the mix. I hope you're ready. I know I'm ready. And you know what? I've also missed 2 gents because we all went on holiday. They are back. I know you've missed them as well. Kylaris and Toby are going to be talking us through all the action in game.
There's absolutely no way Sam has missed me. All I do every single day we're together is make fun of them, and Martin as well. Anyway, we've got Fake Kalaris, Friend of Kalaris, and Lady Kalaris there on the desk. I'm here with Toby as well. How are you doing, mate? You good for this first game?
Good. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm excited for it. It's been a while, and now finally we get the season kicked off. It's good to be here.
Yeah, definitely so. I'm excited to see how, again, the roster apocalypse is really going to affect this lobby as a whole. A lot of teams making big changes and kind of reinforcing that here, Toby. It's kind of why I see why, our experts on the desk in Saga and Avenger have chosen those teams that have stuck together. I think that is going to pay dividends here coming into 2023.
Oh yeah, no doubt. It's a lot of eyes on the Turkish Orcs of both Foot and BBL, of course. I'm not gonna lie, I thought I was kind of unique in talking about them for hot takes. And then I saw that you were all doing it, and then because my answer was lowest down the list, it just looked like I copied what you guys said. But nice. I thought I was going to be unique in looking for them, and no, I wasn't, because of course that's what everyone's going to be doing. How will Foot Esports and BBL get off the gun now that we, I believe, kind of for the first time have a real mix of like EMEA and EU West kind of teams combined?
Yeah, definitely so. And to that point, we actually saw a lot of changes in terms of from the previous year, where a lot of teams, there weren't that many teams that were only speaking English, but now because of that roster apocalypse, a lot more are going to be communicating in English across kind of borders, as it were. Will that have an effect on some of the ways in which some of these teams actually approach the game? But bearing that in mind, so many of these rosters that have kind of jumbled up together are all-star names here, Toby, when you look at how they've come together and the forms that they've taken.
It's been a while since I ever even considered the fact that there would be a world where 2 Danish players played under each their Turkish orc. But I'm seeing it now, and I'm very excited to see how it's going to go down. Here, of course, guys, everyone out there in the chat, you can see the list of all the participating teams. We already have 8 teams, I should say, down in the lower bracket. They're going to be waiting a couple of days to get in, and then up in the top here, that is a very, very high level lobby for sure.
Yeah, all I need is for our Erangels, not 2 or 3 of them, to finish in the fields of Pachinki. If we could just avoid that from the previous qualifiers that we had, because there was way too much Pachinki fields action, I'll be a happy boy, I think.
I think as difficult as those circles were, they did kind of showcase that just adding 1 gutter can make a practically unplayable area of a map actually somewhat exciting for an end game. So even though, yes, we don't want, we really don't want 3 circles going to the same place anywhere. But in this case, I like that we got a few circles in an area we really haven't seen a whole lot of circles go yet. But as you said, now that we have 3 of them in a row, we can go somewhere else.
And speaking of those qualifiers, kind of the strength at which we saw from some of those teams here, Toby, obviously the question mark and Wu were looking unbelievable. Wu taking 3 wins, question mark taking 2 wins. I think a lot of kind of hopes are on them to jostle for the top positions here in the lobby, don't you think?
Yo, definitely. I mean, obviously, question mark having already proven themselves as champions of PCS 7 and also getting to perform or play at PGC. Wu, not as, what can you say, not as successful or mentioned in terms of team, or not org, but, you know, with that brand. But when you look at the players under the team, EB, Bestelot, Quizzy, Nixie, and then coached by Woogie Boogie, I mean, all players that you can put in the span of having done great things within the scene as a whole. The one team that surprised me through the round of 16, through the last set of the qualifiers, After All. It's an org that has been in the mix for a long time. I think, honestly, going way back to maybe 18 or even the start back in 17. But they came out, they finished in second. They had a phenomenal game with 20 kills. I know that the lobby, I mean, in the round of 16, obviously not as high level as the one we're seeing here. But if they can go out and get 20 kill chicken dinners in round of 16, if they can convert any of that into this, there's a top 8 spot for them there as well.
I think it was the path to in which they got the 20 kills that kind of impressed me the most as well. You're on about game 3 from the round of 16 where they got the 20 kills. They started things out on that game, if I recall correctly, in Impala, and were able to scout very well to identify 2-2 splits. So barreling forwards from Impala once the circle had gone away from them, and then being able to kind of seize away some of that land from their opponents. And I think that's something that After All does very well. Whether or not they can convert that, as you say, into this lobby is another case, because the level of skill has just increased further and further.
Definitely. I mean, they were doing one thing that, as you're saying, is not really something we see too often utilized in the early stage of tournaments, trying to collapse on some of these splits. A lot of these teams, and you guys out there will see it here come the first game. We can expect, I would expect, if previous games anything to go by, a more patient start to this. Even though, you know, it could be a split, it's one of those, sure, it's a split, but there's also a chance it's not. And we have read something wrong in our scouting, so let's not try and jump on that. If After All goes into these first games with the same strategy that they played pretty much throughout round of 16, and dare to try and contest some of these splits, because there will be splits, especially from some of the more established teams, they could come out victorious and they could net themselves a hell of a lot of points at a stage of the game where other teams have barely even gotten anything going.
No, definitely so. Other teams that came from the qualifier, of course, that we've obviously talking about question mark. Martin alluded to them as being very strong, and I have to echo that. Is M-Force. Of course, they kind of came in at one of the later qualification spots. I think they were 5th out of the top 5 that moved into this upper bracket here. Do you have any expectations for M-Force, or do you think they might have a bit of a rougher time compared to the other teams here?
No, I mean, as far as the roster, it's all players that have been in the mix for a very long time. Rafa, Rip, and Stoxa, all players that I've had the pleasure of casting for years. Veronica, not as familiar with, having casted before, not as familiar with anyway. But I think I mean, similar fashion to After All, it's a matter of, yes, now we're going up against the big dogs. Now we just have to dare. So many teams, they start taking for granted that, oh, it's the bigger team, therefore we don't dare to do this and that. They got to keep in mind that they qualified here the same way that some of those other teams did, maybe even in a more difficult way than the invited teams here. They are here for a reason. They're here to show what they're worth, and they are, from what I've seen in the qualifiers, in moments, maybe not always, but in moments, just as good. So if they can bring their A game, I'm not going to say they're going to go out and win it, but they could definitely find a top 8 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the lobby was strong when it came to the round of 16, so there's no denying that the path here was not easy by any stretch of the imagination. And seemingly our path to this first game is not that easy as well. We're just waiting for one or two of these players to get ready and good to go. Thank you very much, ladies and gents, for your patience. This is where host Kalaris comes into action with the smooth transitions. But no, we'll just chill for a moment here. Which other teams do you want to talk about? Because obviously, in terms of the rosters that have shaken things up, we've already alluded to the fact that the Turkish teams now, not so Turkish rosters, aside from Smash being there. But I mean, even if you cast your net further afield, I'm excited to see how Ascend does, of course, because they've got Brexco and Chris back in the mix, good to go, alongside the daredevils of Kiliakai and Micah. What are you thinking?
I think a team that I'm curious to see how it's going to perform is actually FaZe. Now, we've talked about them, or briefly anyway. I am curious to see how that roster is going to work. We talked about English as the language for all of them. As far as the roster goes, we already have a native speaker, Gustav, James, and... I mean, I would say Gustav and James, to my understanding, are as fluent as can be in English. They stream English every single day. Corexi, I know, speaks English as well. I would be surprised if that's an issue, him having played on Heroic for as long as he did coming into this. Don't think that's going to be an issue at all. But when I look at the roster, I see immense fragging potential. I mean, Corexi came up pretty much as I don't want to say out of nowhere, but he rose the ranks, like surpassed players that have been on the grind for a long time as this young gun talent, and just proved to the world that holy moly, he belongs at the very top of EMEA PUBG. Now put him next to Fex and Teams with the... whether it not be in-game leader or not, Gustav. I mean, when Gustav gets to him, we heard it in the interview with Sam as well. Whenever Gustav gets to kind of take the weights off his shoulders and just play Gustav PUBG, how many end games have we seen him clutch in moments that he should have never won? Because he's like, okay, now I'm just here to, I'm just focusing on myself. I'm just putting myself in the best position to go out and make a play. He does so. James is the exact same way. Whenever they don't have the burden on their shoulders to have to think about a whole other stuff than themselves, that's where the tricky stuff comes in. So I want to see them two be able to kind of be unleashed to their fragging potential, and then you have Corexi and Fex on top of that. I mean, if they can figure out a way where, I was gonna say, no one has to make decisions on the team because they can all kind of do it on themselves. If they could all just be the fragger, that's a scary team.
I mean, there's a reason I picked Corexi for my fantasy team, and I picked him in previous tournaments, and he's really not let me down. Even if it is just the damage dealt, the points coming in from that. If, say, for example, in the past, Heroic didn't have a good game or something like that, there was still damage to be taken from it. Did you just say same? Is that... Did you say
I was going to say, the issue for you now is, we know how it works whenever I pick players from my fantasy teams, they tend to fall apart. I have Corexi on my team too, James, so you're... don't put your hopes up, buddy. He's... the curse was last year. This year, I'm going to just smooth sail my way through fantasy and win everything. I'm no doubt.
Well, we'll see if that works. Oh, damn. Oh, well, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Beyond that, though, looking further afield, I really want to see if Entropic can rise back to the occasion. I mean, they are one of the teams that has not made any roster changes, and I can completely understand why. Because I think a lot of people would have looked at the end of 2022 and thought to themselves, Entropic, they've not lived up to what they should potentially be doing. You know, they won tournaments at the start of 2022, but since then there was a little bit of a fall. I think this team can get things back together, work hard together, and I think that PGC, the way that it ended up unfolding as a whole, will have been the kick for them that they needed to be like, okay, back to the drawing board, guys, back to working hard, guys, back to the grind, guys, and get themselves a proper footing compared to your Navis, your Twisted Minds. What do you think?
One of the things that has always annoyed me with Entropic, because I'm kind of annoyed at Entropic, not the players or the org or anything, it's just they had issues, if we go like a year and a half back, when they started their rise to what was at one point, are these the guys to beat NLT, at the time now Twisted Minds. I saw what I feel like they were doing wrong, and they were massively improving that. Same fashion as Polish Power, you can't just unleash the hounds on every single play, you gotta be smart about it. When do we kind of pull back? They started adding some of that passive aggressiveness to their playstyle, and they just started thriving. And then things start going wrong for them, and that's what's weird to me. That's where I've had a hard time kind of digging deep enough into it, is that they seem to have figured things out. That's when we saw them start winning big tournaments and all this. And then it's as if, I don't know whether they forgot it or if it's just them kind of falling back into the old habits again. They started going back to the same aggression. Maybe it's momentum going their way, them feeling more confident. But in any case, I'm hoping that we'll see the start of 2022 Entropic as opposed to the late 2022.
Well, let's find out. It's game number 1 here for the playoffs. We not only get to see the world champions take to the battlegrounds, but also all of these other mixtures of rosters moving down onto Erangel. We're not expecting too many conflicts in terms of these drops to start things off. You never know. We could have a backup drop go down here or there, but it is time, Toby. I am pumped. We haven't done this for a while, mate.
We haven't. I'm super excited for it too. It has been way too long. And this is a plea that next year we'll just have PUBG every month. We can't wait for a half year for PUBG to come around. We need more PUBG. And here it is, finally, the first game of the PC Spring upper brackets are here. And so far, I mean, as fair as can be in terms of playing path, no hot drops, none of that stuff. And Circle, while up to the north, also very accessible for everyone here.
Definitely so. Seeing the circle pop already, and Michael in an interview, in fact, with Kovo before all of this, mentioned they need to lock down their home circles first. And as you can see for BBL, this is certainly going to be a home circle. So let's see how much work has gone into doing something like that. Likewise, actually, I've just looked at the map for a second. It feels weird to see 8C on foot. I'll just leave it there.
There are definitely some things here we're going to have to foot vard. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, this is...
It looks different. It looks new, but that's what it is. It is a new year for PUBG Esports, and I'm hopefully here for the entire ride. It's going to be a good one, I'm sure. But to go into this game while we're taking a look at James getting his loot game going, because there's a whole meta talk that we need to get into at some point too. But we have plenty of days to do that, so that's all right. This circle, I mean, I said it's a simple circle, simple playing path, and I feel like it is. One thing that's interesting, though, is that there are now a bunch of teams down towards the southwest. And since there are so many new teams in the mix, so many new moves, so to speak, in the mix here, I'm curious to see how many teams are going to kind of stumble over one another here right off the bat, because there are so many, well, not new faces, new combinations of faces that teams have to take into account.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can arguably have weird bump-ins to each other via other rotations and things like that once these teams really start conflicting on certain paths and stuff. But I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, we've had a few scrims here and there between these teams and they've kind of figured things out and sat around for all of that. But here we are up in Severny. Let's see. Because, again, when you look at the new BBL roster, unbelievable mechanical experience and mechanical prowess. But can just team fight alone be the thing? I mean, likewise, at the same time, you know, great leadership over there as well. So I'm sure that they'll be able to, you know, find their way and navigate around to the next circles.
And another thing that people tend to, I don't want to say forget, they just don't prioritize that aspect of new rosters usually. I think Clip is having a good time running into that wall there. Another thing that people tend to forget is, yes, you have people leaving teams to join up with new rosters, which say that while Wu and MTB kind of riding side by side here. No harm, no foul, nothing gone wrong. An interesting aspect of it that I like to think about most is these teams, I mean, these players are joining new teams but going up against their former teammates. All the stuff that they worked on together as a team prior, they bring that same knowledge to the new rosters. So it will be exciting to see, for example, whenever a player like 8C from Foot, or whenever Foot and FaZe go up against each other, there's a lot of knowledge of what FaZe might still do that now sits with a former teammate on another team. So that could also like add to the muddiness of these early games, first couple of games, because so many like these same players with the same mindsets have now been spread across the lobby.
Yeah, the cross-pollination of all of this information and stuff like that can create some weird scenarios. And as we're already seeing, a lot of teams on the move to start things off for game number 1. And not really too surprising. This being such a north circle, there are only a few channels really of rotation that you're going to be moving through. And we have an MK12 already in play. I'm very keen to see...
One of many to come.
Yeah, well, yes. I'm keen to see how much this kind of actually like breeds into the overall player base. I mean, the M4 is still going to reign supreme, maybe until 22.2. Who knows what's going on there? But there's already speculation that you can quite easily find, as well as some interesting clips, Toby. But what do you think with the MK12 and the Ace being implemented?
I think, as far as I know, the esports server is still on the MK Reign Supreme patch. patch and not the current live patch where it's been nerfed a bit. So I would be surprised to. I mean, I'll say it this way. I'll be very surprised if people play minis at all.
I get you.
This weekend, because right now the MK is just better.
Yeah, mid-ranged fights for me, love it. Absolutely love it. Like it's a real powerhouse. But to take a look at the map now, already seeing Q2 on the left-hand side here. Quad 2, I should give them their full name. I'm going to be honest, I really don't know much about this team, so I'm excited to see how they're going to integrate into this lobby. They came in as a little bit of a wild card for me from MEA. So yeah, I'm keen to see how they do.
Yeah, same. It's a lot of. I don't want to say a lot. A few teams where I know who they are. I've seen them play, but I have no clue how they're going to match up against some of these higher level, at least on paper, teams. Because I feel like EMEA, of all regions, EMEA is the open qualifier teams region. So many times we see grand final after grand final where half the teams, if not even more, of the teams in the grand finals are teams that came through open qualifiers and teams that actually tend to go out and perform really well. And that's just a testament to the depth of skill that we're, I guess, supposed blessed to have within the EMEA scene. Because there are so many of these teams where you might not know the players individually, you might not even know some of the teams, but they can come out and they come out fragging because they've been playing this game forever, just kind of under the radar.
Yeah, definitely. I think when it comes to Europe, there is such a depth of talent as a whole. I shouldn't say Europe. When it comes to EMEA, there's such a depth of talent, and that's why we see these guys kind of rise up and see if that they contend. But this is the big dogs overall. Everyone's jostling and just a little bit for a position here whilst they find their footing in these north circles. We will see a lot of these compounds taken. We will see even Foot, by the looks of things, trying to control that northern side. West of Severny, you see a lot of teams trying to eventually rotate around there. And if you actually hold onto that location, you can deny a lot of teams' movement. So, yeah, but they are just scouting things out for now.
And again, I mean, as we were talking about before, teams daring to split early, it's always a weird kind of have to step easy whenever it's the first games. As we said, new rotation paths, new rosters, a lot of new things where you don't really know. Like, you can anticipate a whole lot of things, but you don't really know before you're there on the server and have a couple of games to go back and watch through. So I would expect to see teams overall play a little more cautious. But now that Foot came up from the west side, came up via Georgia Pole, they know they have space and therefore they can spread out a bit. But even then, barely spread out compared to how much other teams probably will be later down the line.
Yeah, seeing Entropic here just taking up quite a swath of land themselves up in these high ground hills alongside all these compounds. But for the most part, not really too much coming their way to challenge this position. I was thinking that maybe eventually they might run into Ascend. They're still very far south from this circle. Eventually going to be moving on upwards. So if they have to come in directly from the south, then that might be the challenge that they'll be presented with first.
Well, things go quiet. 9 minutes in, not a single casualty. I can't even talk anymore. Not too surprised. Again, as we were saying before, teams probably opting to take a little more passive here early on. DA, I'm liking their 2-2 split. A little dangerous given that they have a hard time really covering one another, especially if Iro gets pulled up there on the hilltop, Cope Marco, and I can't see who sat there with him, but they would have a hard time really doing anything to cover. And also be wait, if they get pulled up on, do we even risk losing this position to go for it or no?
I don't know. I think they're actually gonna just moving on by. By.
How are you gonna pronounce this, James? Zelpui.
Zelpui, yeah, that's how I would pronounce that. Yeah,
there you go.
It really wasn't that hard in the end.
No, it wasn't. I just read it in my mind, and then I had 5 different ways of pronouncing it.
Nice.
Pretty simple.
Yeah. Oh, Maud went with just Maud. Fantastic. Maud. Because if he'd have gone with his other name, I'd have been having problems. All right.
Yep. New circle centering somewhat west of center. I suppose we can say just actually pretty much in between shooting range and Severny. So plenty of open space to have to maneuver through or around. And of course, that also means that limited hard cover available. So hopefully some of these teams that are split early on will opt to not do so for much longer. And if so, hold that thought for a second. Navi and Blue now fighting one another.
Yes, they will. Not too bad for Na'Vi to start things off again. I'm expecting them to be able to provide a lot of firepower here. Quizzy's going to be trying to run past, taking out an old teammate. Maybe not. Nixie will be able to take down Alia very quickly. Example on the Quizzy, though. And Nixie confirms Alia. So already a wounded Na'Vi here. The world champions being extremely, extremely damaged in the opening stages.
Yeah, looking to see if maybe Ascent up there on the top will want to have a piece of this one as well. Again, seeing where the circle shifted, a hard one to play through, and now Twisted Minds hearing this as well.
Oh.
They know there's only so much real estate available, and everybody coming in like vultures to attack the wounded people down below.
Kind of expected with the circle and how it shifted. A lot of these teams had to come in from the east side to try and find themselves a little bit of the piece of the pie, and it was always going to get crammed very quickly here. That's why Twisted Minds is jumping straight on this, and they can get away without much damage by the looks of things. Although the longer this does go on, maybe they give up ground a little bit more to the west, so they might want to get moving sharpish.
Yeah, the good thing for Twisted Minds in this situation is that FaZe were actually set east of them down towards the bridge. They heard the commotion, and while there was a chance for them to, well, essentially fifth party this fight, they opted to wrap hard south around, and actually now all the way down towards Bermuda on the southern side of Watertown down there. So fortunate for Twisted Minds not to have to worry about another team behind them too.
And I think one of the weirdly, whilst this fight continues on, one of the winners of this scenario is actually kind of Entropic, because I thought that Ascend was going to eventually kind of crunch down on this position coming in from the south, but Entropic moved very fast up toward the north, getting one of those compounds near that kind of crossroads area. So they've been able to get away pretty much unscathed. And now, still, this fight will linger for a little bit. Ascend's going to try and find a pick here or there, maybe just back off towards the west. And Twisted Minds, likewise, will probably just slowly move on, realizing there's just not much more to do here.
Yeah, exactly. Ascent backing off as well. There was a lot of eyes on this fight initially, but now, as it cools down a bit, teams are starting to kind of leave again, which means that for now, I mean, I should say up until this point, the southwest side of this next circle has been incredibly open, essentially where FaZe is trying to move in from. Like, they did the smart thing in rotating wide, because there's so much space there. Ascent has opted to go back and fortify 2 positions, but prior to that, there were like 4 or 5 compounds available that could, with one hard shift going in that direction, become pretty much game-winning positions.
Not too bad. There goes Twisted Minds now. They realize it is time to move. Let's try and find ourselves a higher priority location, because over on the edge of that circle, I mean, if you get caught on the edge of that circle and then have to make your way in whilst, say, Entropic has got that compound down there, or you're having to move further towards Severny, it's all kind of open, apart from a few trees here and there, a few rocks. So you don't want to be having to do that later.
And the whole other issue with that is the Twisted Minds, I think they just used like 90% of their smokes on that attempted push towards Na'Vi. So if they're forced to play out in the open, not only do they not have any hard cover, but what they could make for themselves is pretty much close to none. And now, Tulin's falls as well. So forced into a dip early on. Good thing for them is there ain't really any immediate threats from the position they're set in.
Let's have a little check-in as still Entropic's just looking over there. Twisted Minds managed to move past them. As you can see the map at the moment on the screen. One of my questions at the beginning of this game was, how was BBL going to react to a home circle? They took those compounds up on the hill just north of that road, and now we're going to be getting together as DA is encroaching on their position.
I was just going to say, I'm liking what I'm seeing here, both from BBL, but also from DA. Iroh found the knock on Michael over towards the warehouse. Yeah. You see, instantly, Merton Code Marco sent Ascent, I should say, up towards the warehouse. BBL then fortify, and a great read from Ribbons on the hill to the east, seeing that vehicle leave, because they pretty much now forced BBL to not to be able to go back to their two-way split. M-Force quick on their feet, seeing BBL leave and fortify warehouse means that they get themselves a free compound. That is a really good kind of three-way read on the back of one another.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. So we will see BBL chilling out there for now. M-Force likewise. Got the compound that you were mentioning. Ascend is got stuck between a FaZe and a FaZe place, because they're in the middle of their 2-2 split right now. James though goes down very quickly to Chris. That's a great start for Chris, and he can just back up, and I don't know, if you can get some shots on Fex here, that's brilliant. That'll open up everything here. And then the Gustav and Corexi, I don't know if they're going to be able to hold off the Ascend wave.
No, Ascend didn't do much to kind of let their presence be known early on. And James, well, thought he had a little more room to maneuver. Not quite so this time around. So FaZe down 2-3. But even having lost one, they're the ones on the inside of the circle now. So yes, they take a casualty, but essentially it's got to be Ascent to make the next play, because FaZe are now sat very comfortably inside the circle.
Yeah, nice little wraparound. So we'll see what Ascend does. They might try and go wide, but one thing about going wide here for Ascend is Zarvum split. The 1-1-1-1 across shooting range kind of creates this barrier to entry that maybe, you know, they would run into. I kind of like Zarvum's split, as much as it's a little bit wild with the 1-1-1-1. Not committing too much to that dip of death on the side of shooting range is always nice to see. But Ascend is absolutely sending it through the middle of them.
Okay. Killikai not stopping on the bunker. I thought they had scouted it and read that there's not enough like moving around down there. So let's scout. But nope, that looked even further. The dip on the east side of Saverni. It's where they opted to go. Next circle centering on there as well. So that's a bit of a blessing, even though, again, they take a casualty. But similar situation with James going down before. Yes, you would take a casualty, but you also got prio real estate, which is essentially just a hill. But still that very center circle, kind of avoiding all the confrontations coming now.
I do have my concerns, though. They had to throw smokes behind them because technically I think Zarvum would still have an angle on them from that path because it's like a trench that you're looking down. But I mean, Zarvum at this point is kind of got their own problems to now deal with. They watched Entropic move through the middle of them here, so they're now trying to find a similar position to Ascend, but just slightly more to the east and a slight miss shot. For now.
Sometimes you peek in front of someone else and it goes boom in the back of your head and there's just not a lot you can do about it. Get the rest, throw him a first aid and buy him a beer or something.
Definitely so.
Or just do like James and be like, oh, why are you in my way? And then just be even more upset.
Is that what I do? Is that what I do?
I think that would have been, while we haven't really played PUBG together before, I think that's how you would react. Dude, block my shot.
No. I would probably punish you by attaching a C4 to a car and running into you.
Or that.
And then, that's my favorite pastime.
Yeah. Fex is now realizing, I think, that he is sharing this bunker. If he hadn't realized already, you could only imagine. Sharing this bunker with two opponents. Gustav is set above, and you can see there in the kind of far off that Nixie is behind Gustav too, and I think that's why Gustav can't do a whole lot to really help. He's forced to look south. He's seeing those shots come in. He's seeing them go above him, and you can see he's being very cautious now. He's trying to make a run for it, but I think he has an inkling that there's still a snake behind him.
Gotta be a little bit cautious.
That's where he was.
Yeah, will go down for his troubles. And again, if you get caught on the edge of like this and you really don't have much time to be able to react to anything, it's a bit rough to say the least. The Woo, though, still kind of crippled moving in from this side despite getting the pick. So any little extra points that Nixie can get from here is going to be a bonus. It's a salvage mission now.
Ready is. For now, for Correxy. In fact, they're, while having to worry about Nixie as well, also waiting for Zarvum to make their way out. So Twisted Mind's trying to find some sort of position to play off of, and as we can see, it's just not happening. This is where Ascent kind of benefited, and yes, they lose one, but they managed to avoid all of this commotion on the edge of the circle.
There's holding home circles, but it gets very difficult if you've got multiple teams pushing you and causing you issue at the same time here. As M-Force now got up to this warehouse, throwing mollies and nades into that warehouse makes it even more deadly in there. It's a big trap for anybody trying to get through. Little underhand. Ooh. Oh, yeah.
Nice peek over the top from Rostamar, has to back off again, and the issue is they can't really fully commit to this because they know there's a team on the southern side too. So if you push in, if you start taking too many casualties on the run in, you know there's going to be a backstab just waiting. So smart from BBL now, as I say, that Rostamar does fall down, but really liking the way that BBL is constantly trying to maneuver around, avoid all of these utilities being used against them, hoping that if we can buy enough time, maybe these two teams on each their side of our warehouse are going to fight one another.
Yeah, that is one way you can try and alleviate this. Then there you see already a nade going on towards Digital Athletics from Rafa, as Code Marker will be got up now, moving on the way back against this. BBL has done I will say, BBL's done a great job of being able to weather the storm in this location while these aggressions have been moving on up. Meanwhile, in the distance, GDE will go down.
That is exactly what they're doing. Take down the sails and just wait it out. Hope that, again, something will happen that you can then play off of. One more knock comes through. whole lot to do for them other than just wait it out. Vex trying to find something inside. They know that they're in the bunker. No lethal utility, though, for him to try and buy himself some more time.
How many of them are in there? They're all in there, right?
Yeah, they're all in there. These three of them, yeah.
That is rough. Now, Vex is not going to let you go unpunished if you're trying to get out, especially since the rest of his team was taken down by the Wu. So it's all on Vex at the moment, but he's being shot from elsewhere. Kiliokai really causing a lot of problems for Vex at the moment. Meanwhile, M-Force is bringing the fight to Michael up at the top for BBL.
Circle is starting to close in now as well. Vex has to make up his mind of what he's going to do.
Yeah.
And the audio of those smokes ain't making that any easier. Vehicles going straight past him. He's going to be forced to take the one with 2 tires, but not going to happen. CC is going to take him down. In the meantime, M-Force falls as well. BBL going to be the victors in that. But now, as we were just talking about, there is another team in the midst, and it's DA.
Yeah, I must say Sarvum actually did a really good job of getting out there at just the right time. DA, though, moves in, takes out a former teammate in Smash. And we will see Clib still lurking, looking for an opportunity to get the reheat. But then Code Marco actually has a shotgun to hand as well, finishes off Smash. And he's probably signaling to Clib, you might want to be a little bit careful. They're going for full close range and you're just around this corner. Be wary.
And here comes Example! Oh! Managing to find 2. Clip goes down as well, but that's from Klim far away. That's an interesting one. For those of you guys who don't know and thought, wait, didn't we lose Navi like 15 minutes ago? No. Example has been playing solo for the better part of the last 10 minutes and sneaking his way through blue, and he's going to get 2 kills off of it.
Just Example things. That's why you always pick him for your fantasy team, all right? Just I can't even remember if I did this time around because he was so expensive, but 30,000. But now we take a look. Where is the circle going to go? For Ascend and Entropic, their sends through to the middle were very, very important. That got themselves a really good spot, and the circle will go to them. But Ascend is wounded right now. Yeah. After all, on that top right-hand side, looking in a pretty decent spot for the moment, but as this gets bound down on, they're going to want the cars with them to try and create some forts later.
And that's the thing, right? These positions are great as long as you can make space, as long as you can maintain that space. But now the teams are going to start moving in. It's going to be very, very difficult to maintain full control of. In the meantime, FUT Esports trying to hold off Q2. But Beamy, the front line here, they want to get T-Bone back on his feet, but can't really fully commit to it as long as Cinder is still throwing utility their way.
Yeah, it was a late approach from Quad 2, and they did find themselves eventually a spot in Severny. However, now a barrier lies in front of them to try and make anything more happen, so it's going to be utility, the name of the game, as I think Vard was looking to try and save T-Bone, but a good molly from Syndax will be able to connect, and T-Bone does fall. So that's their first point on the board, actually, aside from placements that potentially come in soon.
Vard, what can you do from there again? I mean, now to get the timing right, you might be able to find him. But now the isolation play comes through. He knows he has the circle, and that's why you're seeing Vard be so, I don't want to say passive, but not really opting to try and go for anything overly aggressive. And as you can see as well, there are enough teams with eyes in this direction that he knows that, yes, you might be able to take the one-on-one against Cinder, but there's going to be a lot more people shooting towards you if you do. Beamy able to take him down. That's Quad 2 out.
Yeah. The transition from where they were was always going to be difficult, so good stuff by Beamy to be able to shut that down. They did lose one in the process, but now the foot's going to be on the other. The shoe is, I was going to say the foot's going to be on the other shoe. You know what? We'll go with that. Question mark will act as a barrier for them a little later on, unless they want to take an exit out of another way. And meanwhile, MTB getting slaughtered on the south.
Yeah, trying to make the run up, and Iroh as a solo player from DA. Again, a lot of these solo performances coming out right off the get-go, right off the bat here in game number 1. Trying to bring home any additional points they might be able to. Again, I mean, for those of you who might be newer to watching PUBG Esports, we can let you know that while 1 point here and there might not seem like a lot, come final game, usually, if not pretty much always, it ends up being the deciding factor.
Yes, it does. Iroh, happy to see him back at what feels like a home, almost. I mean, aside from, him being TSM for a long time, but on DA4 at the moment. Him and Mert have been on a little bit of a rampage. But now, going to have to go through Katurkan. I'm going to do it just once and then ever again. There you go.
You say that now, and now that's going to be the only way you say his name from now on. That is the right way to say Katurkan.
Anyway.
Anyway, indeed. New circle, popping just a few seconds from here. both MTB and DA's last solo players, hoping that they're blessed with a hardship, but nope, not quite so. Ascent and Tropic is where everyone's headed.
And we already see a knock coming in. We will see Lukaruk's having a bit of a harder time. He will go. Ace, Ascend have really made a very good meal of this, all things considered. It was a bold move, Cotton, all the way through to the middle, but it has paid off as Digital Athletics goes down as well. Iro falls. Good old CTR Ken gets himself the knock and kill.
He does. And
I did it.
TB up to 9. Good job, James.
Thanks.
Good for you. Able to get themselves kill number 9. So while it might not have looked like a very effective game with the way they went down, it's still going to be a lot of points to back for them here after the first round. I think for some of these open qualifier teams, that is exactly what they want to do. While you might not look too great in terms of coming out with a double-digit kill chicken dinner, getting the momentum going early is important, because if you allow some of these top tier teams to get ahead early, there's no way of catching them. So for MTB, 6th place and 9 kills, that's a perfect start.
Phil First, big name coming out of what we saw from PGC. Very excited to see his campaign for 2023 already putting in the boot against Foot here. So very, very well done. As Vard might even be picked up here by Beamy. It's a little bit risky though. Orgs in hand for Beamy, doing some peeks, saw people jumping past the windows. It's a stick on the res, and I don't mind it, because if Question Mark was to go a little bit further forwards, then maybe 80's there to trade in the window.
Exactly, 80 has an angle, while maybe not the best one, but still cover some part. Abusi finds 1, finds 2, 80 gets the knock in return, though great cover, but maybe a little bit too late on it. Circle is closing in as well, making it ever so much more difficult for AC to really kind of try and commit to his teammates here.
Vard's down again. Tries to go for another spray around the corner, doesn't find it. Meanwhile, we saw Ascend actually putting on a lot of pressure in the middle of the map, but oh no, okay, he's found. Never mind. The barrier.
Like I said, yeah, I've tried to prone it out, but nah, not gonna happen. 3 bullets and the circle closing in as well. Not exactly an easy situation for him to being an Afthalt. Again, I mean, the team that we mentioned coming into it, they finished in 2nd place in the open qualifiers, and here they are with 4 teams left alive.
I mean, for the most part, what I saw from the qualifiers is that they were playing games slow and steady, and I feel like that's what we've seen here in this game as well, as they actually made, because they were up top right, bear in mind, when you look at this circle. Now they found themselves down in the south, realizing this was their best entry point, and they're going to be able to get some big knocks here on towards Ascend. And even taking a fight here with Question Mark. Now, you don't have to be too brazen about that fight with Question Mark. They have to get into the circle. You don't.
Baco has no clue that Nail Up is sitting just on the other side. But again, a solo player hearing other people fight. Do you take the shot to maybe get the knock, or do you do nothing and hope that maybe more placement points go your way? Nail Up should have eyes on everything after all they're doing right now. But he's waiting, hoping to maybe get some more placement points, because he's already inside the next circle.
Yeah, all you have to do is, after all here, is not throw this away. You're going up against a lot of teams that went through an absolute war to try and find themselves a spot in this circle. 2 teams that sent it all the way through. Question Mark, who's trying to get out of a Saverni here, where everything in front of them toward the circle is open. So unless they've got a lot of smokes, you play this patient, after all, and the first chicken dinner is going to be yours.
I was actually wrong in my estimate. The car that he has for cover, you can see the ridge line there, doesn't really grant him the angle to look over towards Afthalt. He knows that there are many players there, and he knows that it's going to be a little too dangerous, I think, to try and make a play for it. Bragg spots 1, spots 2, double elimination, placement point to boot as well. That is exactly what you want to have happen, and spots the last one go down as well now. Braxco, 44 bullets to work with alone against the potential 4-man back on their feet Afthalt. How, my buddy, are you going to be able to pull this off? I doubt it's going to happen, but who knows?
That's right. Looking at the kill feed, he knew he had a small window of time to be able to try and punish this, but the ground was too much to cover. He saw 2 knocks in that kill feed against After All, but by the time he gets here, likely everybody's going to be up. There's 4 barrels staring you down here when you come across this hill. He gets 1, but 1 will be only, as we have After All getting the first game here of the tournament. Whoa.
MTB starting off strong, 6th place, 9 kills. After All coming out with a win again. I mean, as I said, coming into it, EMEA equals open qualifier teams performing, and that is exactly what happened here.
Yeah, very nicely done. And again, I do like the patience that they exude. You could easily get a little bit flamboyant in the northeast side there, try and send it through to kind of maybe a middle location where an Entropic or an Ascend is, but no, they went for wraps. They found their entry point with that rock, with that little lip, which gave them great cover against the majority of the teams left alive in those circles, and it was perfectly done.
It really was. I mean, again, we see one of those situations where, as we said, Ascent and Tropic, they had the best spots in the circle, but also the spots that's going to be hardest to cover because they were pretty much the only spots. So after all, just great in their timing, realizing now they're fighting. Now let's go for the backstep. And as soon as Ascent then come to try and punish them while the fight is going on at Severny, you see Hibako peek on over him and Enan 2-2 finds one each, and that completely clears up the whole area.
All right, well, time for a break, ladies and gents. When we return, we have game number 2 on the way. You want to stay tuned because that was already fantastic, and we're going to have more.
After Alt, the team that came through the European Open qualifiers, taking that first chicken dinner. I did not have that on my bingo card for the first game today. What did you think of what we just saw, Saga?
I mean, I think it's fair to say that none of us had, after all, on our bingo card after our predictions at the start. Mine was a complete disaster. Na'Vi immediately getting caught in a big fight and getting pretty much clapped. But at least they managed to creep their way in, get involved in that chaotic Helm's Deep style engagement going on in the warehouse at the top that saw BBL fall out eventually to DA, but plenty of teams going down before them. That just left a little bit of space on the southeastern side of the zone. And as we know, After All loves to get in their vehicles and wrap the zone when they see a chance, and it worked out really well for them here.
Avenger, two of the big boy teams, Twisted Minds and Na'Vi, going out very early. Were you expecting that?
No, but I love to see it. I gotta say, I love to see that their confidence has to be tested from the very get-go. Honestly, that's just lovely, right? But after all here popping off, after we saw them have an insane game in the round of 16 where they had 20 kills for the win on Miramar, though. But yeah, crazy to see them pop off like this. Saga was also pointing out the rotation to kind of get in the spot that they did was surprising that they were able to do that from. I would love to see the Brexco clutch. If that nade was a little bit further, he would have knocked 1 or maybe 2 if it was perfect. And then he would have had a 1 versus 1 or 1 versus 2 situation. That would have been crazy to see. But a good game for Ascent there. They make me doubt them and kind of coming into this. Was hoping big thing for them, but then they are one of the lesser experienced roster of the 8 teams invited.
What did they do right in that game, Avenger, to be able to get into that Final Four?
Well, first of all, they took North for a long time, held on to that little kind of camp there that a few teams call Inonix after he had a huge clutch there. They took a good spot. They put on pressure onto the Northern teams. They made sure not that many teams could get out free from Cerveny, which is obviously super important here. If you're one of the teams kind of gatekeeping the Cerveny teams, you want to make sure that they come out kind of crumbling or don't come out at all, as Brexco made sure to happen there. And after that happened, they saw that the circle was kind of open for them to make a big rotation. They read the kill feed super well. They knew that not a lot of teams was going to be in the southern side. They probably knew that Iroh was on the other southern side there and had cleared a lot of the teams, that they only had 1 member left there. And then I was expecting them to take on, like more directly, take on Entropic, which ended up as actually Entropic leaving, taking kind of more of the northern space, which was super smart. But yeah, after all, had too good of a ridge. That southern shift there for phase 8 just made it perfect for them, and they closed it out quite easily.
Saga, obviously after Alt now getting the majority of the points in this first game, that's going to put them in a really good position. Do they keep this momentum going, or do you think that was just a lucky break at the start?
It definitely was an element of luck, but that was really just the phase 1 zone that sort of favored them. We know that they're an edge playstyle team. They have ult drops literally dotted all around every corner of the coastline on the map, and it worked out for them that they were able to be one of those first teams that held on to a northern position and just timed their movement, their rotation really well, because if they'd gone a little bit earlier, a phase or 2 before, they get caught up in the middle of everything that's going down with the likes of BBL, with the likes of MTB, DA, all just scrapping for the warehouse compound, and there's just really... it's just going to be chaos that they're just going to be dragging themselves into. So it was relatively controlled from them to hold onto their space until the opportunity arose. And that is what we like to see. That's the thing that leans in towards the teams that are consistent. Question Mark is a team that does very similar, where they come in quite late, they play from the edge, but they don't pounce on over aggressiveness. They wait for the right opportunities to present themselves. So it's really good to see that level of control coming from After All here as well.
Saga, do you think there's going to be a change now moving into game number 2 with the teams that finish in the top 10? Are some of those big names going to have found their feet, for want of a better term?
I think it's definitely likely that we're not going to see Na'Vi losing most of their roster on a sort of phase 2 circle. There was a bit of shenanigans going on with early rotations as well at the West Yasnaya Bridge. 3 teams getting caught trying to cross at the same time, and that kind of threw things off kilter. A little bit of maybe just unfamiliarity with the rotation, the timing, and the teams that are coming in from open qualifiers that's catching a couple of teams off guard. But I'm expecting that we're not going to see back-to-back Severny circles, and so it should be less of an issue. But yeah, we've cursed things in the past.
I was about to say, this is PUBG Esports. You just never know. What you do know, though, is that Kalaris and Toby are ready to jump into game number 2. So where are we dropping, boys?
Yeah, we're all dropping in Severnix. That's where the circle's going to go, right? No, we will see. We will see if we do get the back-to-back. But yeah, we will have another game on the way here. And right now, After All, looking fantastic. 19 points from that game there, Toby, puts them in a really nice position to what is effectively needing to get top 8 from here, because top 8 will move through into that eventual stage that comes the later weekends.
Exactly. We talked about them coming into the first game, of how they had a phenomenal performance through the round of 16, or the earlier stage of the qualifiers, and I'm happy to see them come out here and impress right from the get-go, because it could and can quickly become a never-ending discussion of the new rosters of Foot and BBL and FaZe and this and that and this and that. And I'm so glad that we're, at least for some parts of it, our focus is taken elsewhere to some of these teams that have been on the grind forever and are now starting to maybe catch some of these teams on a, I don't want to say unprepared, but lesser prepared footing. Because yes, your Foot, your BBL, your FaZe rosters look absolutely phenomenal on paper. And yes, they've all played the game forever, but they have not played the game forever together. And that's where, even though your roster as an individual kind of component might not live up to the same expectations as some of these like invited rosters are, but let alone communication skills, let alone they just haven't been molded together, that can sometimes outplay individual better players. And I think for maybe throughout the entirety of PEC Spring, actually, this could be the case for some of these teams that have been together longer.
Yeah, maybe. And I think for game number one, there was an element of some of the top teams that we expected to come in really strong, kind of getting a little bottled up and kind of in even fight against each other. If you think about where Na'Vi was, where Twisted Minds was, and that delays, again, what we were saying whilst that was going on, it delays their opportunities to get to prime spots later. But anyway, let's get into it. Game number two, planes in the air once again, and we have a nice cross from that northeast southwest side here. So I don't think too many teams are going to have huge issues about where they want to go.
I mean, practically identical playing path from game number one, and game one wasn't an issue, so I'd be very surprised if all of a sudden team goes, this worked out for us incredibly well, now let's do something different. It has happened in the past, but again, I'd be surprised if that was the case.
Now, when we look at these drops as a whole, yes, Foot has gone up towards that Kameshki-Stalba split. Usually that is a alternate drop spot, actually also for Ascend and Afterall, but because the playing path is on this trajectory, Foot understood a good bearing on this, that Ascend as well as Afterall are probably going to be able to get their original spots. So as Foot, you don't have to trek all the way over to South George to be able to be in your prime position. You can just go here and be quite okay. So that's the first thing I'm noticing.
Yep, and now we didn't catch it, but M-Force just got themselves a freebie, one of the GDE players, because that was pretty simple. And for esports, they went, James, well, why would we go anywhere else? I mean, the circle's coming to us anyway, so might as well just stick around. Very
nice indeed. And there's, again, it's not dissimilar to our previous circle, but of course it is a lot more east. But there is a lot of kind of open areas in this circle that you could get kind of bogged down in. So it's going to be a lot of teams trying to get through to those middle compounds along that windy road down the line and see what they can play from there.
It's so funny because every time we see these rotations where you have to go, I mean, we have a lot of teams on one side of the island having to go to the opposite, similar to here. A lot of teams on the southern side having to make their way north. If this had been the same circle as last game, over towards Savernia, something like that, we'd all go, oh, they have to cross the river. It's so dangerous because, and there's only the bridges and all that. And now, sure, there's plenty of open space. But for the most part, whenever we see these rotations out towards the northeast, they tend to be more fatal than the ones across rivers do. Because yes, sometimes you can sit like on the river and get yourself a free kill or two, but then teams are going to turn around. Whereas to here, you might not have the river, you might have more room to maneuver, but have a team in heaven, have a team in mansion, have a team over where Hibako from after all this at, and then out in the Asnaya fields. That's like a shooting gallery, like just a shooting party for those four teams, maybe even two to split teams that are just going to completely demolish those rotations coming through. So even though, yes, there's more space for all these teams down towards the southwest to maneuver, that I would say this rotation up towards Stalba now is going to be more dangerous than had they had to go towards shooting range.
Yeah, a barrier does kind of present itself there. I mean, it was somewhat nullified way back when we added a forest north of Mansion and allowed people to be a bit more sneaky on the way through. But unless you're going over by where Clib is, for example, on that northwest side, then other than that, you come up across Stalba and things, or just above Stalba, and you kind of find yourself a little bit more room to work with. So I think we'll see a lot of those teams down on that southwest side try and go for that big swing around on the west side of the circle. And yeah, all of those teams south as well as southeast try and scramble there a bit quicker so that they can avoid exactly what you've just been saying.
Twisted Minds now making their rotation on up as well. They had a little bit of a shoulder rub, I suppose, with Code Marco and DA forcing DA to rotate across the bridge instead. Now, off of that, curious to see if Twisted Minds once again going to try and wrap Western out, or if they're actually going to go over the kind of in between the river and Yasnaya. It seems like that's where they're headed, similar to what they did last time around. And M-Force now spotting after all at a distance. Not able to find Hibako there early on. And I think for Ribbons now, get out of here, because you saw one, sure, but you don't know where the other guys are.
Bit of a slip there, unfortunately, I think, from Ribbons. I mean, some of those shots should have hit, right? Like when a target like that is presenting itself.
Yeah.
Not to be, Hibako gets away with his life for now. I mean, technically, if Hibako goes down there, it's actually a bit more of a problem for Astral to really kind of salvage that.
There you go, guys. Okay, so we take the bridge, you take the other route, but we meet on the other side, right?
Yeah.
We'll take the long route, sure, but let's meet once we get over on the other side. And that's, well, exactly what happens. They go side by side for a while, then split up, and come back and bump heads right after.
Poor Spirit, the casualty, but for D8, that's a nice start to the points to be moving on forwards. Let's see how they did in the previous game. I mean, they got 8 points themselves and it was 7 kills going their way from that game. So D8 definitely having a nice start and taking some scalps like Twisted Minds, who have now had to retreat from the position that they were, well, rotating for, and go to the apartments and sit there for now.
And something interesting for Twisted Minds in this, or about, I should say, Twisted Minds in this situation, is we always bring up Twisted Minds when we talk about teams that are able to keep 4 alive all the way, like, till the very end game and then come out and punish people. This game now, they lose Spiro. Last game, it was Batulians who falls. And actually, I did see that it was out of a car with the bolt action, which was kind of cool. I didn't realize at the time that it was bolt action with the holo side on it. Makes it even cooler.
Yeah.
I saw the clip in the break here. Pretty cool. Had to give credit to QBE for that one. But now, again, 2 games in a row where Twisted Minds are playing 3 alive right from the get-go.
Definitely not ideal. And depending on where the circle shifts, some of the transitions away from those apartment buildings aren't that easy either. There's a lot of open area to the north of it, to the east of it, but we'll see how that goes on. Let's check in with Na'Vi, the world champions. Not the best start for them. It was 4 kills in the previous game. As Example does Example things. He's just a god of PUBG. He's a deity. So I'm hoping that they have a calmer game to start things off. But, I mean, they're not in a great spot just yet when it comes to this circle. There's a lot of teams north of them, and it could very easily move away from them, the circle.
It's going to be interesting to see Na'Vi in the sense that, yes, they won PGC. We cannot take that away from them. Absolute top-tier performance. But they also finished at the very bottom of BCS 7 just before that. So what Na'Vi will we get this year? The bottom seed Na'Vi or the world champion Na'Vi? I'm hoping to see the world champion Na'Vi, because when they get going, they're practically unstoppable. But it's not written in the stars just yet.
Well, it was unprecedented, right? Because it was not just the fact that they won it, it's that the fact that they kept winning every stage of PGC that they played, which I think it's never happened before. You would get teams that would advance onto the next stage, but not necessarily win it, and then become the world champions. The form that they showed at PGC was nothing short of spectacular. But now back on home soil here in EMEA, they've still got a big hurdle to go over, because a lot of these teams won't lie down in front of them. I would say that the play style in EMEA relative to maybe a Korea or something like that is a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical. Korean teams are just going to throw themselves at you and absolutely blast. Here, you've got to be very patient about how you're making your rotations, making your choices.
And because of this, to add to what you're saying, because I completely agree, I feel like the EMEA region is a lot more punishing. Because some of the other regions might be a little more, I don't know if hectic is the right word, but a little more with the kind of the foot on the speeder. Because of that, there are moments where maybe a player misses an opportunity to do something even more so, whereas to here, because everything is happening so slow, so kind of thought out to some extent, usually you also don't get away with oopsies, like with mistakes. You accidentally run someone over in an open area. No, you don't just park your kind of resume, get up and get going. Someone has seen that in the kill feed and they come and they punish you. Those things just pretty much always happen in EMEA.
Yeah, because a lot more players are surviving into the later stages of the game. Not because of differences in skill or anything like that. It's just because
I think it's differences in skill, actually.
Okay, well, if you say so. But but because people kind of want to avoid the fights for a little while. So when you go for that Hail Mary that you're suggesting, oh no, suddenly there's another team looking at you from an opposite angle that may have not been happening in another region, for example. So it's just these different play styles that do play into it. And then for EMEA, it's a bit more slow, a bit more methodical as these teams kind of wiggle their way around and just chill so that they can try and guarantee some points. Because at this stage in the tournament, top 8 is what matters here to get to the playoffs so that you can avoid that lower bracket here in the upper.
Wouldn't Waldemar have wanted to avoid all those bullets coming from Smash and a nade to follow right on his feet? Yeah, you're not getting Stolper, buddy. You scouted it, you tried, but Smash was up there and he said no.
Well done by Smash. Really good position and hold from them. Meanwhile, Navi's slowly working their way up this east side along the cliff edges. And eventually, teams like M-Force might be able to see them, but they're hoping that tree coverage is going to be enough for them to be able to slowly work their way up here even further. And even before the circles popped, I like that Navi's doing this. They understand that their position that they were in prior as 4 to the south is just not going to afford them too many options. So you need to be able to try and do this before the circle pops.
Yeah, now that it has, I mean, up towards the north we go, Stalper in the center, and this is going to be, I mean, teams are already on the rotation, Navi doing the exact same thing. This is going to be interesting because there's not going to be a whole lot of space to maneuver up towards the far north. You already have Entropic. You have, after all, kind of preventing those rotations from coming through. So everyone, you can see Ascent, you can see Quad doing the same thing out towards the east. Teams are going to be forced to funnel in from the south. This is going to be a bloodbath on the southern kind of face of this mountain.
There's quite a few buildings that weren't taken that I'm surprised weren't taken, and now all of those teams are heading towards them. They understand the severity of the situation, and there's going to be a lot of drive-by shots coming in here if they're not careful. We still have MTV trying to move up this hill, but M-Force is there ready to receive them. Shots coming in from Metralius, though, on that west side from him. And meanwhile, we have Twisted Minds also trying to find one of these little dips wherever they can. Yeah,
everyone. No one's like, as I said, no one's really off of the positions they were in able to come in from the north side of this. Salvam is going to have half a circle to themselves. Yes, they lost Voldemort early, but they might get to top 3 guaranteed just off of being on the correct side of the mountain right now.
You might be able to. You might be able to also sneak in behind BBL while they're taking their engagement against Entropic. That's M-Force out in 16th. Unfortunate for them to start things off here for game number 2. Because this was just a bit chaotic. You can get swept away in some of this chaos on the side of this mountain.
And it ain't done at all yet. Phase fighting on the southern side of this down towards GDE as well, with Ascent lingering in the nearby vicinity. That's going to be a fight erupting any moment now as well. And once that's done, should the circle go anywhere further north, which you could only really expect, this is it's going to be one bloodbath to another. Anyone trying to come in from the south here, I don't imagine any of them making it into top 5.
It's not going to be easy. Definitely not. Some of the teams don't mind, though, playing the edge and being able to slowly work their way in. Teams like Question Mark, I have seen being able to chase circles and do very well. So, yeah, we won't. I'm not just going to count them out just yet, as FaZe still going to have to hold on down in this location. And will GDA be able to dislodge them at all? Is the question. But again, I have to bring it up. As these fights go on, playing this edge when everybody's already taken really good prime real estate in the center is hurting both teams' chances.
Yeah, I like that GD reads this one and just lose.
I like it too.
They lose players, sure, not optimal by any means, but they get away from here. They might be able to claim some sort of real estate further west. I mean, obviously, Naya right now is free. Not that it's got sent compounds by any means because of where the circle is right now, but it's something that is not sharing a granny house with a whole other team.
Definitely. All right, well, what's FaZe's choice going to be here? They heard the drive away. I mean, there could have been a 200 IQ play where they leave one person left and then they shoot them as they come out, but it's unlikely, knowing that they know at least that they did wounding damage to them and their team opposing doesn't want to be battling.
I'm sorry. I made noises in the back of what you're saying. I just saw this hard shift and thought this is gonna. This has just gone from bad to worse. We're trying to end this game north of Kameshi, and apparently Quad 2 is the only team that figured that out. And Iceboy, well, that's not how you get down. should not be surviving this, especially not now that the car is on fire.
No. Bye-bye. Sorry, Ice Boy. I know that 9% or 10% of everybody on the fantasy teams, but that's because there is the benched choice that you can go for. So he was the second most picked, I think, as I looked at it yesterday.
Yeah, I'm realizing now that I messed up my picks in that I just picked 5 equally expensive players. So I have best of luck on my bench. I don't know if that was a smart play.
Yeah. Unless somebody comes down with some severe illness, I don't think anyone's going to be missing this tournament. But anyway, unfortunately, Ascend might be missing the rest of this game as Chris and Brexco actually getting absolutely leathered by what we're seeing here from Twisted Minds. A little bit of retribution is on their mind with 4 kills so far.
Essentially the final chapter of these teams all try to make their way up from the southern side. Again, 1-2 teams managed to make their way in through FaZe. Again now trying to make a wide rotation. This time around though, after all here, ready and waiting, Enan able to find Gustav instantly. Jeans went down early in the game as well. So Correction Vex forced to just 180, move back the other direction, but that's where MTB is ready and waiting.
And it's clear Enan's been working hard coming into 2023 as well. Looking at him in the qualifiers, looking at him in these first 2 games as well, he's making an impact. So that is fantastic to see here from one of the teams that's trying to plow through the open qualifiers. And as we take a look at the overall landscape of this, whilst FaZe is trying to dislodge MTB, Na'Vi, again, what was really important, the early moves before those circles were popping, they were so far down on the south side, and they found themselves not a bad spot, all things considered.
Not at all. Sat in a pretty prio real estate right now. Could very well shift should they have to leave from there, but let alone the fact that they're sat so center in this circle, statistically, they should also be in a couple of circles to come.
Statistically, yes.
But then PUBG happened.
But then Hard Shift West. Ta-da!
Yep, I mean, now we hold it. Now it's going to happen.
Yeah. The Kalaris blessing, or curse in that instance, for particular teams. But anyway, we have quite the barrier down in the south at the moment. Again, in those foothills, it gets quite precarious. As question mark, one of the teams that I touted as playing well on Edge will have a tough time here. They're already starting to take that engagement with Twisted Minds. They are kind of ripe for the picking. If T-Bone crops over this hill as well, question mark's going to come up a right cropper. It's going to be difficult.
BPL gonna be looking this way real soon once this pops off as well. So many teams down here trying to deny entry for both Mika, the final player from Ascend, and question mark. There's essentially a lineup of 4 teams just sat there on the ridges waiting for everyone else to make their way towards the metabay. Met by the guns of Vex and Crexy will fall. And well, now FaZe has to make a move because Circle did in fact James to shift west.
Did it? Oh damn. I didn't even see it yet. Okay. Well, yeah. This needs to end soon as we continue on all the way up to the top of Stalborough as well. I don't get to see this too often, but yeah, here we are.
Well, it's a bit of a rarity. 3 teams already having found themselves well nested in to the circle. Correction in the meantime, trying to get healed on up as Vex falls down. That is going to be him blind for the next time. He's an eye doctor. Well, good thing for him is he went down before that happened.
I feel like he just crouched it. He didn't crouch, but he just looked into the corner and started weeping and knew his fate. That was it.
It's like the ostrich strategy of digging your head into the ground. If I can't see them, they can't see me. Unfortunately, that's not how it worked.
I like that strategy. That's how I play. But anyway, Iroh doesn't play that way. He's got Michael open right in his sights and Smash and Rustamart. I mean, he's still going to have to play this a little slower. His teammates are a bit cautious. Michael's crawling back into the smoke. Can they get this? Can they get this res? I don't think DA is going to let them at all.
And while this push is unfolding, quick info to those of you guys watching, maybe being confused by the nade colors. I'm hoping this is something we're going to see from all TOs. That nade was yellow, despite the fact that BBL has a green team color. That's because the utility colors are on, which means that these white lines that you're seeing are smokes. Yeah. The red ones are nades, the blue ones are flashes, and the yellow-orangey ones are mollies. Because it is more important to see what's being thrown than who is throwing them. Thank you so much for that observance.
No, definitely. I mean, we always, for the most part, unless a team is right next to another team, we know who's throwing the nade, right? So,
yeah.
Very, very useful indeed. Caught out in the blue at the moment, though, is Code Marco, still knowing that BBL is in the distance, but I feel like they're just legging it because they don't want to be caught in the blue either.
I mean, BBL were late on exiting this, and DA really couldn't go anywhere because they still had them sat on the other side, and because of that now, yeah, DA goes down in blue. They were a little too eager to get the kills down the southern side, and because they left late, that's them out in 11th.
All right, so let's see if Wu can stifle any movement here from Foot. That is going to be what they would like to hold out. They could still coexist, given that there is quite a bit of Stalber and the buildings and walls, etc., and things like that still kind of in, but the circle will shift potentially if this is to go on. So best of luck, Squizzy and Nixie, kind of looking that way. They're still in circle, so potentially these two teams can still stay alive for a little bit longer.
They're going to have to take this fight. There shouldn't really be a way where they can both, especially with how the new circle is just shifted down in their direction, they shouldn't be able to both get out of this area without, at some point, having to fight one another. So why not do it now while there's no one else looking, rather than doing it when there's 2 or 3 other teams shooting at you at the same time?
And Foot has been on the warpath. 9 kills already for them. They were farming the side of Stalber, which is lovely stuff. MTB trying to make a rotation into Na'Vi, as you can see on that east side, but that's going to be fraught with danger and probably death. Yeah. Bam.
That was death. Death waited for them. Maud also helped with it a little bit, but yeah, went down. But now, with Quad 2 shooting, that's Na'Vi realizing they have opponents just on the other side of the ridge line, and they are out for blood.
We will just slow things down for a moment, whilst all of these teams have now kind of found themselves a decent little spot. Sovereign managing to get a little bit of retribution back on Smash there, as they've effectively kind of leapfrogged them in this game already. We saw BBL taking out one member of Sovereign early in this game, but Sovereign's played it slow, played it steady, found themselves that northwest position, and brought a little bit of damage towards BBL.
This is the issue right now for Na'Vi. If I mean, you can see how they constantly look behind themselves as well. If Wu realizes they're on that side, it's going to be very hard for them to get out of that bowl. After all, similar position, the low ground usually does not win you the game. Quad 2 are looking for kills on the northeast side, but also well aware that there's a team set on the other side.
Clem will get a little bit of retaliation going on. And will they get any more off the back of this? Because these rocks will provide quite a bit of cover while these fights are going on. And unless Na'Vi gets a little bit feisty down in the south from them, maybe a little middle sandwich action. Oh, nice from Syndax.
Yeah, able to find the first. Nixie there to steal it, so Na'Vi now realizing they have opponents behind them too, and that should just apply more pressure for them to try and push further forward and get these kills confirmed. Nate's coming in. Not doing a whole lot. Example, though, able to push further forward. Spots one more, and the nade from Melman is actually going to be what takes down Maud.
Yeah, Clip alongside that damage coming in from the spray. So a little bit of a 1-2 punch coming in there from Na'Vi. And now Quad 2. Poor Zelpui. Gonna have to chill for now. Yeah. There's not much he can do. Cannot get Maud. I don't see that ever happening in a month of Sundays.
Well, he's inside the circle, so he's got that going for him, which is nice.
And he's gone. No, just Maud. Yeah, he'll have to play this out very, very slowly now and hope that the other teams are going to forget about him for just a little while. Maybe other threats pose themselves to those other teams, as the circle looks to be centered up for the most part here. So this will give equal opportunities.
Lou has climbed up this ladder of corpses that is the southern side of Star.
Yeah.
Still, like, he's been in the blue for the last 3 circles and still has 12 first aids. That is something you do not see very often.
No, it is not. We are going way back in PUBG Esports for the heal strats, all right?
That is, once you realize, example, once you realize, now he does! Selp holding his fire for a bit too long there, allowing, for example, to get the final player from Quad 2 out of this one. Into placement points we go, as we are now just 7 teams left alive.
Don't catch example. He is the PUBG deity. He is omnipresent. He is clairvoyant. He knows where you're hiding, all right? And as a world champion, not too much surprise coming in there, but Foot actually being able to put on the big amount of power against Entropic. Entropic has been chilling in the middle of this circle for a long time. So now for them to take a knock here and there, we'll put a little bit of a rock in their way.
I believe that's the first elimination they got this game. just to kind of underline what you were saying, in that they've been very, very chill throughout, and it's good for them because, most importantly, coming into these last couple of close quarter fights they'll go into, they'll have utility, they'll have Kevlars and vests, everything should be at least in as good condition as possible, so they should have the upper hand in the fights to come.
All right, so the fight that was brewing for a good 10 minutes now between Wu and Foot is potentially going to unfold, unless Wu has kind of this dip to work with, so they can kind of dictate when and where the fight happens. Well, not where the fight happens, but when the shots come in, because they can just retreat back to it, whereas Foot is on a bit of a plateau here.
They don't have to move right now, but this is where, I mean, good thing for Beamy, able to take down the last player from Savim, because again, as I said before, you would want to take this fight before other teams start interfering, and well, Lou, he just burned through all his first, I think, and I dropped them because he dropped his backpack too.
That's what I was
okay, fair enough. I thought, like, how did he use that many first aids in that
my.
short time? Doesn't matter. Able to find Bestalog. I don't think he's going to get rest. Throws his last nade forward, trying to do as much damage as he possibly can before going down, but there he falls. Nixie able to get him. Can they get Bestalog up, though? They might be able to. Yeah, especially now that Foot don't really look to try and punish.
Yeah, unless Navi swept around on that south side, I think they should be fine. So, but it definitely slows down their campaign a little bit. So much so, actually, that it allows Foot to move away from that plateau after all the smokes have dissipated and get themselves out of line of sight, effectively, of Wu. So that's actually worked out for Foot quite nicely for the moment.
A little bit more space to maneuver, but as much as I said high ground is the place to be, this downhill run, should they have to do it, which, as you can see now, they do, this ain't going to be easy. Navi's going to be sat down below with the jaws wide open, just waiting for kills coming their way.
And the nature of this game is, like, nobody has any vehicles left at all, so you can't then start making little forts here or there on these. And example, still just piling on the damage, piling on those knocks, piling on the pressure against the Wu, who I think they're going to have a really tough time of being able to get down this hill.
Yeah, well, Quizzy made it in. Bestalog still trapped on the wrong side of the circle. Foot Esports seeing what's happening, sending 8C across just to try and make sure that no one's opting to wrap back in their direction, because Foot knows that once this is all said and done, if they try to push it on the north side, they're going to have a fight of their own. So I like the fact that they send 8C out, not necessarily to try and engage in anything, just to make sure, is anyone coming? If so, I can feed the info across, but for now, let's just play it passive on the west side. As I say, that Vard, able to find Lookrooks.
I think Entropic's got to be careful as well, of after all, trying to move up on the north side.
Yeah?
Yeah, and they know they're there. The smokes are there, so they do know that that's happening. But Foot is doing a massive wrap while this is going on, and that actually could be the nail in the coffin for all of those teams down to the south. Here comes Vard, as well as Beamy, moving up aggressively on this. QBE is still in that little, not really a shack, it's kind of open as well, but he's lying down, trying to stay completely conspicuous, as Beamy will have to fall back from that. After all, it's done a good job of pushing them off, but I don't think it's over yet.
A good disengage on their part, and the fact that they take the fight on this side of the circle allows for Navi to focus elsewhere, but now this one erupts as T-Bone finds Clem. One more, it's going to be blinded. As he goes for the rest here, 13 kills already for Foot Esports. They're looking for more, but they allowed Wu to cross over from behind. The last player came down to fortify. 8C was the pillar, denying Wu the transition back across, but because he went down to help his teammates below, now Foot are in trouble.
Really strong resilience by the Wu to have Besto back up and then continue to put the pressure on against this position. Manacative will get Vard finished off here. For Foot Esports, I thought that they were doing well sweeping the edges, but they're catching the brunt of this. And while this is going on, I don't know, I think Navi's going to be solidifying themselves over on that east side.
I mean, essentially, in the end of it, Foot just kind of reached for a bit too much. They never managed to finish off Wu. They then tried to go down and take the fight, but because they allowed Wu to kind of get back on their feet, they forgot about them. Maybe they hoped that Navi was going to be able to contain them to enough of an extent that they'd be able to hold off, but not.
I get you.
Good thing for Foot, though, able to get 3 back on their feet, and now with the circle closing in, they only have to wait a little while longer until that push over the open hillside above is going to be practically impossible.
Yeah, there's a world where this is like putting off a problem until it's too late kind of thing. 'Cause we were talking about the Foot versus the potential Wu fight going on for quite a while in this game. Now they may have free reign over them because of that high ground. But Entropic still fighting strong QBE. No, will fall down to 8C with that SLR. And now, Foot has this position, but how strong is it? Because they're already taking shots left, right, and center.
I mean, as soon as Wu falls, which they should, I don't say will, I say should be the next team to do. They are the team that has to come down the open hillside. Right now, there's a Rich to work with. Navi don't have to peek over it, because as you can see here, they can try and contain Foot, but this is the issue for Foot. They go, Navi, hey, you have a team above you. How about if you take them out first, then we can fight afterwards? Foot just want to be able to sit in the corner, wait this one out, but no one, as per usual, no one wants to be the team to get third-partied. Everyone waiting and hoping to see the other two teams fight it off first. And I'm actually really loving, as you said earlier, James, the way that Wu are not only staying alive here, but being so proactive in trying to maintain control of what little they have to work with.
Yeah, and unless they can get read on exactly where Uber is, who has technically the strongest footing in the circle right now, like maybe throw some nades down there or something to try and dislodge him, I don't know how long they can do this. It's going to be smokes required to be able to move to the position that they're currently taking, and that's going to not dissipate for a long time. It's going to be needed to be smokes for a bit. And as we get the center...
Wu have been blessed with a Rich line for a little while. Now, though, that Rich line is slowly becoming ever so much smaller, but they have a Rich they have to get down. Foot has a Rich they have to go up, and Na'Vi, for now, the ones with the room to maneuver, that being until Nixie might just start shooting on over.
I never envy players in these positions when you're so bunched up because you can't move in arguably all three locations. As I said, though, Na'Vi has a little bit more to work with here, and Uber opens up on 8C straight away. Foot is against a timer, and I don't think that they're going to be able to buy anymore.
It's an interesting situation of every team here being in the winning position if the other team start fighting. And therefore, everyone is trying to hold on to those positions for as long as they possibly can. But now, again, the circle is only getting so much smaller. Wu has to commit to one side, and it seems like they're running towards Na'Vi.
Molly's going down as well, as example, and Besto can actually trade off against one another here. Besto going to be moving up even more aggressively. I don't think Navi's anticipating that. Besto will be able to knock the head of Uber quite quickly with all of that. Na'Vi is absolutely wounded, a wounded animal bleeding out here at the moment. It's 1v1v1.
Yep. One player per team. It's solo galore. I don't think anyone's going to be committing to any reses anytime soon. T-Bone spotted. Goes down. That's actually from the other side. A helping hand from Nixie allows for T-Bone to stay alive. Level 3 gear. MK to work with as well. Nixie has not been able to get a res on up. Trying to wrap rest around this one. Barely has a vest to work with either.
And I don't think he has an exact read on where T-Bone is at the moment. He saw that throw ball come out, though, so maybe that will tip him off for the moment. How much is he going to be able to see from this? T-Bone, likewise, I don't think he knows exactly. He's throwing into the smokes.
Yeah. Thinks he's in there. Now he saw him. Saw him on the right side. Knows exactly where he has him now. Barrel against a 1 health vest. But at this distance, this ain't an easy shot to make. And T-Bone has to work his way uphill, up towards Nixie.
How will it do? That little shrubbery causing some problems as well. Dice to the blue! Oh, no! Oh, the Wu get themselves the win here. That was razor thin, Toby. That was razor thin for an ending. What an ending between those three teams.
That was a perfect ending. I mean, honestly, that just showed the quality of play. Every team in this fast 3v3, or I mean, I should say 3 teams against one another, tried to do the exact same thing. Tried to outlast each other rather than take the fight. What a perfect ending to this one, outside of that, well, Blue getting the final kill.
Break time for our second Erangel. I'm sure the players probably would like a little break after that one as well. We'll join you back after this for more PEC.
Wu takes the chicken dinner. Some would argue that the blue gets play of the game. I was sad that we didn't get to see them fight it out there right till the bitter end Avenger. But those three teams are masterclass ready. You got Na'Vi, PGC champs. You obviously have Foot Esports in the mix as well, which is a team we've been talking about watching because that roster is popping off. And then the Wu, who's got a bunch of players that are kind of PUBG legends. So a really fun fight. Do you think we're going to see more of this as we continue throughout the day?
Yeah, definitely expecting more of these teams here to pop off, of course, and get into the end of the game. I really love what Wu did in the end. They pushed the stronger team because they knew that Foot were kind of wounded a little bit. And then they ended up winning it, even though T-Bone had full 3 gear. That was crazy to see. Nixie is an absolute crazy mechanical fragger. So it's a huge clutch for him, and the confidence that these guys are going to have on the Wu, obviously, is going to be through the roof, and they're going to have a banger the rest of the day here, that's for sure.
I feel like the entire PUBG broadcast team has wanted to pull that move that you just did with the Wu's name.
Of course.
And do the hype. Toby's been waiting for it. Saga, after Alt though, like we were surprised that they got the chicken dinner in the first map. They finished in the top 5. Well, what did they have for breakfast?
Yeah, well, they had a whole lot of edge once again. This time around, it was the northeastern side of Stalber Hill. They, honestly, it's insane that they were even able to get up there because I don't know whether it's just a product of the zone that we had or maybe the update to the game where you can store some things in the UAZs, but a whole lot of cars got blown up that game. Everyone was playing on foot from pretty much phase 5 onwards, and that includes Afterall as well, who were able to time their walk up the hill exactly at the same time that Na'Vi made the push against Quad 2, which meant that they were actually pretty free to walk up and hold on to that position where, unfortunately for Foot, they did make a slightly over-aggressive play, and it was 8 that was holding the back line to watch the push against the Wu. As soon as he committed into third-partying that fight, that's when the Wu made their move up above them, but after all, even being in that position in the first place was a surprise.
I mean, who was your standout player in this game, Saga, and why was it 8C?
Okay. I mean, it speaks for itself, really. I really have to say, as much as the entirety of Foot really came out swinging, I've got to give a lot of credit to T-Bone. Again, we've heard through a lot of the interviews and things that have been going on pre the event beginning, but this is his first time primary IGLing, and the fact that this is a home circle for them, but it was a very chaotic one. So many teams making the push up from the south low ground, and yet by the time phase 4 comes around, they're 4 up with 9 kills, just swiftly moving from one fight to another, third partying, picking off teams wherever they get the chance. It was really, really well played in the early stages of the game, and then they transitioned that to just one minor mistake at the end, which did unfortunately cost them those few extra placement points for the win.
You just had a chance to see the leaderboard up on your screen after 2 games, and now we want to know from you, who is your favorite team in this competition? Who do you think is going to take the win and make the way through to the grand finals? We actually have a giveaway. We have a stack of prizes, and all you have to do is head on over to Twitter, tweet to the PUBG Esports team, make sure that you use the hashtag PECSpring. Tell us who your favorite team is and why, and you could be one of those lucky winners. We just saw that leaderboard, Avenger, and it is impressive to see Foot Esports with that new roster in the top spot. But I'm still pretty excited about the after alt play coming in second now after 2 games. I feel like that is definitely maybe a team. Definitely maybe. Check out back out of my. Whenever I get confident about something, I'm like,
that well.
I was like, oh, maybe you're wrong. Quickly back up. After alt, what have they been doing right? Not just from a map placement side of things, but I mean, for example, they had 2 players in the top 10 for the whole of that game and were still able to keep alive. Is it just a matter of them having some big brain strats?
Yeah, I really love what Saga said. I will say that I was really hoping for a bigger pun, like scrambled edge or something like that. Saga, I was really expecting that to see that from you right there. But on the other side, yeah, they are playing really well. And obviously the circles are north. The way that they're playing and positioning themselves is on the northern side. And they're coming in from a side where it's kind of easy to push. Also super surprising, Twisted Minds being able to pull off, you know, something like 20-something first aids, I believe. More maybe he used in that game to scramble in to a 6th place. And it kind of destroyed a little bit of Wu, delayed them, I think, into them being a little bit more passive. And that actually ended up winning them the game, because I think they would have been more aggressive and potentially pushed either Na'Vi or Foot earlier if it wasn't for Twisted Minds popping in there after the use of, you know, something like 250 heals from the first aids there. It was crazy. funny to see. Crazy game. I love these stealth endings. You always see kind of a switch up, but it is again the big name teams we see there. It is the teams that we expect to see that do well. It is your Na'Vi, it is your Foot, it is your Wu, and of course After Alt coming in there, popping off a little bit. Lovely to see. And if we have these kind of high edge circles where we're seeing, your Servany, or you're seeing your little Puffka, like on the edge of the map, we are going to continue to see After All do will. They're going to struggle on maybe some of the more central circles. Let's see how many we get of those today, though.
You mentioned that it is the big teams we're seeing up there, but Saga, why are we not seeing Twisted Minds?
They're really running into a lot of chaotic situations at the start of the game. Some of it is somewhat by their own making, it really must be said. So if you think back to game one, they made the choice to look to try and third party the fight against Na'Vi and the Wu in game number one on the petrol station. But I mean, it was an unfortunate bolty headshot from Cuba with a hollow sight M24. It's insane. You can't really account for that too much. But in this game, they could have maybe held off a little bit longer on the rotation. They got caught up in that death race. There was multiple teams all flying up the mountain at the same time, with teams that were holding positions, third partying, taking shots from range as well. MTB was a team who they've actually looked pretty solid so far today on their individual basis. They were getting the better of Twisted Minds in the drive-by game. Didn't pick up all the kill points. Some were stolen away, but it just seems a little bit like some of the open qualifier teams are being a little bit more aggressive and committing to plays that they might not necessarily expect from them. But we know that Twisted Minds is a team that likes to be a little experimental, likes to push their boundaries, push their limits, and they've still got another 10 games to try and smooth out some of the edges.
We have our final Erangel coming up, so let's get ready to get into game with Kalaris and Toby.
Oh, that's right. We've had a great 2 games already. That last few moments from the previous one, obviously, a bit of a banger, to say the least, Toby. And if we finish off Erangel quite like that, I'm a happy boy. I'm a happy boy.
I would not be disappointed either. And it goes to show the skill of these teams, regardless of whether you're invited or if you're an open qualifier team. By the way, 2 open qualifier team chicken dinners in a row.
Yeah.
By the way, yeah, just saying. No, but it just goes to show, I mean, across the board, these teams, the 3 of them, the last 3 teams that we had live here, knew exactly what the game plan had to be. And funnily enough, in a pretty rare coincidence, all their game plans were the same. They were all waiting for each other to make the one mistake that each of the teams could then rely on to go out and make the winning play. But they all held their, I don't say held their fire, but they were all able to kind of suppress each other for so long that in the end, it just became as chaotic as it did.
Definitely did. All right, let's get into it. We have game number 3 on the way, our last foray onto the grassy pastures here for day number 1. And already we have everybody kind of meandering towards where they would normally like to go for the most part. I think when you have planes like this, not too bad for all of these teams to try and find themselves a spot, an alternate drop spot for after alt, but let's be real, they're doing all right so far, so that's okay.
It should be okay. Hopefully this time around, we won't see anyone getting run over by vehicles or anything before the 2-minute mark. Should be that most people are able to get to their loot spots without any issues. I'm looking at the map an extra time just to make sure that I don't accidentally curse anyone, but nope. Seems like the spread out is being done pretty well. Let's see, where does the final Erangel of the day take us? Well, pretty much as center as they come.
2 shots going in from MTB. And, I mean, they're just dropping down. So just with those shots coming out from DA, not looking like too much is going to occur unless a few cheeky shots land and knock someone out of the sky. But they'll be fine with their drop spot as time goes on. And then from there, they can just move over to some of the compounds that they would have found across the way. FaZe in military isn't something I really expected entirely. I expected kind of M-Force to move on down there, but they found themselves up in North George, and you can see Gustav now is trying to find himself a spot on that east bridge, because normally you'd expect them up in Melter, right? But I mean, this is totally fine to then be able to transition even up to Melter if they do desire, and then come in from the east side, kind of solidifying their normal rotations where they normally go.
Yeah, it's not too bad for FaZe to be where they are again, as you were saying. Hard to get all the way to Milta without potentially running into the likes of Na'Vi on the way there. So loot up what's nearby and then get going when you have to. I think with the plane being as far west as it was, there was never really a fear for FaZe that, oh no, now that we're in Mills, someone's going to be here. There isn't anyone here. They aren't expecting anyone here. It makes perfect sense for them to make the spread out kind of rotation early that they are now.
Teams found his way up here too. I didn't realize he was in the car as well. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we got loads of loot, basically. Absolutely tons of loot. And they'll find themselves a nice, decent spot from all of that. The only problem then occurs if, for example, Barry gets set up on the east side of this circle, but it shouldn't be too strenuous, to say the least.
Yeah, usually you would, I mean, for example, if you're MTB, if you're a Na'Vi, you would do these sort of things if you knew a team. Again, one of those where a half year into a season, or up against a team that has played together forever, and you kind of know their rotation paths in and out. For MTB, I wouldn't sit here and go, yes, let's wait for FaZe to come through because we know this is going to happen. The plane was hard west. There should be no obvious reason for any team to be in Milta right now, and therefore I wouldn't expect to see MTB set up around shelter or anything of the sort to try and wait for rotation that might happen. I think they would be much better off trying to claim some real estate further towards the center of the circle.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Yeah, we'll see now as time goes on. For what we've seen from the Wu so far, a brilliant execution from that game. Again, a lot of these open qualifier teams are able to kind of thrive in the chaos that they get thrown into a lot of the times. But the cool thing about some of our open qualifier teams, it used to be the case that it was kind of online heroes that would be able to do okay, and again, thrive in that chaos and really be able to push through into these lobbies and then still work with those kind of rotating lobbies of upper and lower, etc., and then find themselves middling ground. Now, a lot of these open qualifier teams have names in them like Quizzy and Ibby and Besto, who have been at the top and then had to thrive in the chaos. So they got the best of both worlds, and they know how to approach each of these lobbies or the styles of these lobbies very, very well.
Let's put it this way. It's not an easy time being an open qualifier team these days, which is also why I'm putting so much, or trying to at least put so much focus on them, because what they have done to just get to this point of the tournament, which is where, quote unquote, the real big broadcasts and everything starts. Just to get here, they have had to battle through hell. And now that they're here, I mean, really, in terms of getting the viewership in, becoming famous, and being appealing to other teams to pick you up, this is where the real challenge starts.
Definitely does. And for Vixen, that challenge might start sooner rather than later. Trying to wiggle on around here, away from Entropic, gets behind some rocks, and that should provide enough cover here from the lines of sight from Entropic. But for GDE, they're constantly looting around these ruins, these kind of Atlantis areas, and anybody rocking up on this position when they are separated a little bit will cause them a little bit of pain, but they have gotten out unscathed so far. It'll just be a bit of a stalemate over in the ruins for a moment.
Can I just add that I love the fact that you call Watertown Atlantis? Because that throws me back to when I first started playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, I have always liked Atlantis.
I always called Atlantis, but then no one else did, and they said, "Oh, Toby, you're so stupid for calling it Atlantis." And then I stopped doing it, but now that you do it, I might just want to go back to it.
I'm okay with this.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate your permission for me to say what I want.
Thank you.
It makes it easier for me as a caster not to have to go by what you're allowing me to say.
I could pre-approve all of your sentences if you want. You just submit them in a proper form before the broadcast. And
you are allowed to use these words on it. Yes. That would be amazing. In the meantime, another thing that's also amazing, or potentially amazing, I should say, is the fact that while we haven't talked too much of it, the Yasnaya River, which might as well just be called the Georgia Pole River, at least the river going from Georgia Pole to Yasnaya, could become a massive factor in this game. Right now, it's a little skewed towards the northern side of this circle, but we've seen it time and time again, where we don't really get to know exactly what side of the river the circle is going to go to before that phase 4 shift away from water. And right now, I think there's a reason why we're seeing so many teams set in and around the center and in and around that river, because they know if we go in there, we have to be ready to cross at a moment's notice.
Yes, you do. It's not easy to cross as well sometimes if all of these compounds are taken, with the likes of Rustamar looking down, bearing down on you. M-Force, likewise, sitting kind of in a position where they could reinforce across rivers. And that's one of the reasons why I actually like some of the drops that we see on Erangel sometimes, like GDE, sometimes not only drops over where we were saying in terms of ruins, etc. and stuff, but also they sometimes send players north of the river. And I like when you've got kind of anchors on either side to be able to kind of get you over pretty seamlessly.
Is Rafa prone on the show now after the shots came through from Rustenma? I'm looking at the way they're split. I liking the fact that they have 2 players in Cube. They have 1 player towards the southern side compound, but I was thinking, wait, why aren't they 2-2 split in this position? And then I'm seeing Rafa prone behind a tree, and I'm thinking, I don't think that was intentional. I think it was another plan that just kind of only got half executed. And now I'm a little worried for the M4 split. It could prove to be a 9 billion IQ play, but right now it's looking a little slim to me.
Yeah, I guess they'll persevere for a moment. I mean, the split is definitely quite wide, especially if we have a harsh circle, north or south, I suppose, because then it kind of gets all kind of crazy with teams passing you by, etc., and maybe even shooting at the cars from you. But the Wu is putting themselves in a spot where they can eventually try and transition north or south. So I like these kind of compounds. I use them as like checkpoints almost. To be able to kind of leverage yourself one way or another.
Here's another case of players a year ago, actually a year and a half ago now, having always, up until that point, been used to phase 2 pubbing at 9 minutes. Now, and for the last year and a half, it's become at 10 minutes. And yet, everyone's sat pretty center inside the circle, just going, well, next circle, start pubbing. We're ready for the next rotation, because we've been used to that in the past, and now our muscle memory tells us to be early at that point. Now, well, we still got a minute to play.
Got to change, got to adapt. And if there's any game that it's very important in, it's kind of PUBG.
Yeah, I might argue.
There's so many scenarios that could be thrown at you one way or another. So, I mean, as we look at the map now, you're seeing these splits of teams trying to eventually have that potentially easy transition. The teams that really suffer from this right now are the teams that are traditionally kind of coming in late anyway. Your question marks, your ascends. And that one poses a problem for teams that might be on the south, and they'll try and wrap wide, I suspect.
Yes, I'm looking at Ascent right now and thinking, you know what? East of Yasnaya? It doesn't sound that bad, does it?
Yeah.
There should be no way they even consider contesting anything earlier than that. And look at the Navi split as well, having to try and regroup. And here was what you were just talking about before, James. The M4 split and how, if the circle proved tricky, I suppose, that they would be running into opponents. I'm loving it, just going for the free vehicle that just got themselves along the way.
And Entropic's going the other way as well, along for the wide route, but they're seeing other teams on that same route. So a little bit of a pit stop here for Entropic as they saw Foot heading over the bridge that they were going to be taking. It's not the wisest of things to be following directly in the path of a team when this is going down. Sarvum, maybe some shots on them as they pass by. Maybe a lucky knock here and there. I say lucky, I shouldn't call it lucky. A skillful knock. And that was pretty skilled. That was pretty skilled.
That's all the skill you need. Fortunately for Ivers, Beamy also had a lot of skill. He found the knock in return. Who gets the better of this one? Nailup able to claim it for his team. But, yep, pick him up. Get to safety. Carry your teammate. This is the only game I know where you can literally carry your teammates to victory.
It is great, isn't it? It's funny because every time we're at a tournament and we see it happen, we all like pop off. Like
they're carrying each other.
Oh, they're running away. It's so good. But it is one of the greatest features added. It's so good.
It was one of the things to me that I always kind of forgot existed because initially players didn't use it too much. Which feature now is the one that I have that reaction to? It's whenever people throw ammo to each other, you know? Where you can ask for something and they can throw it to you. I think I see it maybe twice a year. People really don't utilize that function a lot, and I understand why, because, again, they've just gotten used to doing it the other way. But there are really scenarios where it can be quite useful. You just don't see it done too often. So whenever I see it happen, I like jump out of my chair. He threw ammo to his friend. That's, or a first aid, probably more like.
Yeah, I mean, if you're caught in a tight bind and you don't have much cover and there's 2 spots of cover that are kind of close together, loving it. That I can go even further back than that. When people spread down the gas from a gas can, I'm just like, I know it wasn't like, you know what I mean? Just like, you never see it. It's something you never see, but when I see it, I'm just like, that might not work, but it's great. Loving it.
Meantime, Entropic trying to cross east to west, or I should say west to further west, but Sabam Esports a team actually sat behind Entropic, trying to find some sort of entry to this next circle. And Entropic, well, they thought they were the team further southwest, but little did they know that Sabin was sat right behind him. And now, because of this commotion, Curium, they're just going to run the gauntlet. Full speed sent across, see if they survive quad 2.
I like the blast across. Syndax, will he be able to hit too much? No, 1 or 2 bullets hit, but not enough to cause fatal damage against them. Dante also getting away here with the bike on the backside. It's good that he comes back at the end as they do a little bit of trade here. But, I mean, he was super vulnerable. So the whole convoy moving through before him, very nice.
Surprising amount of space to get each other back on their feet here as well. Doozy, not a player they would want to be without. But of course, the sounds of the shots have been... What is this circle shift? We're going back to Rozhok. Guys, you went the wrong way. Go back over the river. I'm sorry, my mind couldn't go anywhere. Watch that shift. And I think that's why James isn't talking right now.
I'm in shock.
What just happened? It's phase 3. We knew it could happen, but no one anticipated this hellhole of a circle shift. Other than DA and Entropic, who of course they did. Well, obviously, guys. Obviously.
Oh yeah, obviously, yeah. Let's actually paint the real picture.
Out of Everest, they could see if Rozhok was free, you know.
Yeah, this is... Oh, no. This is all sorts of...
Wow.
All sorts of problematic.
Welcome to 2023 esports, everyone. This is going to be hilarious. I'm all for it.
I thought the ending of the last game was great, but this is just going to get farcical for some potential. Okay, let's see how they actually deal with this, because Twisted Minds at the moment sat in smokes trying to get some cover away from all of these teams that are trying to get down to the south side of this river, but then we'll have lines of sight on them. So again, a timer is on Twisted Minds here to move the hell away from this position, or expend all of your smokes whilst not moving.
We just talked of how hard the transition north was. At least then you had approximately 1.5 kilometers more space west to east to make that transition. And the blue damage was half of what it is now. I mean, phase 3 ain't gonna kill you in the blue by any stretch of the imagination, but you have that less space. And those south side spots are that many fewer. So, good luck, have fun for the... Well, yeah, somewhere around half the teams who are still on the north side of this circle. Worst thing is if this one shifts north again, because I don't think we can go anywhere now, James, where there's not going to be some water. You'd imagine Sabim is going to sit center with Entropic down southwest, but these are the weird ones where somehow they go north anyway.
It's always why I like, even in the previous circle, having just having one person down south in like a cheeky compound here or there, like say for example where Navi's compound is, where we had a few teams eventually transitioning by, can still really help in some of these moments. And you can't get into Rozhok. It's just so difficult. Go on.
Yeah, it's impossible at this point. I don't like to be the one to coin things, but can we call this the yin and yang circle? Just because of how the island is kind of, the water is maneuvering its way.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. And that's what makes it so tricky, because yes, it should in theory go down southwest, but because there's that little bit of a peninsula on the northeastern side, it can also sometimes go up there depending on the circles generated. And then it becomes very like a technical PUBG algorithm stuff related, which we want to go into now.
So yin and yang, but both sides are evil, because either way this goes...
literally.
Yeah, there's... I feel, again, sorry for the players that have to deal with this, because there's going to be so many people still alive, so many people in the dips, especially if you say, for example, just as something like a spoiler, like Spiro, for example, on the middle bridge, probably underneath the middle bridge. You rock up there thinking, okay, this might be a safe spot to try and salvage a game from. No, there's all of a sudden a snake there causing you problems. So anywhere you go, in wherever this next shifts, is booby trapped. It's trapped.
Exactly. You can see Ian jumping for information, knowing that there are players over on the other side, and I think they're realizing now for esports they can't just back off for this one. Little does Ian know, though, that there's an entire team waiting for him across that one. And I think it's only fair. All the teams that got the circle now are the teams that struggled to make their way north initially, and the teams that have to leave the other way, well, that's the teams that got up on the north side early and got to sit around for a circle while everyone else was fighting.
And at least the circle made up its mind, which it kind of had to a degree, but we have got ourselves full-on Rozhok warfare here. GDE is going to be blasting across this bridge to try and get themselves a spot in Rozhok. Likewise, the Wood already made that transition over as well. Did they lose anyone during that?
They ran each other over. I'm
Okay,
pretty convinced they managed to get each other, like get the players back on their feet again. In the meantime, as you said, GD trying to make their way on in, but they are being met by a hailstorm of bullets from these teams that have already found their way inside the compound. M4's going to be the first to fall. Rafa, solo player left alive, tried to make his way in towards the city, but denied at the school.
How is After All going to deal with this? I think the answer is not deal with it. They are going very far wide at the moment here after dealing with the hellstorm of bullets that Ascend was sending their way. And Question Mark, likewise, going to get caught in a barrage of explosions. They are gone. Global Army, absolutely. That's why they call it Global Army. There's too many of him, all right?
Double the nade, double the fun, and that's an entire team eliminated. And here comes Squad 2, having just heard and seen all this happen, going, loot? Did someone say loot on the other side? And here they come trying to see what they can get.
Wait, no, you can't loot. You're facing off against a global army, Toby.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not
Come
wrong.
on.
After all, falling as well as Clem 2 tried to make his way via school to safety, but denied entry from MTB. And now here on the other side, all teams but Ascend, and Ascend actually swimming across while I'm saying it, and Foot Esports have made their way across. Foot should be able to move. They're just waiting for anyone else from the north side wanting to deal with the trolls on the bridge, or underneath the bridge, I should say. But safely on the other side, I can only imagine that Beamy and T-Bone should be able to cross too.
Foot found themselves the all right spot, yeah. Doing okay up there. And we'll see now as, again, in terms of the southwest side of this, just across the hill from Rozhok, that's a lot of open area. And if somebody was able to shut that down, where we have, I believe it's Sarvam at the moment, then that'll be a nice little spot for them to be able to control the hills.
James, a little bit of a trivia question here. When is the last time you've seen a circle that engulfed all of Rozhok?
It has.
I cannot remember when it was.
Yeah, it's been a long time. It has been a long time. But there we are.
Yes, and yeah, there we are. And there Vard is trying to take down BBL on the other side. Smash, it's going to prove to be a nuisance up on that rooftop position. I think Vard is hoping that somebody else is going to be able to suppress him because, well, real soon, whenever he starts making this wrap around, if he's not careful, Smash is going to find him. He saw him.
Yes, he did. How much?
He's right back now because of it.
Yeah, and they're running out of options to be able to push up against Rozhok here. They're going to have to get a knock or two against, say, from BBL, for example, and even, I mean, completely take out their position. But, I mean, they're looking aggressive against Foot here at the moment to make sure that they can't come up to this location.
The eye in the sky, Smash, trying to keep his troops safe down below. The pillar of BBL Esports. Trying to make sure that Foot are held at a distance. BBL still has a way to get in, which is why they're kind of allowing them. They're making sure that they have no snakes behind them, that there's no one to backstab them once they're eventually forced to take the fight in. They want to be in the city, but they want to be the team with the blue against their back so that they don't have more than, well, at least blue to worry about. And that's why you can see they kind of focused the northeast so much. But now, with the cast leaving, Foot, once again, trying to take some more control.
And Zarvam on the wrap as well on the west because they need to find an entry point, but I think wherever they go, I don't think they're going to find it now because of the way this circle has shifted. Unfortunately for them, we will have Nixie. Okay, so it's going to be full urban warfare for quite a while. We're going to just, we're going to have these small skirmishes, knocks happening, hoping that you've got a grenade to be able to follow it up through a window, because if you don't, it's going to be knock, res, knock, res, knock, res.
It's going to be urban warfare in Rozhok.
It is rare, as you say.
Yeah.
It is rare.
I mean, throw me some curveballs this year. This is a welcome one. As you said, hellhole for the players, but forces them to think on their feet, to do things differently. And this really is not a sight you see too often. That many colors in a city this small.
Do we get to the interesting scenario where it becomes north versus south on this road as well? I mean, it depends where the circle goes, of course, but that road, thankfully, it's not a river, thankfully, and it's also not too wide to the point where you can cover it with a few smokes. But if somebody has to transition from there, I'm thinking eventually Entropic will have to transition from there up towards the north.
Yeah, true. I mean, they will have to cross over eventually. The circle does go east. But for now, they should be able to sit around. As we say that they are actually leaving. In the meantime, Salvem somehow still got both Baron and Global Army alive down there. They managed to take down SQ as well. So 6th kill coming through here for Salvem Esports as they continue their journey forward, which is not exactly going to be an easy one.
Global Army, there's too many of him. What are they going to do against this? Will he be able to deal with this? Also, Baron Peak, one of my favorite names. He owns the area around the peak. You know what I mean? Like, he's the land master, the Baron of the Peak. But they're getting into the cars. And we're going to send it north. And then get shot and die.
I heard some head scratching in your voice when you said north. Because
Here we
I
go.
was thinking, while it seemed impossible to execute, maybe the fight to be would be better, but they're sending it. We don't care about the free compounds, which, fair is fair, they probably had no way of knowing we're free. But we'll take the fight north. No, in fact, the entire southern side compounds in Rostock are available. But little does anyone know, you can't really go there. You've got to take the fight on the north side.
Yeah, definitely so, especially with this circle shift that actually came in. You've seen as well Foot trying to move on through all of this, but being just battered upon arrival after they had to send that Hail Mary through to this. And now, looking at that mini-map in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen currently, it's really difficult to see exactly where everybody is. So make sure you've got the map stream open as well if that's available to you. Because QBE managed to get himself over the road eventually, but not at the, or truly at the expense of other members of Entropic. So they're totally wounded as well.
Yeah, trying to come down now. Fortify Eclipse position. They know they have Foot to deal with. They want to push further forward. Again, it's a one house at a time kind of situation for these edge teams, but this is what they've practiced for. This is what they've hot dropped time and time again for, trying to make their way on in. Doesn't spot 8C. Sun up in the smoke down below. Smash sees him, but T-Bone instantly there. Just got up on his feet, and now it's BBL who are falling apart.
Can they salvage it somehow? Gustav with the extra shots coming in against it. I mean, the problem is for so many of these teams is they're taking fights against 3 teams at a time or something like that with the amount of windows that are available to them. Clib is trying to get the res. Ace's going to go for the push. He hears him though, goes for the spray. Oh, Trey goes for blow. And there we go. BBL is out in 10th place.
Full commit from Foot Esports, and it pays off. They were the ones to try and collapse on this position. They were being fended off so long. But they managed to take out a BBL quad 2, second one to fall in the skirmish in the city as DA, while only being 2 players left alive, able to maintain a foothold on the west side of the circle.
Like the MTB still been able to survive down at the south there on those hills. But again, if those hills get eliminated from play, they're going to have to make a little bit of a dash down. DA also going to have to move on in, and the circle moves straight north, straight to still buildings here. The Wu, FaZe, and eventually, I think Navi's going to try and move up to that north building from them.
Yeah.
It's sitting okay right now.
I mean, the north side building would be great for Navi, but as you can see here as well, they have to wait for MTB to make their first move. They know they're going to try and surpass them, and they need to try and force them to go into the city rather than take that position away from them. Navi knows that now they have the 2-story on the east side. They will have, I would assume as well, the river bank to kind of run along as well, should they go further west in this. So smart from Navi to wait out the MTB rotation.
Who doesn't know the pain of hitting those bars when you want to make the shot out the window? I'll bite them. I will, with my very, very sharp teeth. But we've got ourselves still Navi finding themselves where we kind of expected them to. Foot has done very well about not only getting themselves in this circle after chasing it, but then finding themselves a little a piece of the pie, effectively, to keep themselves alive for the moment.
You say a piece of the pie. They got a pretty good chunk of the northwest. If they can take down some Olsen here as well, as I say, that 8C, first one to fall. If they can deal with him, that's like a fourth of the circle. Up for grabs. First one falls. They get him in return, though. But able to get the kill confirmed. That is now plenty of space obtained by the one team earlier that really had nothing. I mean, they've had to brawl their way through the city.
Yeah.
While they've taken casualties. Well, top 6 is guaranteed.
I honestly thought BBL was going to be the one to shut them out, but they've done so well with it. And Zam Olsen towards the end, there was not really much he was going to be able to do, unfortunately, there against that. But now still, the stalemate exists in these buildings, and you sure as better hope that whilst you've been eliminating people, you've also been able to pick up all their smokes, because you're going to have to transition from building to building when the circle shifts, and you need as many smokes as possible for it.
And if you're even luckier, you found a shotgun.
Oh, yes. Oh,
probably come to need those at some point here, too. Now, oh my God, Neilcott. First, Bird peeks, that's a headshot. Then Iroh peeks, that's a double headshot. That's just not having it any easier. And honestly, right now, taking these, I don't want to say unnecessary amounts of damage, because you have to scout something, but that lack of vest, that lack of helmet is most likely going to be the deciding factor in this endgame, because we're close enough that really nobody should be missing the shots at distances maybe closer to what like the inner city people are experiencing than what Na'Vi is looking at right now. But these angles, that is going to come down to, do you have your vest still or do you not?
And a slow pace here for the moment, because nobody really wants to have to move, but some are going to have to. Na'Vi, do they still have the shack? The little shack that... Who's there?
I would imagine. Either they smoke line or they...
DB is the one that's really looking their way. Smokes are going to go down now. Likewise, the Wu can slightly see them through the two buildings that they're spotted out, but the two smokes cover that and actually now start to block a little bit of the line of sights from the Wu. So DA is going to survive for a little bit longer, and there you go. Your call was right. The shoreline's going to be the play for Na'Vi.
There really isn't any other way for them to maneuver in. The east side compounds haven't really had to fight, and as you can see here, 3 alive on MTB, 4 alive on FaZe Clan. It wouldn't be worth the risk for Na'Vi to try and make a run on it. I like the idea of smoking off the windows, and it's actually FaZe who are doing it by, again, I guess we can call it the ostrich strategy of denying vision, but also not allowing them to push further forward. And actually, Gustav, as you saw there, is moving into the smokes himself, so maybe a bit of a booby trap being set up by the fence.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was a moment there where Na'Vi had identified the split of FaZe and maybe tried to push up on those smokes and kind of use it against FaZe quite aggressively. And now they're moving up onto the wall. The smokes are still there. They haven't dissipated just yet. Will Uber be able to land a nade through a window? Does he? No, there's no way. Where's he throwing that volley?
They should be throwing everything at the window. That is the... Yeah, like, there's no way they know that Gustav is there. They should be throwing everything in the window, and I think that's what Gustav is anticipating. They're going to use all their utility on this building, and they won't know whether I throw something from here or inside the house. So if they run past me, use all their utility there, that might be a winning play for me.
You'd have a better chance against our rattlesticks. At least you'd hear the damn thing. But now, Gustav, the thing is that the other FaZe members are going to have to provide extra firepower for if he wants to pop up. The smoke's dissipating here. The smokes are running out. He's going out. He's going to go around. Oh!
Finds the first one, spots the second, takes him down as well. Gustav,
no way.
Take out 2 of Na'Vi. Spots
no way.
No, the smoke is fading. Example is there. Corrects, he finds one. There's just one more left for takeout. And Gustav with the 3-piece, the sneaky play in the smoke, able to annihilate Na'Vi.
What a play. What a play coming out. It would be all too easy for you to say, let's sit in these houses. They've got their back against the wall. We will play this out from the buildings. Gustav going out into the fields. Play of the day so far. Oh.
It's the understanding of the opponent you're up against. Na'Vi haven't been up close in any fights yet. They have plenty of utility to work with. Gustav knew if I stay inside this already very small building, they will be peppering me with utility exactly as we saw. But here, smart play from both him and Correx, because Correx baited a lot of the attention there too. Great play to stay alive and FaZe now that they need to try and move further forward as the Wu falls down.
James with the mollies coming in Metabay as well. Also more mollies blasting the Wu's position. And now FaZe is looking primed, looking eager to take this last Erangel of the day. Vard will fall to the blue. MTB, who have made actually great transitions through this game, considering that it was a Rozhok ending and they were on the hills. But I don't know. I think they might get caught out again.
Yep. For Foot and for MTB, the 2 last teams to try and make their way into the city. The fact that they make it into top 3 is something you do not see very often. T-Bone here, do you concede or do you go out and meet the firing squad? I think it's either one or the other, because there should be no way in hell that he gets even a kill off of this.
I'd rather the firing squad than the Gustav in the grass, all right? Like, just saying.
There should be no way he gets anything off of this. I mean, even more so
might
now.
land.
He's completely blind.
Yeah.
He's gonna deny. He should deny. Does he? Oh, no, finds one knock. Finds the second.
No. Oh.
Even then, not gonna happen. But and this is it just adds to the fact these guys are so freaking scary. T-Bone died to blue on Stalford in the last one this time around. He said, "I'm not gonna die to blue again this time around," and finish in second. No, I'm gonna try everything I can. And oh my lord, did he try?
There's just a split second where that could have gone T-Bone's way, and that's the caliber of these players coming in to these rosters, of course. What 3 games we've just watched, Toby? This has been wild already. Whew.
It has been absolutely phenomenal. If this is just any sort of inkling of what this season of PUBG is going to be, I am all for it.
All right, break time. We are done with Erangel. I, again, need a break properly after this, and then when we come back, it's Miramar, but let's head over to the desk after this break.
A new assault rifle, some balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destin. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however. So check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Barcliff and Tarita to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carlo to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Erangel, Miramar, and Sinnoh. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Erangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners, so check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details of these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I love that in the pre-show I asked Gustav if he was going to carry his team to victory, and he then did just that. What an incredible play from him, Avenger.
Yeah, it was super smart, really clever to kind of sneak out, try to be the snake, the offensive snake in the grass area. We see it again, pushing out, and especially there, Uber literally just takes his gun on the back to change to utility. He has a grenade in his hand, and then he gets Millman as well, like super well executed. Correction pops out, takes down Example, and there's nothing to do with Alia. Like super well executed by Fischler. And overall, and it's just such a hard play here for Rorschach. Like the way that you have to hold multiple angles, have to hold down multiple houses to make sure your back is free, and then for them to get 13 kills with the win here, 23 points for them their way there. Massive game for them.
I mean, it was an impressive play, but it was very risky as well, because that could have gone the completely wrong way for FaZe. Saga?
Yeah, it's always a risk that you take when you're playing, well, I think that's the reason why they called him the rat-tul snake, really, if that's what James was going for, the rat-tul snake. You know, there you go, there's your pun from the previous game. But for FaZe in general, that was an actual, a bit of Giga Brain rotation earlier on, because of course FaZe 3 took a lot of teams by surprise with the hard shift back into Rozhok, and FaZe was one of the teams who was just messing with Twisted Minds on the East Bridge outside of Rozhok with Na'Vi on the other side, just making it so Twisted Minds Day was ruined and they get another underperforming game, which is something I'm sure we'll touch on later. But the fact that they disengage from that fight, send all of their vehicles into the river and just swim across early means that they can be the team that sort of penetrates a little bit deeper in towards the center of Rozhok itself and then hold on to a position which seemingly they had some sort of idea that the zone was just going to continue going further and further into the city and gave them the positioning that they were able to win the game from.
We are a quarter of the way through the upper bracket playoffs, so let's take a look at the leaderboard now. Foot Esports looking very pretty in that top spot. Any surprises there for you, Avenger?
A little bit surprised to see FaZe Clan there, or after all there, in top 4 after just 3 games. But FaZe Clan on 25 points. They had 2 points just before this, guys. 1 point in each game. Just insane on the two first ones. So insane to them to kind of pop off. They really needed this. Otherwise, they're going to have an absolute monster. Had to have an absolute monster of a day tomorrow to really make it back into the top 8. But now, looking really good for them. And now that we're kind of 3 games deep, we can look at what 8th place has and say times 4 with that. And that's 68 points that you need to kind of have at on the cusp there. So that's interesting to see if that's going to continue. And Foot being in the top like that, that's just crazy, honestly. The way they've been playing so far in the first 3 games with an average of more than 12.5 points per game is just insane.
I absolutely hate it when you start bringing in the maths because I cannot do maths on the fly. So now my brain has already gone to that. You've ruined everything. I'm just going to watch the gameplay, hope for the best. Saga, when we take a look though at that other side of the leaderboard, those teams that aren't sitting in the top 8, still too soon to judge how those performances are going to impact them getting into grand finals?
I think it is too soon to rule anybody out, but it's certainly not too soon to say it's having an impact, and it certainly will. I mean, the teams that we certainly expect to see on the upper side of the bracket, the likes of Twisted Minds, question mark as well, down towards the latter half and around 10th position right now. Yes, 1 or 2 games should be able to just boost them over the top, but bearing in mind the way that just the standings generally work in PUBG, you have that bell curve where there's going to be so many more teams that are congested around the middle of the pack, so you need to be separating yourself as early as possible, and they've struggled to do that so far. But perhaps on Miramar, they'll find better luck, but yeah, just getting a little bit caught in between some of the action. And to be fair, the zones have really played into a bit more of a chaotic style, forcing everyone to second guess their rotations a little bit and maybe play a little bit more conservative because you just really can't guarantee what's coming next today, it seems.
I want to deep dive into some of the conversations we had in the pre-show and relook at them now. But before we do that, a little bit of comedic relief. And also, we haven't seen a lot of Twisted Minds in game, so it only seems fair that we can see them in the game show. After the first round of points farming, we have 2 players currently in the lead. Batulans and the Tab are tied on 5 points each. Let's get into round number 2. Round number 2 is all about the fastest finger first. We have an online buzzer. The person who hits it first gets to answer. And this is how it's going to work. If you get the question correct, you get 1 point. But to make this a little bit more fun, and it's kind of mean, which we like here, if you get the answer wrong, you lose a point. So let's jump in to round number 2. Which vehicle has the highest top speed and is the most difficult to control because of its low traction on rough terrain? Spyro, you hit the buzzer first. What is the answer?
So I think it's Mirado.
That is not correct, Spyro. I am sorry. Perfectus, you were next in the mix. What do you think the answer is?
I think it's Pickup.
No, you minus the points as well. The Tab, it's all coming down to you.
Okay, I'll try. Dacia.
That's not correct. It's the motorcycle. I think he misled everyone by calling it a vehicle. What item can be used to heal players and has a shorter use time than bandages, but cannot be used to heal above a certain health threshold? The Tab hit the buzzer, so
yeah.
Let's go.
I'll try this energetic drink.
It's not an energy drink, the Tab.
-2.
You're out.
Okay.
Batulins, let's go.
First
You
aid.
want to try this?
First aid.
You're correct. You get a point. Well done.
Thank you. Nice. I'm first now.
What is the name of the game mode that pits two large teams against each other and then they battle for control of a central location? Batulins, hit the buzzer. Batulins, you want to try?
Yeah, like flag control, like this platoon battle. I don't know, like.
That was 2 answers. You're out.
Maybe it's deathmatch. Deathmatch.
Perfectus -1 for you as well. I'm sorry. The correct answer is war mode.
Okay.
What?
What is the maximum number of attachments that can be equipped on a single weapon? The tab. You buzz first. 5 is correct. 1 point for you. How big are the Erangel and Miramar maps? Batulins, that was fast. What's your answer?
8.8, like 8x8, 64. I don't know, like.
That is correct. You are correct. You get a point. Well done. Final question of round number 2. How long does it take to use a first aid kit? Perfectus?
6 seconds.
That is correct. You get a point. Well done.
Nice.
After round number 2, things have changed significantly. Batulins currently sits on 6 points. He is still on the top. The tab is down to 4. Perfectus and Spyro tied on 2. So now it's time to get into round number 3. So like for the players, they are better in-game than they are with general knowledge, and I think we're all much better on broadcast than what we are with Twire Fantasy League picks, because I know I'm sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, so I'm going to say that as the segue into this. I want to know what's going on. I feel like there's some sneaky colluding, because Kylaris and Avenger have the exact same team, and I know you're sitting on top, Saga, but Kylaris and Avenger went and picked the same team. Do you think that that's unfair? Should they be eliminated? Has there been colluding?
Look, I think if anyone wants to run it down by picking the same players as James, you're more than welcome to. But, you know, I'm sort of biased in a position to say pick other stuff. For you, I don't know, maybe a little bit of homework from James and Martin might be on the cards.
So why are you not giving any slack here? Like, you and Toby have the equal amount of points. You're equally bad.
I'm not. I'm about that because my one saving grace is that I always be in the we're at. So at the moment we're tied, but I'm pretty sure by the end of it, I'm also pretty sure I chose 2 IGLs again because you know I enjoy doing that Avenger. So
yeah, especially I love the time when you chose 3 IGLs for your team and you still did really well. And this time you didn't pick Gustav. That's unfortunate.
I broke GC. He doesn't get to make my fantasy teams anymore. All right, enough messing around. We are now moving into Miramar. We are moving into this half of day number 1. Was there colluding? We want to know.
I am absolutely bemused. Because you can't see each other's teams before this, and he didn't tell me anything. All this says is me and Martin have spent too much time together. We know each other too well, and that's a problem.
You and Martin, always the ones to come out and go, oh, we're going to make this rule that doesn't exist just so you can't do that. We're going to make that rule that doesn't exist so you can't do that. And then here we go. Oh, let's... James, who are you picking as 3rd player? Oh, I think I'm picking this guy. Okay, I'll also pick that guy because he's apparently really good. Nice, guys. Nice.
That's actually ridiculous, though, that we actually picked the same. Like, what are the chances?
Yeah, like, what are the chances, huh? Yeah.
Shut up, you. And you too, Sam, all right? Anyway... Moving to Miramar, all right? The desert. I'm excited to see how this is going to unfold. We already had some great action on Erangel. Apparently mine and Martin's picks, because they're one and the same, are doing all right for themselves. But Saga's above us, and you're not, Toby. So what are you thinking for Miramar?
I mean, again, I have a $20,000 sub. So I clearly did something wrong, but that was wrong. How it goes. I'm the smart guy on broadcast. I allow you guys to get a win as well, and I give it to you in fantasy. So that's just how I like to do things. What I am excited to see on Miramar, though, is more of the same of what we've seen on Erangel so far. We didn't have a whole lot of people running into one another. There were a few bumps early on in the first 2 games of Erangel, but other than that, teams very quickly found their way. They found what space they had to maneuver with, and I feel like we've seen some very, very good PUBG from start to finish in the first 3 games. So more of that, please.
All right, let's do it. Game 4. As everybody get in a very kind playing path for them to start things off here for our first Miramar. But that's fine, because apparently all we need to do is wait until the later stages of the game and it all pops off and goes ridiculous across these last couple. Because the skill level of this lobby is apparently just that good here when it comes to EMEA. So let's see how it's going to unfold.
So far, so good. Looking at all the players jumping out of the plane, not seeing any massive overlaps. Not that I'd expect to see it with a plane path of that sort anyway, but you never know. You never know who's going to try and take a vehicle away from someone else. It is interesting to see, though, just looking back a couple of months, half a year, I should say, to last time we had EMEA play. I mean, in Tropic Picado. Then, I mean, Twisted Minds, thanks, you're still in Power Grid, so that's something we've seen before. But outside of that, there are so many teams in places that are so new, and now the Circle, well, so far north. Hopefully, hopefully teams will know what to do and where to go, because just for us watching this now, James, so many things have changed.
For Esports in first place in the tournament so far, which is a position that they haven't enjoyed in the previous years, but now with this roster, it seems like they're doing all right for themselves. Usually we're seeing them drop in Pariso. Obviously, that it was a little bit of a stretch. Obviously, we're seeing them drop in Pariso. Obviously, that it was a little bit of a stretch with that playing path. Then they go north to kind of this backup drop spot. And the Circle has once again, after we saw them do that Kameshki overall split, it's been favorable to them. This is a good opportunity for them, considering that they seem to be very versatile as a roster as a whole. This is a great opportunity to extend that lead.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Plenty of space to maneuver up on the north side of the Circle. Also, there's a fish. And there, my friends, is Miramar Jesus.
There it is.
First he was standing, now he's lying down.
Go back to the fish. No, never mind.
I'm going to call that a codfish, because that's the one fish that I can remember what's called in English.
I can't remember what kind of fish. It might have been. It might have been a catfish. I thought I saw whiskers, but
Catfish. Oh, yeah, that's also a thing.
Whiskers.
Chat, tell us, what type of fish is this? Because it's not like we got anything more important to talk about right now.
I just told you. I think.
Hey, it's this in the top right. The shradfish.
That's going to be the Latin name for it.
Shradfish.
Can we just? That it does say the shradfish, whatever that was.
Yeah.
I thought you were reading the top bit. Never mind. Okay.
No, I got it right. Shradfish. There you go.
All right.
In any
end this.
In any case, back to the game at hand. Navi, off to a pretty decent start. Sat at 27 points so far. Still yet to claim a win, but that third place, 11 kills in game number 2, a pretty important one for them. Because again, I mean, while we're looking at Navi thinking these are the global champions, which of course is one hell of a performance, I also can't help but remember the times they weren't exactly global champion material. And we've seen both sides of Navi. We've seen both sides of Navi recently enough that while, yes, they won PGC, phenomenal performance, I'm not sold on them being able to do that throughout a year.
Okay. Because of their past transgressions.
Because when you can finish dead last in PCS 7 and then go out and win PGC, it's, again, I'm not taking anything away from the fact that they are the world champions, because they are. It's just, that's one event where I want to look at a whole year's worth of performance. And,
okay.
I'm hoping for Navi to be able to bring the same PGC performance, because that was outstanding, or some of the best PUBG I've ever seen. Which is why it frustrates me so much when I then see them do the other side of the coin. But I hope that other side of the coin, while you can't have every game be perfect, I'm hoping to see Navi be much more of a regional contender as well. Because last year, again, it wasn't Tropic. It was Twisted Minds that we were talking about, or NLT at the time. I want to have Navi as one of the biggest EMEA teams as well, not the biggest PGC team.
Sure. I'm going to argue the other side of the coin and say that ultimately the one performance that they had that was not very good in regionally might have been a blip. Because looking at the quality of this team and stuff like that, I'm positive. Well, not positive. I'm optimistic that they can continue that world championship caliber. And given that they're the world champions, given that they've got that trophy in their case, I'm okay to give them that benefit of the doubt for the one poor performance they had in 2022.
I'm just much more skeptic than you, I suppose.
And that is fine too.
Yeah, I like to see amazing PUBG, but also even more so like to see amazing consistent PUBG. And again, I mean, as you said in the previous game, Na'Vi literally won every stage of PGC that they were in against the very best teams in the world. That was phenomenal. But I still, when I look at EMEA, I don't think of Na'Vi as being the best team in EMEA necessarily, while I do see them right now, for good reasons, as the best team in the world. It's a weird thing. It's just as if the EMEA play style doesn't always cater to Na'Vi. And I will consider Na'Vi one of the very best teams in the world, but they aren't the clear-cut grand champion of EMEA the same way that they are on paper now, the clear-cut grand champion of the world.
All right, so let's get back to this. How many teams are rotating on their edges? Looks like quite a few. Again, Ascend finding themselves no favor with circles, but doing all right for themselves throughout the day here, I would say. Kind of finding themselves middle pack coming into some of these later moments. 17 points to their name. And likewise, you've got teams like Quad 2, 7 points on the board. When you're going toe-to-toe with points gained with teams like Twisted Minds, there's still room for you to be able to branch forwards in the next 9 games available to you. So definitely not settled just yet, especially with, I need to repeat this once again, it's top 8 that truly matters here to move to the next stage.
True, it's top 8, regardless of whether you finish in 8th or 1st. It's not really going to make the biggest difference on paper or in terms of seeding for grand finals. I will say, though, that since this is the first tournament of the year, it's the first tournament that these teams, or the majority of them, has had a chance to play in a very, very long time in a lobby of this caliber. They will want to get off to a good start. They will want to feel good coming into the grand finals, because there's going to be a bit of a break between the upper and lower brackets to that grand final. And I think they would want to feel like, wow, all these months worth of practice that we've now done, they paid off. Now we're in the grand finals. Let's go for it. Rather than, oh my God, guys, we barely even made it to grand finals. Let's work more, you know?
Yeah, it's the best practice, right? in a pressured situation like this, it's the best practice. And if you can do well in the best practice, then yeah, that should follow through. That should carry through. So definitely wanting to be getting those top spots. FaZe at the moment, getting the top spot in the previous game and looking really good doing it in a high pressure situation where you're in a Rozhok like that and you're having to fend off the world champions from crashing into your building, and Gustav rises to the occasion just like we know he does.
And in that fashion too, that is a play I think that many people could come up with, but very few, if not near no one, would dare to try and pull off. Because the idea is not necessarily too complicated, but coming up with it in the amount of time that he had to realize what was going on around him, and then being able to pull it off too, that is something a handful of players in the world can do. And then again, as to add to it, as you were saying, against a team of that caliber.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with the final point, right? Being able to pull it off. I think the people would try and do it, go out there, get blasted from the wall, and then look silly. But it's Gustav.
Oh, look, guys, there's a dude prone in the grass in front of his house. Well, that's stupid.
But there's a fine line between genius and insanity, and that is what we witnessed, and it was genius.
Couldn't have put it any better myself. Well, Circle is about to pop. A minute to go. Most teams, if not near all, have made their way on in a sense, still encroaching on the west side. Clip in the meantime, well, meeting Metabay's Mini while he was trying to scout out on the hillsides. Well, paying the price for doing so.
Not the best starts for BBL, losing a heavy firepower asset in the form of Clip. Metabay, nice shots. So just chilling for now. Slowing and steady. They do have a 2-2 split at present whilst they get themselves that knock either side of the road running from north to south. So they'll have opportunities to regroup if needs be.
Do you remember last year when we talked about how many hard shifts there were and how it was pretty crazy that we ended the year with those? I think the game is trying to tell us something, because this for the second shift that we just had, almost connecting on the west side of the hills over there. A lot of rotations and a lot of difficult ones at that having to come through here. Question mark, wrapping over the north through Oasis. After all, they're going to have to try and backfill via San Martin. I'm not sure what they're planning on doing, and a lot of overlaps are going to happen. One of these now, with M-Force trying to run through Na'Vi.
Yeah, not the best scenarios for M-Force. And again, when you feed in someone like Na'Vi and they're gaining momentum off the back of that, they're going to be absolutely roaring forwards in a game like this. So Melman starting things off nicely. Coming up against Water Treatment, though, not exactly the easiest location to breach, but it is an M-Force that they just took one off. So technically, a little bit of power dissipated from M-Force's side here.
It's always better to know that the team you're up against is a wounded one. You see, after all, now on the rotation, wrapping around south. Again, curious to see where they're opting to enter the circle from. While that's going on, MTB trying to fend off against Nate takes down 3. Medbay already on the scoreboard this game after taking down Clip, and now he almost single-handedly took out the entirety of GDE.
Oh my god. That was a pre-nade and a half. That was lovely. I don't even know what else to say. Just bask in its glory, I guess.
Wow. That is a big ol' access denied if I've seen one.
Well, okay, whilst we recover from that, as well as yeah, the lobby recovers from that. Poor GDE, man. Killstill's going to have to try and do something for the rest of his team, I guess. Technically, he's center of the circle, so he'll just, yep. I would be doing that too. At least you got an AUG. Good for you. I'm like,
this is where I am. This is where I stay.
This is now his house. Look, he's got a crowbar to his name as well. Look at that.
Yes.
An impoverished man.
The door, maybe.
Oh, and a helmet.
And a fresh helmet. I mean, what more do you need? You got a lot of magazines on the ground. You got yourself some
flash hider.
Yeah, you got yourself some cardboard that you can maybe use to fortify the walls with, if need be. A little SMG flash hider. I don't even think he has the right to complain.
I'd be picking up those planks and nailing them to the door, so hopefully nobody comes in at this rate.
Because he's missing the nails, that's the issue. Else would have done it. Yeah.
You could hit the crowbar in. Never mind, I'll try and figure something out later. But yeah, for a kill still, that is rough, unfortunately, for GDE.
Yeah, and while the crowbar is being zoomed in on, what's happening on the map is not a whole lot.
No.
Most teams were able to maneuver their way through. The only team outside of course, GDE, who just blew up, the only team really having a couple of decisions to make in transition were, after all, they didn't want to go San Martin. They wrapped all the way rest around. I would assume that they can now see Wu from their position. So question becomes whether they're going to try and take the fight to them, wait for them to move, or try and wrap even further around.
A nice little hill, though, for Wu. If I was going to build a castle, I might build it on top of that hill. It would be a nice little spot. And
but then they're outside the circle.
Yeah, no, they're
convenient.
I'd build a flying castle that
there you go.
Relocate.
Of course. Next patch, flying castles. Looking forward to it.
That's the one.
In the meantime, circle goes up towards the north. We have the big valley in the middle, in between BBL and MTB. Really not a place you want to be caught. And I'm seeing Twisted Minds spinning out their vehicles in that exact area right now, with Entropic riding side by side with him. Killsteel still got his shack. Blue not pulling up on this one, continuing forward.
Definitely not. See if you do anything about this as well, with Entropic trying to bear down on them, but Twisted Minds might have something to say about that. So will also MTB. They're in the middle of everything, and I don't think they're going to survive.
Yeah, no. Twisted Minds here, trying to stay put as well. But and Spiro forced into hiding. There's multiple teams are looking in their direction. Good thing they got inside the buildings. Able to sit tight now. And, well, at least for a little while longer. They should be okay. Code Marco, though, not the same really can be said about him.
No, definitely not. Let's see now. As Entropic gonna find the shack and chill in there. Not much more that they can do with that. Still a lot of fire going on. Those teams that are gonna need to transition after alt on the west side. trying to slowly sneak up on a very split up question mark, where a doozy is going to have to get with the rest of his team.
Yeah, Vex. Look over, spots Wu on the other side. Has teammates on the other side could potentially help out. Spots one down below. Best of luck who falls. Second one to follow. Quizzy goes down. Not for taking out Gustav though. James has fallen as well. So Corexy needs to come in and needs to help him. Issue is he is isolated and then some from his teammates. So Gustav will fall. He'd be looking for more on the other side as FaZe find themselves in a pretty dire situation. Baron looking forward, trying to fight some, but all he's met by is a few bullets in return. Has to back off of that one, and again, Vex and James able to stay put. They managed to get James back up alive, so enough players on the hillside that that they should be fine for now. As I say that, actually, James not quite on his feet, more so on his knees. Let's see, after all. Continuing to push on forward. Vex should be able to back off of this one. Teams will fall, and after all, no! In the midst of the rotation, losing one by running into one another. Klim, that nade should be on point. It doesn't have to be near because he is so low HP already. And because of a little vehicle mishap, not only do after all fall, but look at Corexy in the distance, making his run across the street, able to, you could only imagine, regroup with Vex in just a moment. So even though FaZe playing this one with their backs against the wall, the winners of the previous game, well, ain't easy for them. But they're able to transition further forward. Corexy able to get back up the hillside towards Vex circle, somewhat favoring them again in a pretty tricky position. Not a whole lot you can work with, but at least they don't have to go anywhere. Question mark will move their way down towards the south again, trying to find some point of access to this circle. But as you can see, Ascent set up there on the hillside, denying them any point of entry. It's the same thing on the other side. PUBG Esports have to come down the hillside. Na'Vi have to make their way in from the east too. But Na'Vi, well, they're hard to see actually. M-Force, they're in there as well. Couldn't see them for a while, but there they are, set in water treatment. EB, solo player from Wu, trying to find their way off of this hillside. But, well, Shag on a bike is all he's got to work with, and Circle, it's on the other side of the valley, so I'm not sure how he is planning on making this play, but making it, well, he's going to have to try. Mailman, in the meantime, looking over towards Doxa. Got the knock already. Should be a flush to follow, whether it's him bleeding out or the kill confirmed by the weapon of Mel. Should be enough to get the M-Force player down and out. Indeed it is. Na'Vi can't really make a play here. They already have one set on the south side. For those of you guys who didn't see, you can see Uba in a vehicle now trying to come over and fortify. You'd see him on your minimap in just a few seconds. They can't really leave this position before M-Force are dealt with, because having a player behind them like that would be tricky. Now, question mark. Ooh, this is really, really helpful for FaZe. Chris finds Dante on the ridge line, forcing question mark to hurry up the process of the push they're currently in the middle of. Vex is here, Corexy is here in a good split position. Vex finds one, goes down, return, but once again Ascent here to do damage. Adusi wants to do damage down below, and surprising to me, Savum ain't really doing a whole lot to impact this. Now, FaZe will fall, but Hubba has gone down, the rest are coming through, and as you can see on your minimap now as well up towards the north, Ace are making their way further down south. Ascent are on the run. They want to clear question mark. They want to get them down before they get the rest on up, because if they can clear this ridge line, they're going to have so much more room to maneuver. Dante, well, can't commit to him. He's trying to crawl his way back towards his teammates, but I think question mark has realized that Ascent are in the nearby vicinity. Nate's not gone over. Bill first, able to fight the first. Ascent, though, still got the advantage in numbers. Vex go. Trying to hold from the back. I mean, again, the compound is still inside the circle. Technically, they could just have sat in the compound and waited this one out, but they know the importance of dealing with the flanks. They want to take down question mark, and even if they don't kill them, they want to force them the other direction. They want as much elbow room as they possibly can get when they have to make the rotation forward themselves. Adusi trying to buy some time. They want to get Dante up alive. It might just be a little too late to commit to at this point. Yo, yeah, Dante is going to bleed out. Adusi for a brief moment there looked like he was going to go for it, but nope, not quite the case. And again, Sabim, very passive. Hearing all the commotion on the hillside up above them, and a doozy peeking on over. Might just be able to catch Killiakai mid-transition here. Micah trying to fortify, trying to defend his teammate who's currently falling back. Able to do so exactly, and in the midst of all of this, because Ascent went for the push, you could see it just there for a moment. EB has actually managed to make his way across too. Now, he's not inside the next circle just yet, but he's managed to cross on over. Ascent prioritized getting Chris back on his feet, and here he comes, the sneaky snake from the Woo, trying to make his way up towards Ascent. It's hard to snake your way forward when you're almost 2 meters tall, but EB is going to do the very best he can to be as quiet as possible. No smokes to work with, no cover obtainable. On the edge of the blue, you can see the amount of damage coming through with a phase 5 damage on this one here as well.
All right, I'm back.
Hi, James. How are you doing, buddy?
It's
been a while.
Every week for some reason at Thursday. Anyway, never mind. I don't know. I'm going to ring them up later. We've got ourselves quad 2 moving through here, trying to send a double send, but they are going to get blasted here by SM by the looks of things. And I don't know. No, they'll attempt at a trade, but Micah insta-catching him. But Marco finishing it and stealing it.
It's a tricky one, this one. It's a send. I mean, again, trying to make as much movement as they can on their side of the circle. We haven't really looked up towards the northeast where there's equally much damage coming through. Voldemort will be able to take one out. That's going to be the last from Question Mark as they fall. So a little more space now to maneuver for Sarben down on the southern side. And Tropic will fall as well. And EB now, having snuck his way all the way up close, is going to take down Brexco.
Yeah, this is great from him. And, Killiakai manages to eventually finish it off. But the fact that EB got a flush alone off of that, not too bad in the slightest. BBL caught in the midst of this chasm that they're going to have to try and fight out of eventually. I don't think DA has line of sight on them. They're really just kind of having a fight across where BBL is.
Yeah.
Killiakai nading.
Really never is fun to fight in the open. It's even less fun to fight in the open when there's a compound overlooking the entire valley you're in. Not exactly making things any easier.
No. DA, where are you going from here? The one thing that kind of potentially poses a threat to them later on is the north as well as the east, whilst they finish this off. And just a little bit too shy, I think. Yeah.
Get him down again.
Never mind. Yeah.
Renock comes through. Rust and Marlone, that nade could be perfect. Nope. Camera angle caught me off. Marco, though, will find him on the edge of the smoke, and that is BBL out in 8th. And now, well, they can go back to Killsteal's former shack and say, well, I guess we're the only team inside the circle.
Yeah, until Zarvum somehow recover and then look down towards DA. DA actually has a really sick plateau, so let's see how that's going to fare. Again, though, I guess Ascend is going to start looking down on them as well, and that could cause some problems. But the fight over in the east is about to continue as Beamy trying to stay alive alongside 8. The MTB's got a bit of a barrier set up alongside him, and again, it's Na'Vi. 5 kills to their name so far. They're going to try and transition probably sooner rather than later, I would say, after they've finished off a few of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think they want to make sure that the players down below don't get too far ahead of them, but at the same time, they can't commit too hard knowing that Sarvum is set up above them. So it's a weird mix of wanting to contain while also trying to not be contained yourself. Iro finds Chris. That's up towards the northwest side of the map. Ascent forced down the hillside. Here they come, full speed forward. Metralia's pre-nade thrown on in. Going to be bouncing a bit too far off on the side. This one should be an easy peasy one for DA. 1 down, 2 down. There falls Ascent.
Great tracking and makes it easy pickings there for them. But how much are you going to be able to do? I don't know. Going in towards MTB and yeah, absolutely getting wrecked on the backside of that. Not much that they could get away with. It was a bit of a do or die anyway for them. So MTB now going to probably be looking the way of, as much as they don't want to, Twisted Minds, who are going to try and hold them off from the north.
First game for MTB, they got 9 kills in a 6th place. Now, first game on Miramar, they get themselves double digits. And 5th place guaranteed. Medibay will fall. Spiro flashed by a teammate, I think. Forced to go off the edge of the port now, where the UMP from Kuturkan able to take him down. Batulin speaks around the side, spots one mid-transition, able to take him down as well.
He's going to have to be careful about the right side here, and they do peek at the same time, but Batulins is absolutely leathering them here with these shots. Pulls out the sawn off. Hello? Okay, well, I mean, you had to try something because he was on fire as well.
Yep. Not an easy position to be in. I mean, MTB, they're playing Sawn-Offs and UMPs. They landed in and around this area. They looted this area, and they haven't gone anywhere at any point. So very limited in what they've had to work with. And, well, for a CTR... I can't say that. I have to say Katurgan. That's his name.
That's fine.
For Katurgan and Esqui, it ain't going to be easy because this fight, depending on how much Na'Vi commits to it, should happen without the kind of the impact of any of the other two remaining teams.
Yeah, there's some of the masters of cleanup from Na'Vi, especially when it comes to sweeping edges, right? So for MTB, it's not easy. It is not solvable, usually, this puzzle that Na'Vi's going to be throwing at them. And they'll be throwing it in the form of grenades. Into the smoke, right on the head. And now it's up to good old CTR Ken, Katurkan.
Cool.
Never mind, there's a vehicle there as well. Kabam. Bye-bye.
Kabam indeed. Na'Vi, 4 alive still. Savim, again coming out of the south side here. They've had the compound on the southern side, now in the blue for a while. They had a lot of opportunities to go aggressive, but never really upped it to pounce in any of it. And now, the difficult downhill transition is what awaits in front of them.
And Na'Vi's just going to hold the ridge. It will not be wise for teams like DA to be popping their heads up. At least Savim was able to recover. They had a few people knocked earlier, and they've been able to do that quite nicely.
You would imagine that Savim would have still had vehicles on the south side of this, because as you can see, they're coming out of the compound. They have all the room to maneuver, but maybe they didn't bring them from the compound? Nah, they did. Okay, I was just going to say that would have been very strange if they played up there on foot and didn't bring any kind of vehicles. Now, again, same calm, quiet, passive approach that they had in the compound initially. Let's just set up on the edge. Hope the other two teams are forced to take a fight. Then try and third party. It doesn't seem like Savim has any intentions of being the initiators of any sort of battling here.
Yeah, just creating artificial cover wherever they can. Moving some of those cars further forwards as well. And, I mean, again, I feel like a problem exists where, similar to what happened before, where the teams were fighting over DA, I feel like Savim and Na'Vi will end up fighting over DA again here. So I think for DA, I think you can just sit pretty for a little while, unless one team extreme relocates.
Well, Na'Vi, perfect ridge to work with, but only perfect for another 50 meters or so. Savim, in the meantime, forced to go into a 2-2 split. They had the ruck opportunity up to not go for it. Drives further forward.
Oh, no.
Into the open arms of DA. Here comes a burning Mirado. Neutralius dodges and weaves and Savim. I was just going to say there was one in the car, Neutralius. You're not going to take him down. Well, there he goes. Savim.
Yeah.
Just saying, DA, you want some kills? Because, well, here they are.
I mean, it was what I was saying, though, before, right? Like, it's either you fight across against Na'Vi and then get moved to a place where you don't have a ridge line, or you extreme relocate. And they went for option 2. Did not work, especially with the 2-2 split of DA. But now, Na'Vi smells blood.
Also, the idea of it is that they see the split of DA. They four people on Na'Vi. Nah, let's up to go for the 2 on DA. Issue is that while they go for the 2, the remaining 6 players are also shooting at them. So not exactly easy. And now, 4v2, Na'Vi's favor. This one should be a pretty simple cleanup duty game for them.
Do you ever want to see again DA? Because we've got flashes for days, and yeah, I don't know how they managed to get themselves out of this one, but this is a Na'Vi on the warpath. As soon as they're able to play it out from what they did before and see the kind of sense Savim makes into DA, that was the perfect opportunity for them to just push up on this, conquer the 2-2 split, and, well, technically DA is not dead yet, but it will be difficult.
I question Na'Vi's superiority in the EMEA, and first thing they do is come steamrolling double-digit into what I could only imagine will be a chicken dinner a couple of nates from now, whether it be DA going out to blue or trying to take a fight on here. But Na'Vi, clearly high caliber. Never expected anything else, but glad to see that they're able to pull this off. Should be, again, a pretty clean streak around the side. 1 nate to work with. Not going to happen. There you go. 13 kills for Na'Vi, the world champions, as they claim the first mirror of the day.
And that's what you get, Toby. That's what you get.
You know what? I like it. Prove me wrong. Do it all you want. I'm all for it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think when it comes to having world champions, here in PUBG Esports, you know, we've not really had one from good old EMEA, so I'm gonna put my faith in them and see how far they can run with it. But that is a lot of points going their way. We're gonna go to a break and see what the desk thinks on the other side.
Swing it. Everything will be fine. Saga, I love that leading up to the playoffs, you had that hot take about Sarvim, and look at that, them finishing in the top 4. So good job, pat on the back for that.
Yeah, we love to see that. A little bit of some of the teams coming up through the MEA wildcard slot, as well as the MEA Open qualifiers. MTB have been really looking solid so far today as well. Beautiful pre-nade from Metabay earlier on, and DA as well. The MEA representation is all across the board in this game. DA played an incredible game from the low ground, really using the vision and cutting off angles from all the teams that were lurking on the either side of the valley around them to perfection, but in the end was not quite enough after holding off the send from Sarvim. Just that little bit of weakness in the one knock that did come through was enough for Na'Vi to make the push and clean out the game.
Avenger, what were some of your highlights looking at the first Miramar map?
Well, yeah, definitely beautiful to see from Na'Vi being able to close out a game where they are outside. When the fourth circle pops, they're outside the circle. They have to make moves going in here. They take control of riches. They take, like, clever control. They gatekeep and hold out other teams that they know potentially they have to fight in, and they just make it super smart, staying alive with this many players all the way through the end here. Super well executed all the way there. A bit of a rough circle, especially when we have to have multiple teams that are kind of pushing south, and they have to get up that hill there. When you have a team like Navi just sitting there absolutely pounding on them. Unfortunate for MTB as well to have Twisted Minds and Zulins there just absolutely slam them. They lost too many players to have anything to say against Navi there. But Navi, 23 points here. They continue to doing really well. I think that's going to put them on 50 total. So they're going to be super close to kind of guaranteeing themselves a top spot in the top 8. Even after just 6 games played here. Our hypothetical cutoff is somewhere, we're talking, I'll make it easy for you, Sam. Somewhere between 60 and 70 is our hypothetical 8th place cutoff.
Easy for me or safer for you, because then definitely it'll fall in that number.
I said 68, and I think that's going to be extremely close to that.
Let's take a look at that leaderboard now after our first Miramar game. And there you have it. Na'Vi able to push Foot Esports out. But Saga as well, MTB jumping all the way up into that second spot.
Yeah, it has been a really solid day for MTB, a team that, you know, we didn't really talk all too much about at the start of the show. They are a team that they've had some players with a lot of longevity that have been in the scene, but they've never really hit that upper echelon or really been able to stay there. But, you know, with players like Eski and Nailcop, we've seen them before in EMEA and they've performed pretty well, but not really to this standard so far. And as long as they can keep this up, they're also not too far away from that cutoff point where we think that it should be relatively safe to stay in the upper bracket. But Na'Vi, as it stands, currently just a little bit ahead of the pack. And the magic that you can do when Alya actually throws his grenades. I was looking up the stats. He picked up 14 grenades in the first 3 games and threw a grand total of 0 of them. So as soon as he got 1 grenade kill at the end of this game, we were like, yes, come on, Alya. But we were happy that Example got it because captains on both of our teams.
Cheeky. Now, hypothetical question that I'd like to just randomly throw out. Do you think, Saga, that it is going to be a top 8 that's going to be very close in points? Or do you think 2 or 3 teams will be able to go ahead and make quite a big gap between themselves and the mid-pack?
I'd imagine, you know, if we continue seeing this sort of play from Na'Vi, they will separate themselves from the pack, but particularly towards the 5th to 8th, I would expect between 5th and 12th to be, you know, less than 10, potentially less than 5 points apart from each other. It's going to be very congested and teams are going to be heartbroken missing out by just 1 or 2 points and then having to mentally reset because there's less than 24-hour break between finding out your fate in the upper bracket and then having to play in the lower bracket. So they're going to have to turn it around quickly.
One of the teams we spoke about in the pre-show, Avenger, BBL, we were all very excited about their roster changes. They had some big names, but they've been somewhat quiet. Were you expecting them to show off a little bit more today?
Yeah, I was expecting them to pop off a little bit more. I actually talked to Mike just before the game started here, and he said, you have to look out for me. And I said, yeah, I'll make sure I'll take a look at the tire pop stats there. And he said, no, I'm focusing on the damage meters. And for sure, obviously, he did Super Bowl Nations Cup last year, expecting him to do well throughout the years again here. But again, it is one of these newer rosters, these newer teams that have to kind of congest themselves. They've also been in some of these kind of rougher situations of rush track games, just not really it for you, even though you're in a good spot. They had some rough fights. But yeah, again, this is one of the teams that if they don't make it through the upper bracket here now, today and tomorrow, they're going to be one of the teams that is 100% almost guaranteed to go through to the lower bracket because they're simply just too strong individually, mechanically, and with the experience that they have on their roster to not do it.
Are there any teams that have surprised you? And I mean, maybe I should narrow this question down a bit more for you, Avenger. Are you surprised by the likes of MTV doing so well coming from those open qualifiers? Was that something you were expecting?
No, I didn't expect them to be in the spot they are now. 40 points after 4 games for them. That's fantastic. They're in a shared tight second place there, averaging 10 points per game after 4 games. We're a third of the way through here. Super well playing by them so far. Didn't expect them out there. Also didn't expect Twisted Minds to be where they are right now, bottom. Didn't expect Entropic to be down there where they are there on the bottom half, not getting too many points. But as Saga said, we are going to be extremely close from, as like 5th to 10th to 11th. There is going to be, 5-8 points separating them once we have 1 or 2 games left tomorrow anyway. So yeah, just expecting the big teams to kind of have one big pop-off game today. They have to, otherwise they're going to have a rough time on their confidence tomorrow now.
So Saga, I mean, with the Twisted Minds conversation, and I focus on them a lot, but I do think that Na'Vi and Twisted Minds are the front runners in this competition. They're the 2 teams we're watching. Do you think it's just I mean, Avenger would say that they're just not a day one team, or is it a matter of just getting unlucky circles? I mean, what do you think it is that they're lacking in their game right now?
I think it's a little bit of, while there is maybe an element of the day one being shaky for them, I mean, if we think back to PCS 7 finals, they won all 3 Erangles very convincingly and then completely stuffed it up on Miramar, and it kind of stayed that way. But this time, it's been a little bit shaky on both maps, but the big sort of turning point for Twisted Mind in every single one of these games is that Phase 2, Phase 3 hard shift. And then we're seeing 4 or 5 teams having to make very similar rotation through very narrow pathways from the teams that were fortunate enough to already have positions held down and have to avoid them. And you're seeing sometimes 3, 4 teams all rotating practically in tandem next to each other. We saw Klib fall victim to it once or twice earlier on as well. And they've just always seemed to be in the perfect position for that to affect their early stage of the game. In this game, they had to send it across the valley at the exact same time that Entropic was trying to send it to the same place, and then they're getting third-partied from all over. It's just very unfortunate for them, but hopefully they will catch one good zone, and when they do that, they're not a team who's going to throw away the opportunity to pick up a win.
Batulins just needs to put his bathrobe on. I used to call it a dressing gown, but I got shouted at about that, so now I've changed it up. We're about to get into the next game, but first we told you earlier on that we've got some awesome prizes for everyone watching at home. You just needed to go onto Twitter, use the hashtag PECSpring, tell us who you think's going to win, who your favorite team is. We're going to be running these competitions throughout the weekend, and we have our first winner. So congratulations, Super Mike, if you're in the chat. You are a winner. Someone from the PUBG team will get hold of you. And now I think enough talking here on the desk. We're moving straight back into game. Toby, Kylaris, this one's on you now.
Thank you very much. Super Mike getting the win there. Good for him. And Sam's right. It is a dressing gown. Screw the foreigners. So let's get on with our next 5th game of the day. Miramar on the cards. Admittedly, Toby, I missed about half of it because my internet's useless. But, you know, Na'Vi not disappointing. Doing all right for themselves. Doing all right.
They are definitely the best team in Europe. I don't know who would ever even begin to question their supreme superiority.
Well done. Well done.
Good save, Toby. Good save.
Yeah, nice. The thing that does kind of elude us, though, that we've not really talked about too much is exactly what they talked about on the desk. The fact that, you know, for teams like Twisted Minds, I would say question mark as well. I'm hoping for big things for them, considering I think that they have a little bit of a point to prove almost as well, because they've done also well at the end of 2022 and may feel slighted, but it's by the by. It's how we are here now, 2023. But these are teams that have massive firepower, massive potential to not only win here, go to PGS, and then go to PGC down the line.
I think for a team like Twisted Minds, we were talking. I heard the desk was talking about, is it just tough circles? What is it? I like to go out on a limb and say, for Twisted Minds, what would I should put it this way: for most teams, what would be considered a hard circle tend to actually be favorable circles for Twisted Minds, because they don't necessarily like the circle shifting away. They like being on the move all the time, because that kind of caters to their playstyle. So I don't necessarily think that tricky circles per se have been what has been kind of the downfall of the first couple of games today. I think it's a combination of a lot of teams that are hard to prep against regardless of how much prep you do, and a lot of new strategies being put to use, whether it be something they're like teams are going to fully commit to in the long run, or just something that's currently kind of being tested out. As I say that, though, I am seeing 2 teams drop Impala, so I'm going to stop theorizing and watch a hot drop.
That is slightly unexpected from me. I'm trying to think as I take a look back at my notes.
They're stealing cars.
Oh yeah, okay. This is a backup drop, I suppose, for Quad 2.
They after all, it just took 4 cars. From Impala. I think there are like 4.5 vehicles spawned, and they have to go to the other side of the map.
Look, this
Quad 2 is not going to be the first team inside the circle. That is confirmed.
That's true. That's true. And also, observers looking at the islands. This isn't the round of 16, all right? This isn't game 1 of that. Let's shut up, Toby.
Never have I ever got to ask for it again. Now I've been there.
Yeah.
Now I know what it looks like.
No, not the island. Scary. Yeah, that was a wild start to the round of 16.
It was.
Teams sent it there, well, at least one player there very swiftly, but we're nowhere near there. We're down in that southwest side, and Ascend, for once, not chasing a circle. Let's see how they fare.
Yeah, sitting very well centered in this one. Tricky one, though, even though you might get the benefit of the first circle. Hello, fish. Sardines, I suppose, or herring, maybe. 2 more fish. I'll look them up in the break because I knew this was going to happen eventually. While that first circle down towards the southwest, of course, is nice for your Ascent team who doesn't have to go too far. Just phase 2 can be the end of the world for you because now you're sat in a position where you're probably going to go somewhat center, but you can be damn sure that you're going to be surrounded very quickly because there's so few spots to play around in this area of the map. So just one bad shift and your early luck just goes completely against you.
Give him the grapple. Give him the suplex. Oh, yes. El Diablo. Loving it. One of my favorite wrestlers. He's not really there's probably a wrestler called El Diablo.
I was going to say, there's probably someone somewhere.
There's probably hundreds of them.
Generic wrestler name.
There's probably thousands of El Diablos out there.
Yeah, well, probably.
The indies somewhere. But to the point about this terrain in general, it's so varied, as you're saying, right? Like, you can have a circle shift north of where Ascend is right now and have to deal with all of these hills. You can have it where it's Chris's right now, and then teams are trying to push up against this warehouse and suddenly realizing they can't get past. Like, so a prime thing you need to be able to do in these kinds of circles, if it comes to these hills, is find your high spot and hold it down. Yeah. Because teams like Sarvim will try and rock up on you and try and ruin your day.
Exactly. And because the hills are so difficult to traverse, primarily east to west, not so much north and south, because we got the valleys kind of cutting very vertically down along the map. Because they're so hard to traverse, you can't really split out the same way you can in other areas of both this map and also, the likes of Ferengal, as you would normally if you're getting the circle early on. Because of this, usually we see the team with the best position early on sometimes actually also be the first ones to go out, unless if they can fend off the people coming in to take all the spots.
You can't out-peak Baron Peak, just saying. He owns the peaks. He's... Yeah, Global Army is down, so they've lost about 20 men there. How well is Kiliakai? Oh, he almost out-peaked Baron Peak, but he still didn't go down.
Baron Peak not falling that easily. That nade, though, might get the better of him, had it not been because he managed to close the door first. He does have a teammate on the other side, make that 2. Voldemort is around as well, but he's committing to the rest right now, so not really much impact in terms of the fight going on. But now, we'll fall back on their feet. I'm thinking that at this point, Sarvim is kind of in too deep to be able to back off of it, especially with Baron now being inside the building. Ascend has a chance of disengaging, but this terrain is just so difficult to maneuver. You can see now Micah trying to get out of here, and I like this play.
Yeah, considering
it's
that...
not worth it.
Did he lose a tire, or did he just spin out?
He just 180'd.
Yeah. Marauders are a bit dodgy on this terrain, I suppose, so...
Any terrain, I think.
Yeah. Any terrain. Wait a minute. No.
Dodgy on all terrain.
As a sports car enthusiast, I have to tell you that the roads are quite sustainable. But anyway.
I'm not a sports car enthusiast.
I know.
So I'll give that one to you. Question mark. Well, they've heard this. You can see they're instantly out of their cars, looking up the hillsides because they want to figure out what's going on up there. And also, the crate has now predicted where the next circle is going. That's nice.
There it is. Where is he? Frost, get in here.
As proof as can be. I was a little worried with so many teams being out towards the east and northeast in this initial kind of teams jumping out of the plane. Ooh, and I'm seeing PUBG Esports doing just what I was about to talk about. So thank you so much, PUBG Esports. I was going to say I'm curious to see how many teams are actually opting to commit to the southern path. Question mark did it. They've gone pretty far in. Oh, trouble. They've gone pretty far in while we're seeing the downfall of Gustav. But even with that, PUBG Esports don't really dare to take the path because that is a perfect place to set up camps.
Yes, it is. This was nice by MTB. I've got to echo the sentiment from the desk as well. What a performance they've had so far. 10 points average across the 4 games. And you got to think about like the components of MTB as well, right? Like they have some lineage, right? Like we've seen them on Howl in the past, we've seen them on Foot Esports in the past, we've seen, you know, the mishmash here, there, and everywhere from that kind of Turkish scene, which is a lot of players have played with each other, even if they've not been on the same team at the same time. So they've been able to perform well so far. Their 2-2 splits have been working out. We've got that long lockdown here so far, and in these locations across these hills, sometimes that can work as well.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, just the amount of years of experience within the roster as well. I remember casting Karturk, and that's how the name came to be back in PL Contenders, which goes back quite a ways from what maybe some of these more new young gun players have of experience within the scene.
Definitely so. Let's see them. The Woo just sat over towards where FaZe is as well, and MTB was just hoping for anybody to take onto the roofs again, but nobody's going to be making the same mistake, unfortunately, that Gustav did. But it can be easy to be kind of caught out on that sometimes, especially in Circle 1 when you're expecting everybody to be a little bit more spread out maybe. We're seeing quite a center up on this circle, and again, it is because of the way those hills interact with these circles. You don't really want to be on the edge having to rotate into a prime spot on one of these hills.
So the Twisted Minds has Batulans on one side, the remaining 3 on the other, down by the church. And he's kind of set up there as the eye in the sky, overseeing this rotation coming through from M-Force. And I'm thinking what he was trying to do was actually to kind of bait... Okay, Spirit, sit down. What he was trying to do, I would assume, is try and force M-Force into the remaining, his remaining teammates. So he sat up there, shot from that side of the hill, going, "Oh, we're dangerous over here. You should go left instead," trying to force them into kind of the jaws of the remaining Twisted Minds players. But little did they know, Doxa was there, ready and waiting, overseeing it for himself.
A nice kind of spot to be able to cover your convoy from Doxa in general. But again, early days.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm liking how they're overlapping. You can see, I mean, Doxa goes up, peeks on over. As soon as the other, the remaining players goes into position, they're instantly there to kind of overlook him. So he can transition and then continuously just overlapping one another. Smart and very schematic rotation pathing from them.
I need to go back on the map at some point and see how After Alt rotated in from the north. Because, of course, as we were saying before, with that potential hot drop that was going on in Impala, then they took the cars and then they ran away. They've managed to find themselves all the way at the north of the circle, while Squad 2 is coming in from where you kind of expect an Impala team to eventually come in from, or, you know, it'd be a little bit more north. But here's the circle, centering on all of those, the big 4 hills, I want to say, in this area. And now everyone's going to try and ball their way to the top of them and try and find a compound.
Yep. After all rotated from... Oh, hold on for a second. Rexco tries to take out for Esports. After all rotated from Impala to Junkyard to San Martin to El Pozo to Westside.
Okay.
FYI.
Okay. I suppose you got to do something. I suppose you
I mean, it worked out for them.
Yeah,
they have the
definitely.
Westside not completely to themselves now, as you can see here. BBL are kind of driving right next to them, or kind of actually in the middle of their transition, as Enan is still somewhat isolated behind.
All right, BBL going to be entering at the north as well. There is one hill here, specifically, kind of the one just east of After All, that no one's really taken residency up on. And it's actually a really great vantage point to be able to overlook a lot of people. That's a lot of peeking. You may as well call him Baron Peak. That was... but it's not Baron Peak. What is this?
Oh, yeah, the western edge of this kind of Triton down towards the south side is a great place to be, but a very open place. So it really is good once you have the whole thing on lockdown. But as you said, no one's really been able to come in from that far west side. And because the transitions from east to west are so difficult in this area of the map, no one's up to go all the way across. But now, of course, as soon as After All realizes that they got it to themselves, I would be surprised if they don't start shooting at everything they see.
Just pop in heads if they can. Let's see if Foot can do anything from here. It's kind of, I mean, of course, they were being shot at by Ascent whilst they were trying to find this location, so maybe they felt like they had to take a bit of a pit stop. But you've seen Beanie as well try and move a little bit higher alongside this. I'm always scared when I get kind of caught in what are these valleys that do exist naturally in this area. I'd much rather have a little bit of an uphill spot.
Now that we've coined the yin and yang circle, what would you rather call it? The trident or the katana?
The trident, because the katana sounds kind of weeb.
But it's like a cool ninja weapon, isn't it?
It is, but then you're hyena, man.
We told you the Mirados, man, they don't work in this terrain, and Kilyakai is in trouble in that position as well. You want to go for the rest, but Enan has the angle. Good thing for Kilyakai. Few shots being missed. And now the rest of Afterall is collapsing on the position. This is a perfect play. They're sat 2-2 on each their side of this hillside. Info is being fed across. Ibarco runs for the follow-up kill, but they don't want to overcommit to it before they have all the information needed.
Clim a little far away to eventually provide full fire support on this, but I don't even know if he'll need to. They are, just backing off for it all. Hyena, man, just causing them a bit of a headache. Kilyakai pulls out his SKS and might look for some extra trades here from where he has a position.
Nice idea, though. Great execution initially, but seems like Ascent fast enough to fortify that they should be able to deny anything from happening there. New circle is going to pop momentarily as Bestadok tries to outrun Na'Vi. Circle, well, we called it a trident, we called it a katana. We're sticking with the trident. That is exactly where we're going.
And with this, I mean, that position that Afterall had taken, exponentially increases in value here. That's going to be really powerful. BBL will slowly come on north of them. They all have some high ground positions. Twisted Minds, it's a big send again. What they're going to be able to find? Arguably, they, I guess, try and crash into where Foot is.
Yeah, that's death. They're going to find death.
Will it be? Will it? There's only two here.
On the position, the full pull-up is commencing. Beamy hitting surprisingly little on the first one. Bart finds one with a sawn of 8. He finds the second. Bart finds the third. And just like that, Twisted Minds in trouble. They have found 2 knocks of their own, though. An AC team will fall, so damage done.
Oh.
Twisted Minds eliminated in the end of it, but so much damage done to PUBG Esports. And now they have to be very careful because other teams will have seen this. So I would be surprised if Twisted Minds is going to be the last team to collapse in this position.
Yeah, losing 2, knowing that that's where that fight happened and they have no other options makes it a huge opportunity for anybody else that might want to move on in. Odd though. Ooh, explosions. Will it be okay? A nice vert nade. Will that hit them? Sarvum on the other side, but he's got so much pressure on him here. CNX. Ooh, gotta be careful.
Blind for a little while after that one. Trying to make their way, not necessarily out of Valdemar, but at least further towards the north side of it, knowing that the next circle is going to shift away from Watermord. Does go down in the end of it. Quad 2 trying to come to his aid, but met by even more barrages of bullets from PUBG Esports.
Good old Voldemort trying to find the final angle that it requires to finish things off here against Maud, and then up the hill is going to be their next test. Although at the same time, FaZe is slowly moving down the south of them. So they've got to be very careful of that Baron Peak. Is he in that building? Yes, he is. I thought he was on top of it for a second, but he's in the window.
This next shift, pretty much no matter where it goes, is going to be absolutely brutal for approximately 12 of the 15 teams that we have on this server. I hate to say it, but I think the best shift for most teams would be going into Valdemar, and that is already a pretty terrible solution.
Yeah, maybe, because at least then you can take your vehicles and try and crash into a building.
Exactly.
Although you don't want to crash into a
whole lot of work.
Yeah.
To be made. Ooh, Baron actually surviving that, forcing James to go and heal in the next door room and allowing for himself to get out of the building. Nice timing, and lucky for James to not be able to find the knock there initially. That allows for him to back off and regroup with his teammates.
Entropic's having a hard time getting in on the north side as well, because Na'Vi has a clear line of sight to be able to absolutely dismantle them. Unfortunate for Entropic. Both them and Twisted Minds really having a rough time of it, considering their 2022 campaigns overall. And now, a north hard shift. Afterall is laughing right now.
Yeah. Sometimes rotating half the map is just worthwhile, and for Afterall right now, sure as hell is. They will have free reins to shoot at whatever they see fit, but it also comes with the burden of if you allow one team within your kind of territory, you can be damn sure that one league doesn't come alone. It's going to be very hard for them to maintain full control of it.
Yeah, making sure you're controlling your sphere of influence is not easy, but that being said, Sarvam here finally does end up running into FaZe. They knew that they were coming along for quite a while after hearing them from where Baron Peak's vantage point was, and now FaZe, can they dislodge them from this spot? Xerxes will take down Voldemort. That's a point for me. Thank you very much. And Martin, apparently.
And me.
And have we all got correctly?
And now he dies.
Oh, no.
Thank you, James, for bringing that up. Great.
How do you beat 20 people? It's a global army, all right? Look at him. He's taking out FaZe. Oh.
Sure has. 2-4, and that's FaZe out in 14th, but the journey is far from over for Sarvam here. They need to make their way out of the city into the hills towards the north, and there are going to be plenty of players set up there waiting for these last Valdemar teams to make that run up.
I suppose I should exaggerate more than 20 people. 20 people isn't exactly a global army, but we'll leave it for that. As BBL moving up against DA, old rivalries ignited in a new flavor for 2023, I suppose. And Code Marco, he's gonna have to get out of there eventually because the circle will press him.
Yeah,
and that's not ideal.
Gotta find the right timing right now. BBL trying to maintain a 3-1 split with Clip sat on the other side inside the compound. Trying to give them some sort of a foothold on the other side of this road. Ascent in the meantime, pushed up. Initially backed off again. Now, I think they wanted to have like a better overview of what was happening on the other side, but they didn't see what they liked, or they didn't like what they saw, and now kind of down towards the compound again.
Quad 2 goes out. So after all, after the Impala scuffle, it wasn't much of a scuffle, it was more of a runaway. Does outlive them quite nicely. But even then, like, the circles have not been kind to an approach from the southeast, as was Quad 2's path. So, Code Marco, you're going to have to come out. The smokes are there.
Iroh needs to do all kinds of damage in order to allow for Marco make a run for it. He's in the blue now. Damage already coming through. And as you can see here, BBL has quite literally got nothing to worry about from behind because they have Clip in a position where he might not be able to take on anyone coming their direction, but at least he can feed the info across. And for BBL, they'll have plenty of time to react to it.
I think that's important as well because where Na'Vi is, kind of pinned up against where M-Force overall is, this might be Na'Vi's path of entry down the line where Clib is kind of holding if they want to swing around on that side. But after all, hitting Na'Vi from all the way over there is really putting a thorn in their side. That's not great for Na'Vi.
Little does Na'Vi know, Rapper is coming up over the ridge line, spots one, finds him as well, and the shot from across becomes the downfall of Na'Vi. The 2-2 split looked good. They thought it was good, but one shot from afar leads to half the split taken down.
Amazing how quickly something can just collapse. They were 4 alive. They were looking like they were probably, if you just look at the map, take out M-Force, start moving. But no, not at all. That shows the power of After All's position, considering how much influence that they can have on this game.
Exactly. They ain't going to be the ones to claim a whole lot of eliminations or kills off of this, but they sure as hell can kind of be the deciding factor in whether or not other teams make it in or not.
Sarvam, they've just taken out the entirety of the Wu of Sarvam for the most part, apart from Bestalok, who was on that left-hand side. But Brexco's going to look over the ridge, find himself global army, tries to go for the trade, does not get it at all. Throwing down nade. And
a rare miss. In the meantime, Foot Esports going full crazy mode on MTB. I'm seeing 2 knocks with a sawn off. Curious to see if we're going to get that on a replay eventually, because that must have been quite the show. In the meantime, Global Army continues where he left off. Nate's galore as he finds the double on Ascent.
Very nice. GDU will finish off Na'Vi as well. Foot actually dealing with MTB as they crashed into that compound. They are stalwart. They not only stopped Twisted Minds, they stopped MTB during this game as well, but Phil First is finishing off an entire global army alongside Sarvam Esports here. Question mark. They've not made the mark on this lobby too much just yet, but maybe this is a step in the right direction here as they've got not too bad a spot to be playing, though they are going to be going against the high ground here now.
Yeah, the last couple of games, not exactly gone the way of question mark, but as you're saying now, the back's against the blue, a little more space to maneuver, and only really having to worry about one direction. They they should be able to get something going, but they do have a few kind of speed bumps in front of them they have to pass, similar to Vadia needing to find one below, but rather denying.
But maybe some of those speed bumps eliminate each other. And this could be an entry point for a question mark later on down the line here. But after all, look at the vantage point they have. An underhand nade. Will that connect? No, bounces too far. It's difficult to get nades exactly on the side of that wall to be able to stick. Sometimes you have to go for really cheeky ones, and that's not bad. But again, look how far they bounce away. So Foot can recover for a moment, but I don't know how long they'll last, because getting up there is difficult.
Afterall's got to watch out as well. They're fully committing this, but look at question mark. Seeing all the action down below, this might come to bite Afterall in the butt, because they are in position now. Hibako, at least, where can't do a whole lot, and now they're realizing what happened.
Yeah, those roadblocks have been smoothed out quite considerably. Afterall needed the other two to be able to provide at least some potential cover for the two that were being so heavy-handed on the cliff side, right? So for Foot, yeah, you might survive a little while, but now at this point, there's the potential that question mark cleans all of this up, which is a ton of points.
Yeah. Sure could work out that way for them. I said there was going to be a few speed bumps for question mark to maneuver the way through. They're taking the fights head on to full teams in front of them instead. So far, well, while having lost Dante, they seem to make it work. As I say that, Matt finds one. A doozy falls for the second.
This needed to be like, what, 20 seconds earlier, though, if you were really wanting to try and salvage it before. Of course, you can't exactly anticipate exactly what's going on over that ridge. Enan, man. I like this guy. I do. Seeing him in the qualifiers, I like this guy. He's able to hit some nutty shots.
Sure is. And most importantly in all of this, this allowed for Afterall to get back up to 4 alive. So while Colton split, kind of caught with their pants down, they have been able to get each other back up and alive. As I say that, Enan falls. GDE now, the 5th party to join this battle from the northeast.
Glenn will finish a doozy as well, so they're actually salvaging this quite nicely. All things considered, yes, they're probably going to have taken some damage. It's Chris finishes off Hobbits, and that will be question mark in 6th place, whilst now Ascend are going to be trying to move up here, and those speed bumps become their speed bumps, unfortunately.
While all this chaos is commencing on the east side of this mountain, out towards the west, BPL has claimed half the circle. They have had absolutely no threats in front of them for the last minute or so, having just dealt with one of Ascent's players, Kilyakai, trying to cross earlier. And now they just have so much space. 3-1 split, still with Clip to the north. They're enjoying the fact that everyone else is fighting like this.
They carved out a lot of room for themselves. I mean, they came in late-ish on the north. And I think one thing that really goes to their strengths is Clib is the kind of guy you can leave alone. And you're pretty confident he's still going to be able to do something. So, yes, eventually maybe GDE peeks over with 2 and actually finds him. But the fact that he himself was able to hold on to that much space whilst the other 3 go roaming, that's a powerful combo.
Yeah, he's the eye in the sky for the 3-man BBL, or the remaining 3 players, I should say, of BBL, who are kind of just running back and forth as a pendulum, just circling around, making sure that they haven't had any kind of gaps open for snakes to make their way through. And so far, well, they're getting exactly what they want. No one in the nearby vicinity, and circle now going up towards BBL again.
6 kills on Vard. A monster when it came to Foot holding down those compounds. Very nice. Here's Clib's position, as you can see. He's got this ridge to work with for a little while. Still has a buggy to be able to relocate if needs be. But after this ridge gets pushed out, his options will be limited. So I won't be surprised if once it does, he tries to regroup then with BBL for the final moments of the game.
No, all he's doing right now is allowing for BBL to look in another direction than Afterall's compound.
Yeah,
He's looking at the compound saying, guys, I'll tell you when you have to worry about this. Right now, don't. Look for the snakes. Look in the weird off-angle positions. Look out in the blue to make sure that no one has gotten towards us without us knowing.
Yeah, the thing that benefits them really nicely as well is that from Cliff's perspective, when he's looking at that compound, there's not like any windows or anything. It's just like corners and maybe the roof, but nobody's getting on the roof for the moment. So even though technically I think that will be the highest point on the map, you would still be susceptible from GDE's perspective where Vix is, etc. So not worth.
Not really. Everyone, though, down in that southeast side, having to make their way up towards the northwest. And I think for both Afterall and GD, there's really only one way you can do that. I mean, wrap northeast, take the fight, and then come in from there. Question then becomes how fast does BBL react to it. Enan able to find Chris. That is Ascent out in 5th place. We're now down to just 4, and BBL starting to regroup.
And starting to fortify, I think, when you look at how this circle works out. Like, if they're looking to take the crates, never mind anything else, and they're expecting a load of those teams on the east side to eliminate each other and then them to mop on up as long as they've got circle control.
You don't have to fight, you just have to show presence, and in doing so, forcing the other 3 teams into one another. They're playing perfect PUBG right now, and not really but showing enough presence so they can get the angles. Vart falls. Great shots coming through from Klim, but the immediate damage to follow ain't gonna be enough to take out after all. They continue the hot streak they're on.
The clean Klim cleanup, but it won't be enough for BBL to then also come and crest over the hill and absolutely smash down on your position. GDE, though, will finish after all. That puts them in 2nd place, but now, if they can get the recovery, which they can't, I don't think, it will be them 4v2. So 4v1 here for a cheeky BBL blast.
Not too shabby at all. This one to the BBL written all over it, and there you have it. Rustin Mark finds the final one. As BBL, it was quiet for the most part. It didn't involve a lot of shooting, but when they shot, they knew exactly where to do so. It's just great passive and kind of claiming what's available playstyle.
It makes a lot of sense. It's the fact that I think one thing that really helps them out is that teams like Na'Vi kind of just get really caught completely barehanded up towards the north, and then they never have to worry about too many of the wraparounds coming along. You think about Na'Vi, they took out Entropic, that could have gone on that wide wraparound. That is eliminated. Na'Vi gets eliminated by all the other teams, and then BBL has free reign for so long in that area.
Exactly. They never had to worry too much about threats from the west because they took them out earlier when it came to the east. I love the fact that we have a BBL team now that don't go hungry for kills. They sit back, they wait for the opportunities to present themselves, and then they punish.
A strong cleanup game, a strong control game. All right, it's break time. When we return, it's the final game of the day. More Miramar. See you soon.
Play after. I'm flashing my side and beacon. On me. No, one active. Nice. I'm gonna have teams now.
I'm chilling.
We need respawn.
They're kind of fighting on me. They're gonna try to push. Just play S3, you guys. You guys have the walls. I think you focus West team. West.
You know where he is? On that door.
Nice, good job. 3 guys up same spot. 1 run over. 1 active. One active.
Chill if you can. I got it too. On your side of the Bronco.
All dead.
Nice.
You have Solon.
You good? Yes. Here. Lord might come.
In the pre-show, we spoke about how they were a team to watch with their new roster. Midday, we sort of said that we were concerned that we hadn't seen them pop off, and now they've claimed their chicken dinner. BBL finally making their way to the top of the leaderboard. What did you think of their performance, Avenger?
Obviously, they played super well here. They took control of the west side really early on, took a lot of space. And we kind of talked about it here during the game, Saga and I, and we were like pointing out, yeah, they would probably have been more aggressive if they actually had this situation where they had a lot more points, but they had to play it safe. They had to get that win, and they had to get those extra points there. So 8 kills and a win for them, that's going to be 18 points, and it's 18 well-needed points at this case here. But then again, you don't need to get top 8 here. You don't need to go out and win the whole thing. It's only to qualify to the grand final here. So obviously super important for them to put themselves in a good spot before the last game of the day.
So Saga, like Avenger said, I mean, they've got 2 days. You want to finish in the top 8 so you can get to the grand finals. But obviously sitting on that top spot is always a little bit nice for the ego and possibly just to get into the minds of your opposition, maybe?
Yeah, especially as a brand new roster that was just put together, it's definitely a big confidence boost in yourself, in the new teammates that you put together, and the project that you're starting your run coming into 2023. So for Foot, like they're looking really good right now, and honestly, the fact that they were able to survive as long as they did and still put up a bit of a fight on the way up the hilltop in a position where they looked absolutely screwed, and as well the holding on the compound 2v4 in some situations, getting full breached by twisted mines and coming out comfortably ahead. It's looking really solid for Foot.
Can we just talk about how impressive the European Open qualifiers teams have been throughout today, Avenger? I think that the majority of them have really shown up and kind of put some of these invited teams on the back foot.
Yeah, for sure. There's been a lot of impressive moments for a lot of the teams, and I really love what I'm seeing, obviously. But as Kyle Harris pointed out during the game as well, like the depth in EMEA has just been so deep for such a long time, and it just shows again year after year, and it just shows again here again. MTB being able to come in and pop off after ult. We know them, they've been playing well for a long time. Here again, they get another 10 points. They put themselves in a spot where they just continuously get so many points, and they're potentially securing themselves a top 8 spot here. Obviously just one more game to go, but yeah, it's looking really good for them. Foot Esports, super impressive. Not that many placement points again and again, but consistently just bragging out. They're just taking so many down with them, even when they're just down to 2 here. Vard in the last ass game, just insane performance from him.
And now, of course, we have your leaderboard. 1 game left to get points on the board. And for me, Foot Esports and Na'Vi have been the 2 consistent teams, if you like. And of course, they are sitting right at the top there, Saga. But after ult as well, consistently found themselves in the sort of top 10, top 5. And it's now paying off because they've got that 4th spot currently.
It's actually so strange that it is so consistent from After All, considering their playstyle is generally one that leans itself heavily to inconsistency. Like, you saw the very start of that game, they went for the very cheeky 4 vehicle steal away from Quad 2, and then rotated the entirety of Miramar to come in uncontested on the west, and it wasn't until, phase 4, phase 5 where you started to see the likes of DA and BBL start to creep in on that side as well. But before that point, they had really no contention for their control on the high ground, which it's rarely going to work out in your favor if that's your playstyle, coming in extremely late, making those rotations. But for After All, it's really working out so far today, and the results are there to be seen.
Avenger, this is a bit of a maths question for you. For those teams that are sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard on less than 20 points coming into the last game of today, hitting the halfway mark, do they need to start being worried when you see the likes of Foot and Na'Vi sitting in the higher 50s and possibly going to end in the higher 60s by the end of today?
I would be worried if you're still in single digits. Let me put it that way. But if you're currently on 15 points and there's 28 points on Face Clan on 8th, it's one good game and you're into 8th place, right? That's what it's all about. But you have to have multiple, right? So you have to have a good game today, a good game tomorrow, or 2 tomorrow. It's going to make it harder. But yeah, really looking for some of these teams, especially some of the teams we're expecting to do really well. Twisted Minds is one of them. We expect them to do quite easily the top 8 here. So they need to have a banger of a last game here today. Otherwise, they're going to have to go out and do like 2 or 3 pretty damn good games tomorrow. Otherwise, they're simply going to the lower bracket and are going to have to struggle with the rest of the guys.
Is there a chance that maybe they did get a bit of a confidence knock at PGC, losing that global title in that last game, in the last minute like that? And maybe obviously coming into this year, you know, you're still carrying that a bit on your back. Is that a team that would carry that with them into this competition, Avenger?
No, I'm pretty sure the hundreds of thousands of dollars they still won there is going to be completely fine. No, obviously they're, I
Wiping
think
their tears with dollar bills.
Yeah, they literally, that's the case, right? I know the mentality of Saj Patulins, like it's just the grind just continues. Like he wants to be a world champion, and it's just going to put even more like fuel on the fire, right? He is burning even brighter now, and they're going to be working even harder to get this year. Yeah, it was rough for them. And what an insane last game at PGC last year. Like Navi was 5th going into the last game, and Twisted Minds sitting at the very top there for them, and they're looking really good. And Navi just comes in and steal the whole thing, have an insane game, and take the whole win. Also extremely close towards the end. But yeah, I'm definitely expecting Twisted Minds and the guys to pop off. If it's not in this next game here, it's definitely going to be tomorrow. And if they don't, by some miracle, don't qualify in the top 8 here, their second team day, by the way, the amount of hard work that the guys they put in between the games is just crazy.
Saga, when we've now got some of your top killers up on the board, and talking about that though, I mean, has there been any players that have stood out for you over the last few games that you've gone, wow, I really didn't expect that from them maybe, and look at them popping off?
I have to really say, I wasn't expecting this to necessarily be the list. This is MEA heavy. There's 4 of the top 5 from the MEA region in terms of individual kills performance. Not all of that necessarily translates to the best positioning in the leaderboard, but it's certainly very impressive stuff. When we've seen a lot of the FUT as a whole, you know, Vard in the previous game had an absolute field day holding down the compounds, but it's really good to see that even the teams, you know, the MEA teams, the open qualifiers that have come through, and even teams who aren't necessarily in the top 8 just yet, the likes of Sarvam, currently, 3 points away from top 8 position. We expect it to be extremely close, but those extra kills picked up by Global Army will do them wonders, and it will, you know, my fantasy team is just a side thought on that one. But it is definitely good to see that some of the teams that maybe we were expecting to come out and outfrag everyone are actually being shown up a little bit by some of the others that may not be necessarily expected.
We're moving into our last Miramar of the day, and the last game of the day. We'll be hitting the halfway mark of the upper bracket playoffs. And I'm curious, Toby, Kylaris, any players for you that have stood out throughout the day?
Oh, easy answer. It's Iroh. Look at him at the top. And I think when you kind of look at how he's been performing so far overall, the 11 kills coming in, it shows how much of a king he is at this game. He takes a year and a half, 2 years off, Toby, and then still comes back blasting. He's what a machine.
Yeah, it's impressive. We've seen it only a few times where a player can take time off and then, like, regardless of what to do, come back in and deliver at this level, at this stage, and that's exactly what he's done right from the start. It's interesting, though, seeing his name there. For starters, I wasn't really expecting it, but also, despite DA having had some high kill performances, when I think back, like, about the whole day, DA ain't necessarily the first team that comes to mind when thinking of who's the good performers from today, because they haven't had that really flashy performance to the same extent that we saw from other teams so far. I think I lost James again. You know what? I'm just gonna I'm just gonna take over then. We are seeing a final match of the day. After this one is said and done, we will be halfway through the upper bracket. For those of you guys who don't know exactly how that works, I can tell you it's very simple. Top 8 go into the grand finals. Bottom 8 goes into the lower bracket and will have to play against the lower bracket teams that are already there on a Saturday and Sunday. So it's very simple. 12 games to play in total. We are finishing the 6th one here in just about 30 minutes time, and then we'll be halfway through the upper bracket. We didn't see a whole lot of early game commotion in the previous game. There was a few attempts, and successful attempts, of stealing vehicles, and we're not really getting any of that this time around. Should be should be pretty straightforward. I am seeing Foot Esports and BBL fly together towards Bronca. I'm not sure exactly what that's all about, but even with them, I mean, they're jumping out late, both teams, and yeah, BBL continuing further north. Foot Esports, they're just gonna kind of put their foot on the brake and say, you know what, Bronca is fine, we'll go here. Circle, centering up towards Hacienda as well, is, well, it's not too unusual a circle. It does present with a lot of different options for this one, though. We've seen the Minas circles before. They tend to be pretty brutal and yet quite interesting. La Bandita, the fields down and around there, can be very interesting. If you don't get a compound, you're pretty much done for. Up towards the north, where GDE sits in that crossroads area around Hacienda, plenty of games has ended up there too, and that's where the Minas Hill really comes into play, because as long as the mountainside is in, there's nothing you can do in the fields. Like, you can only sit in the compounds or maybe hide behind a hay bale, but even that's probably somewhat suicidal. So as long as the hillsides are in, you can't really utilize the fields at all. And because the Minas Mountain is so big and pretty much always has at least one or two teams set up there, those fields around there are useless. Right, James?
Right. Can you repeat everything you said in the last 3 minutes?
I was just talking about Kono Feliz.
Yes.
And how the smile is a little intimidating.
My favorite ice cream and to my favorite wrestler. Brilliant. Wait, that's not my favorite wrestler. What's happening?
Hulk Jesus. That's his name because he's green.
That's scary.
Yeah, it is a little scary. Imagine. The Bible has to be rewritten. Buff Jesus comes and saves the day. In any case,
what a guy.
Back to the game.
All right. I don't know what you've said about the game thus far, so I don't want to just...
So we'll see if our minds are alike. I'll give you a minute of talking, and then we'll see if we say the same things. Go.
I'm surprised at where BBL is at present in terms of the drops. Where was the plane?
Southwest, prison over military.
I got a thumbs up apparently for that. Okay.
I didn't say that, so that's good.
The can did. Brilliant. What else? I didn't see the rest of the map. I'll have a look at it a bit, I suppose.
You're in trouble today, James. I can feel it.
I don't know what's going on, man.
In any case, a look at the south. Again, I feel like it's been a pretty repetitive story in the sense that the circles have been somewhat center or north, with the exception of the previous game. And a lot, like we have a big bundle of teams essentially on one side of the circle. And this time around, it's the south. Are you expecting, I should say, James, to see any teams do that hard wraparound, like maybe over El Pozo up towards even La Copraria and all the way in north from there? Or just somewhat like wrap west around Faceland Ascend, anyone?
I'm unsure. I mean, the wraparound's always quite nice. I'm always a big fan of going for those wider wraps, you know what I mean? I feel like not a lot of, I wasn't saying not a lot of teams, just not enough teams utilize the wide wrap. So I would like to.
Yeah, I would say I'd expect to see FaZe do it. I'd be incredibly surprised if FaZe opts to either go over La Bandita or through Picado. That would be a big head scratcher to me. So I'd say Montenuevo, wrap in from that direction. At least in my book, is the only smart play. Maybe even go further north, up over El Pozo, or just north side of Power Grid into the circle from there. If they go east around, knowing how the plane path was and where they have to go, I'd be very surprised.
All right. So for the most part, a lot of teams going to center up. I think a lot of teams are always kind of scared and precarious about the crossroads and how that works in a circle like this, right? So teams like GDE currently have every prio compound that exists there, but that will shorten down and shrink down after a little while. And Sarvum likewise, the 3-man Hacienda. The one elsewhere, who is that? It's Voldemort over on that right-hand side. So, yeah, we'll just find the good spots there for now and then see how it's going to play out if they have to shift from there.
It's, I mean, already now, the entire center is completely vacated. There's, or taken over, I should say. There's pretty much nothing left available. There are still, I mean, pretty basic compounds that could become priority compounds down the line, which can be utilized. Also, if there's guys who have, I don't know, lived under a rock, in case you were surprised by what you just saw there, yes, you can use some heals and boosters while driving vehicles. You never know. Now. People don't always read patch notes, you know.
That's true.
So, there you go.
If you're a casual viewer coming in after, like, you know, quite a few months out, then yeah, you wouldn't have noticed. So
yeah, maybe not. So go ahead and drink your energy drink while driving.
That's not illegal. That drinking whilst driving, not illegal.
Exactly. That's why I said energy drink.
Yes.
And while Doxa is looking down towards the east, down towards after all, not supposing that hold up will come off it. FaZe has actually, as a matter of fact, started their rotation up through Montenuevo. They go. And over towards our current kill leader, Iro. Well, he's found EB, or at least found the compound, which EB is in. But doesn't look like DA is too eager to take that position.
Yeah, I heard that those kills were wrong, apparently. Like,
I was thinking that too.
Yeah.
I was very surprised about Iro being the top fragger, but I could be wrong.
So yeah, it was basically Na'Vi was doing really well with kills up towards the top.
Yeah.
Is the TLDR of that?
Because it said, yeah.
All good, all good. Sometimes these things happen. We've got the Wu though sitting on in what is technically a really nice compound. If this circle had centered about 1.5 kilometers south, but right now that's not the case. So
I mean, it still could.
Yeah.
You never know. Quadruple hard shifts has happened in the past.
Yes, it has. Much to my bereavement. Like,
This game is gonna end in water treatment. What do you mean?
Well, it could technically, yes.
Yep. Where there's a will, there's a way. And right now for PUBG Esports, should we tell them that Ascent went east?
Nah, let them leave.
we'll let them fry for a little while longer. They are waiting. They're patiently waiting for Ascent to make their way in this direction. But the road is ever so winding and ever so quiet.
If we just zoomed in and it slowly turned to black and white, that would have been perfect. With just no one there, guys.
The sad violin
song.
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna do that. I can do a lot of things, but sound like a violin is not one of my fortes.
That's fair. You even got in another musical thing there going on with the forte. I like that. That was nice. But you've got Prexico as well as Mike, just trying to scout out whatever may be going on over this hillside. Pick up and then the move around. Because it's, as you said, in terms of like the phase going on the wide wrap, right? Like, it's kind of also applicable to an Ascend who is just seemingly coming in from the south side at the moment. And it's one of the easiest channels of progression to come in from that side. So clogged up. And as it would be with the same pattern, how people have to drop.
And the thing is, I mean, as you're saying, FaZe are anticipating Ascent doing essentially the same thing they did themselves because they're further west, so that why would they wrap east? But so either it's Ascent 9 billion IQing that FaZe would be setting up a trap somewhere along the line and therefore going further east, or them saying, you know what, we don't mind backfilling the circle in the most hectic area or like most clustered area of said circle, because that is essentially where Ascent is wrapping in now, whereas FaZe coming in from the northwest, they're going to have much more space, at least for now. But 32 seconds from now, that can all change.
Yes, it can. Let's see what Twisted Minds can do here as well. I heard that my voice was lagging there for a moment, but maybe that's just my brain. We've got us.
That's good to me.
Oh, well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it stabilizes. I know it'll be difficult to do. Twisted Minds with a 3-1 split. Batulin's trying to scout things out. And here comes FaZe on that approach that we kind of anticipated.
Yeah. I'm not expecting to see them wrap into San Martino. They're going, they're stopping and scouting. I mean, obviously, first before going further. Ascent in the meantime, wrapping their way forward. And we talked about the Minas Mountain and the impact or potential impact of the mountain. Well, now it's dead center, and you can be damn sure that whoever has control of the hilltop is going to be overlooking pretty much the entire next circle and doing everything they can to prevent anyone from closing in.
Yeah, that's a split that I'd be impressed if Na'Vi can continue to hold on to.
They should.
Yeah. Imagine the possibilities and the capabilities.
Ooh.
But yeah, it might be difficult.
2v4 for, well, make that a 2v2 actually, as Vard and 8C take out the first two. T-Bone and Beamy are miles away, quite literally, from their teammates, as they are trying to scramble to their aid. But so far, they don't really need it.
Quad 2 going up against Foot, who are currently number 1. Nice nade though from Syndax. I feel like he's been quite on point with the few nades that we've seen him been throwing in this tournament so far. And again, a team that I don't know too much about, like trying to hang with the big boys here. They're on opposite ends of the table right now, but they're still bringing the fight here to foot. But Syndax goes down to 80.
And the vultures have heard what's happening, and they are coming to feast. On the south side, you can see GDE trying to wrap down. You have Ribbons, kind of a solo M-Force player in the midst of all of it. And on the north side, BBL, the full team are coming down to look at the compound as well, wanting a piece of this pie. So it was essentially a 2v4, has now become a 5-team battle for a compound that might not even matter in the circle to come.
BB just on the relocate, looking to try and find even a better angle on where quad 2 are. And, well, there's only 2 of them left, shooting through the door as well to even open up that, so you can't even use that as cover. No nades for Beamy. Can you imagine just one popping on through there?
That would probably be 2 kills confirmed. Them being able to maneuver their way further forward. Instead, they need to fortify this position. They need to deal with the guys in there. But then again, at least they know exactly where they have the mates, able to find the first. Just Syndax left alive. Will they go for the peak? He's been knocked once already. Syndax finds Vard, but not before 80 finds Syndax.
Nades make it work. It's just the easy cleanup there for them.
No reason to risk anything more than that. So quad 2, probably a day they would want to forget. 7 points across 6 games, not something to write home about. M-Force having a similar performance today, but at least they're still alive. Try and make something happen here in the final one of the day.
All right, let's see what GDE can do beyond all of this. They need quite a few extra points to try and push them up towards the top 8 again. To remind you, if you're just tuning in now, top 8 is what matters to be able to move you on to the next portion of this tournament without having to go to the lower bracket. Gustav with a little MK12. Thanks for the SLR. And just moving through into the... Again, this is now the north side of this circle after we were talking about how good these compounds are.
I'm liking these peaks. They sent the vehicle across, and not necessarily as a bait, but at least expecting somebody to be stood still and shooting at them while driving. Gustav positioned on the roof, ready and waiting. Finds a knock on Sabim. And while the knock might not lead to a whole lot more than them just knowing who is where, now they know who's where. But worst is, well, doesn't matter too much, because the circle just shifted into Minas Generales. And, well, FaZe, gotta make a move.
Harvey didn't give up that split either. Well, there goes Ribbons. And that is going to call everybody to attention. You can see on the minimap, both teams reinforcing from each side as first contact was made.
Trying to see if he can get back on up. GDE coming to fortify the position. M-Force doing the same thing. And PUBG Esports also in the vicinity. And they kind of have a decision to make. Do we want to try and collapse on this fight? Third party to see what we can get. Or do we just want to utilize the opportunity to wrap around and see if we can get in from the other side? One thing for sure is a full commit from both M-Force and GDE in this fight. As I say that, Veronica just going, you know what? I'll focus on the guys on the other side. Let me see if I can take out Foot. Not going to happen. He goes down, being able to find one as the PUBG Esports team continues their push on forward. They don't know exactly what they're running into. If only they knew, there's only one player on his feet. Gets the flush on one. Vard finds the second. There goes the third. And just like that, 2 teams eliminated. We're just in phase 3. And PUBG Esports already 9 kills to their name. Continuing to extend that lead down to Na'Vi in second place. As I say that, Na'Vi getting points of their own. James Vex trying to make their way inside of Minas while succeeding in getting here. Unfortunately, taking 2 casualties on their way to this position. Down towards the south, Ascent and Afterall, I should say, are currently both trying to figure out who gets the better of La Bandida. You can see question mark as well, not exactly making Ascent's journey into this circle any easier. They want to take the fight to Afterall. They want to get the rest back on up, but Dante continuing being a pain in the butt. Braxco is trying to go for the rest. Oh my lord, the range of Dante hitting these shots. Able to connect back-to-back shots. Braxco went for kill. You guys to get back on his feet, but goes down and now in an easy-peasy cleanup duty. As I say that, though, Phil first peeks on over. Question mark, not allowing for Afterall or Ascent to get anything going here at all. Flush is confirmed. Question mark saying, you know what, if we're doing all the heavy lifting, we deserve the points with them. So Afterall forced to fall back. No kills to boot. And FUT Esports now looking for their next challenge. They have the north side of the circle. They have plenty of space to maneuver. And if they can take out Sabim, they will have practically half a circle to work with. Up at 10 eliminations already. As T-Bone falls down, should be able to get rest though. Should be 11 kills as well for Global Army in just a second. Or for FUT Esports, I should say, in just a second. Because that knock ain't really coming back up. Circle in the meantime, down towards the south we go. Phase 4 shifts away from water and big mountains. And well, as you can see there in the distance, there's a very big mountain. So not too surprising that this one heated down south. And that's why, and part of the reason why I should say, that FUT Esports opted to go as aggressive as they did, because they knew we can't spend time fighting Sabim up here, because this circle is probably going to go away from where we are. And when it does, we have to be ready to move. So they get the kills quickly, they reset, they get healed on up. T-Bone is back on his feet. They have the cast ready to maneuver as well. And, well, while it ain't going to be an easy transition for FUT Esports into this circle, at least now they are playing backs free. They can get up on the mountain, they can scout their way forward, and try and slowly maneuver their way into Minas. In the meantime, down towards the south, we've got 4 teams in and around La Bandida, with Wu just sat kind of in the valley, splitting La Bandida and Minas alongside DA. So whoever comes out victorious from La Bandida, well, the journey ain't going to be done there. Most likely they'll have to continue their way forward. In the meantime, out towards the west, Uber, alongside the rest of Navi, spreading out, trying to maintain as much control as possible. Kind of similar fashion to what FUT Esports were just doing. They're spreading out. They're trying to make sure that no matter what happens, like, we're not in a hurry to get into the circle right now. We already have 1 foot in the door. We just need to make sure that there's no one coming in behind us. We need to make damn sure that nothing is happening that could potentially become a threat to us later. So that's why, even though there are potentially kills for them to find in the center of the circle, don't focus on that. Sure, there's a point for you to find, but that one point that you get off of looking in towards the middle, that could be you dying because you didn't look out towards the west. Isn't that right, James?
That's right. Yeah. I have a question, Toby.
Yeah.
Well, after I've had my 3rd time lucky internet issue, did FUT Esports have 11 kills by the time I'd left, or is that?
No, they do now. They just got another 3.
Oh my days! Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And they ain't done yet, because they need to find the final member. Well, the final 2 members of Sabim, I should say. Always check inside the trucks. Always check inside the trucks, be me.
Doesn't look like he's gonna for now. Even just the side would be quite cheeky, but he'll be moving fast. The easiest flushing cleanup ever. This is, I mean, so he'd have to eventually get out.
I was gonna say, I wonder if Voldemort feels kind of baited in this. I mean, while CC, you can't really fault CC for not realizing that he had to play with the backs turned. But again, I mean, they're going for your teammate. You got to do something to kind of spread the attention at least a little bit. But it seems like he was just like, you know what? I'm playing for placements. You do your thing. If you get caught, feels bad, man. But I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, bit of a rough spot, I suppose. Oh, there we go. They eventually checked. They did check. They heeded your words.
I don't know why, but the FUT Esports roster, all the players, I feel like at some point I've seen them have great plays out of like dumpsters and containers. So maybe it's just very custom for them to check it, because I don't know why, but Bart, Beamy, 8C, Beamy, all players, or T-Bone as well, all players that I think at some point I've seen get kills from inside a container.
Yeah, some PTSD of being maybe slightly ambushed in past lives, but we got Gustav moving on up there. That's bold, actually, for him to be taking that spot where he is against what is the full FUT roster at the moment. But I mean, you've got to do what you got to do. If you're 2 men alive, you've got to try and control some area, and this is the attempt that's going to be made.
Exactly. They tried to wrap in south earlier. They lost 2 against Twisted Mind, so they know there's a full team sat down there. They don't necessarily know how many are up from FUT Esports, while they have been, of course, paying attention. That fight with FUT Esports happened in the north side while they were fighting themselves, so maybe they're expecting there to be a bit of damage done, but nope, didn't like what they saw. Thought they were maybe going to get a freebie. Now they have to back off, but Medbay from afar pretty much denying that cross down.
Nice shots in from Gustav as he goes back towards. We'll have Entropic once again trying to go for a send. Don't feel like it's been their day in terms of finding a good spot to hold down on for the most part. And as the send comes in, they're just going to take casualties. Lukarux already goes down to MTB. They've been on fire throughout the day. Send in. They're going to get into the buildings just barely as QBE. Ivus, will he wiggle around? No, he goes down as well to Dante. And that is not been their day, man. It's not been their day.
Not at all. As the circle starts closing on in, the chaos starts ensuing. All these teams that were sat around for a while praying to the circle lords so that maybe the circle would go their way. Well, the ones that didn't get it, they now have to fight. They're all of Labantida now fully kind of evacuated, I should say, as the players push their way through the valley on the southern side.
Strong fight potentially for some of these teams towards the top. I mean, with 9th, 11th, 12th, 15th, and 16th now eliminated, there's the potential that these top teams start making a gap for that 8th place emerge, which is definitely not good for those teams down towards the bottom challenging for it. But there could be made a lot of room by just one big game, I suppose, as Chris has a double nade on towards a Melman and Alia.
I mean, as well as Na'Vi has been playing, they just can't catch a break. The solo Snake Chris. Never underestimate his powers, even as a one player left alive. Finds 2 and just puts a big old rock in the way of the push on through here. And in the meantime, after all, trying to wrap around, straight into the woo they go, and the elimination to follow.
Big trades here. What can Quizzy do alongside EB? Still left alive, good to go. Throws the molly in, looking for the rest of the after all players. Ibako
BBL
gets flushed up. Where's he gonna go? BBL rocking up.
Yeah, Eden is doing absolutely God's work trying to stay put here, but unfortunately for him, I think BBL is going to be the only victor in all of this. We'll be able to get more kills to follow. That nade blocked by the bench would have probably taken out Eden in the end there too. EB will find 1, but down to 1 HP. Should fall in just a moment.
And they know exactly where he is, thanks to those last shots that came in as well. So, yeah. They've seen the kill feed. They know exactly how many people have gone down there, and they know that it's likely only Ibby finished up, and they can hold all the angles on this and just make sure he does not escape.
Yeah, it's not looking good, that's for sure. And they aren't inside the circle either. I think it's DA, as we can see, slowly pushing on over. Smash, I think, might have caught one, so they should be aware. Yep, there we go. Now the info has been fed across. They see a car leaving. At least now they know there's still threats looming just west of them.
Can someone shut down Foot, please? Like, I mean, they're going to have a bit of a hard time going into this circle, of course, but they've got 13 kills, and the game's barely halfway done.
And the second most team has 3.
Yeah.
So that's not too shabby.
What is this?
Again, love to see for esports and Orc, who has been struggling to find a roster that they could really get behind for a while. Then they got one where they got some things going, but it kind of fell apart again now. Probably one of the best rosters we've ever seen out of a Turkish Orc. They're proving right from the start they are teams to be dealt with.
No, definitely, and it looks like they've been able to close the gap with the circle too. Vard was left behind, I guess, as some covering fire while they pushed up against this wall. But if they get any more kills, that's ridiculous. This is just spiraling out of control for the teams that are not pushing up against them, because 2nd and 3rd are eliminated. So by the time anybody 4th through 9th manages to get some points, Foot is establishing such a lead that at this point they're going top 8. Like, there's nothing that's going to contend that.
It's probably guaranteed at this point, actually. Now that I think about it, I think the desk was talking about that 60 to 75 or something point gap, which would be top 8 material, and they're pretty much there in day 1.
What a performance by those guys so far. Another placement point now comes in, thanks to the fact that we're having some of these teams now go down for them, so they break that 70-point threshold already anyway. I think it was 68 exactly that Avenger specified, but that's by the by. We've got question mark now. Sat in a great spot to get some big points themselves. They're sat in the middle. They've got some of these buildings available to them. You can't exactly spray transfer through some of these bars sometimes, but you can definitely get a few picks here and there.
Yeah, Chris. Solo Snake still alive as well. Found 2 on Na'Vi, now in placement points as well. Again, don't underestimate the powers of what this one man can do. Instantly flashbacks to him sneaking his way into a vehicle of Howl players and just kind of getting a ride along to them, take them all out afterwards. He is a force to be reckoned with, regardless of whether he has teammates or not.
QBE still alive after the big send. Any more placement points he can get is going to be a big boost to what they need to be able to show up with tomorrow. And he can hear footsteps in multiple angles, multiple locations. A flash, turns for it. But likewise, Nailcott would have heard the movement from QB, so he knows that he potentially tried to block it.
Yeah. I like the fact that Nailcott is not being kind of overzealous here. Yes, he throws flashes. I think it's mainly just to buy time for Midday and Katurkin to get back and kind of fortify the position, because it's the one spot that they have inside the circle. They know there's one downstairs. They're hearing him running around. So just wait out, throw those flashes to kind of prevent QBE from going out and doing anything surprising.
Yeah, if you can get one of those guys in the bottom to have a second angle somehow on QBE towards the door or the opening, and then you pop out from up above, then that's an easy clean. And, well, that nade also does the job, so good.
Yep, that's all you needed. One well-placed nade. Team eliminated down to 7. BBL, the next team to have to make a move here. FUT Esports have got their foot inside the circle, but now they have the entirety of BBL coming their way, and T-Bone must have heard this.
All right, let's see. Oh, Clib instantly getting T-Bone. And will they go for any more of this? Looks like they're going to have to fall back. I think FUT might just play salvage here.
BBL steamrolling FUT Esports this time around. These two teams have been battling it out a couple of times today already. For the most part, it's been in favor of FUT Esports, but now, unless EMEA has something to say about it, finds the first one, almost gets a hit on the second. Not going to happen, though. Ascent falls. FUT Esports instantly there to follow.
Rough stuff. But overall, plenty of kills to boot. Michael now, with BBL, going to try and wiggle their way around on this east side. They've got the building to work with for just a little bit, so nice time.
I mean, what a play from BBL. They were the ones pushing. They were running into the unknown, essentially, with this one. And we've talked about FUT Esports being the superior team in this lobby, at least today, and who can stop them. Here comes BBL, straight up 4v4. They're at the disadvantage. They don't lose a single player.
Very, very well done. And it is kind of what we eventually hoped for someone like BBL with that roster. We saw them being able to control the previous game very strongly. And now let's see if they can push further into this game. But one thing that does lie in front of them is the fact that the teams that have solidified themselves in this Minas Generalis area are all still like 4 or 3 alive. So
yeah,
it's hard to kind of push from building to building.
Yeah, teams came here at pretty much phase 3, because we knew where phase 4 was gonna go. Oh my lord, Hopper, the triple nade happens off cam, but in an instant, DA wiped off the board. And we're down to 4 now. They all tried to, I think, hide behind the same rock or car on the south side of the road, and they got demolished.
I feel like if those bars weren't there, Phil first would have gone down, but I'm sure some of those shots...
Clink, 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 clink.
It's like when you hit a pan and someone's running away. You're just like, no!
Or when you're playing and someone hits a pan on you, but you were facing them, and you go, wait, how did that happen?
I just, mind-bending physics.
Yeah. Well, EBL, I think they've been in more comfortable positions before. No, don't go. I don't think they've meant to start the engine of that car. While Twisted Minds were probably aware there was someone close. I was just going to say, that is as clear-cut as the information comes, and I think that's perfecting down to his own nade. Nope. He will stay alive, even though he dropped it on his feet.
All right, let's see if Lou can do anything as well. Off of this. Does he have any nades? No, he has a molly, though. He could have thrown that down, I suppose. Maybe it's Spiro's turn to do the good old throw-in. Or we're bandaging. You know, that's also fine.
A bit of both. Saves the day. Meantime, question mark. Still 4 alive.
All right.
Lucy, it's looking good. What's up, James? You have something you want to say?
At least the center is not finishing in a building. So that is going to make it not some weird 2-tiered scenario where people are waiting the other team out in the blue as it all closes.
We might still end up seeing that happen. First push to have to come through, though. BBL needs to try and take out Twisted Minds. Clip still trying to maneuver below here, but it really ain't easy to do so, especially with Lou over the top side. Finds one, falls down in return, but so much damage done already. Can Clip get a rest down below there? I don't think anyone has an angle, because as you can see here, question mark has to kind of focus on MTB.
Yeah, I think he can get at least a res. Obviously, you can get reses off this. The circle moves quite slowly at this point. So, but MTB once again, they've done so well today. Great points coming in, still surviving into this game. I don't know if they're going to be able to fend off Question Mark. Question Mark technically has full control of this center point. It's going to be up to the other teams to try and push in against this fort that they've created.
This could be better for BBL. Them forced to look the other way. Phil first, perfect little angle through the smoke. They're able to take down one, get the firm on the other. But now, BBL has to make a move. They're coming out crouched. There's nothing they can do. Question Mark has this on lockdown.
Phil first, like an archer from the walls, just absolutely barraging anybody that moves. This is perfect for them. This is disgusting. Yeah.
Game over. And even when he's not peeking, the shadow is giving away his position. How about wraps around, kill number 12 coming? No, able to deny it to the blue. But even with that, Question Mark winners, BCS 7 comes out victorious.
Amazing. Great little hold from them to just dismantle anybody who's trying to push onto that point. It is slightly fortunate for them that they have such a position overall with the center of the circle being there, but that's how it goes. So Question Mark here, once again, kind of when they were halfway down the bottom of the table, kind of once again dispelling those doubts, moving on up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they played the game wise in the mid to end game when Foot was starting to come in from the east side. They realized quickly we have more room than we need. So why not just give Foot that compound out to the east of us? We take a step further in towards the middle of it, and then we can sit tight in there. And from that position, they ended up winning the game.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for listening to us. Hopefully my internet holds out tomorrow. We'll see. But now it's time to head over to the desk here to break down the final game of the day.
Thank you so much, Carlaris. We're looking at your highlights right now. Question Mark, top 4 finish in game number 1 and a chicken dinner in the final game. Avenger, they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, they needed that. They need to close out the day super strong here, and they managed to do so, putting themselves into the top 8 with that great game. Insane control for them. They held on to Minas Generales in a very early stage of the game, and they managed to pick the correct building to defend from and clear out all the teams trying to push in there. Really honorable mention here, or a big mention actually, to Foot in this game here. They played super safe throughout this. They had so many kills, they cleared all the right angles, they had so many clever fights, and then in the end BBL just swept in and took them down. And that just really talks to how good BBL is of a roster, both mechanically and also decision making throughout. So fantastic game to end the day here for me.
I want to talk a bit more about Foot, but before we do that, focusing on some teams that maybe we didn't expect today, but they've done such a good job of just consistently getting points on the board. Saga, specifically for me, MTB and After Alt, not 2 teams I thought would be doing it, and yet I think that they've done a really good job of securing some spots in the top 8 after day number 1.
Yeah, I think I might need to just fix a spelling mistake from my hot take, because when I said Savam, I did mean MTB, because they are looking real contenders.
I do that all the time.
There's practically no way at this point that they're not making the grand finals, whether it be direct qualification or whether they completely have a disaster tomorrow. But it looks much more likely at this point that they're going directly to the grand finals alongside some of the big dogs, while some of those same big dogs are struggling, and MTB is just really finding their form, finding themselves in really good positions. In the previous game, it was a bit of a sketchy rotation. There was at one point all 4 in the same vehicle coming out from Los Leones, making a bit of a traverse down some of those treacherous hilltops to the east side of Picado, but they found their entrance into the Minas Generales. They sort of skirted around the edge of the big Na'Vi split and were able to hold on to that position in a really effective fashion. So it's great to see that there is still teams, like we say, the open qualifiers is a source of talent, and some of that's on show here.
We're taking a look at the scoreboard now from that final game. Saga, which team has surprised you, either in a good way or a not so great way?
In just the previous game or overall?
Throughout the day. Let's look at throughout the day.
Throughout the day, I would have said BBL we expected better of, but they've really turned their fortunes around on Miramar as a whole. They've had a massive set of games in just the previous 3 and have really put themselves in a good position to continue on in tomorrow's run. And it's actually the same story for Question Mark. Obviously, the previous game, getting 21 points is going to be a massive boost to anyone's chances, but they were somewhat struggling and not really able to find much positioning. Yeah, and they've practically doubled their points and put themselves in the top 4 as it currently stands. But perhaps some of that comes down to, you know, teams like Afteralt that are playing a similar play style and taking up some of the space that Question Mark would usually like to hold up on the edge. So a little bit of a swift adaptation. They say, okay, this game we're going to go more towards the center, take long-range third parties, just triple nade DA for a laugh, and it's worked out really well for them.
We're taking a look at the leaderboard at the end of day number 1. We are halfway through the upper bracket, and Avenger, Foot Esports, they've qualified. I mean, I think we spoke about it during the game. They don't even have to pitch up tomorrow.
Yeah, they can actually just not play tomorrow, but I think they're going to have way more fun now that they look at the leaderboard here. 71 points guaranteed to go through the drawback. Congratulations to them. They played insanely well, but we have to point out it's 48 big points from kills alone. That's just crazy. That's more than the total points that Question Mark had in total. So that's just really impressive for them to play out through the day. Crazy to see how consistent they've been able to gather those kills. And also super excited to see the rest of the teams up there. There's some really interesting ones. Ascent 33, Wu 37. That's our cutoff. We're talking about the 68 hypothetical. That's, I think, around where we should expect where it could be the hypothetical safe point. But yeah, somewhere in between the 60 to 70 point mark is definitely going to be. Depends how much points Na'Vi, Foot, Esports, Question Mark, all these top teams, they're going to be vacuuming up tomorrow, depending on how many is going to be available kind of for the bottom there. But it's still going to be close on that 8th place.
BBL, obviously we spoke about them in the pre-show. We saw them now pitch up during Miramar. Are they just a Miramar team, Avenger, or do you think that they needed 3 maps to warm up?
The warm-up was definitely needed for them. They had 8 points in the first 4 games, I believe it was. So here, the last 2, they really popped off. They really got into the groove and managed to make some really good decision making and really frag out as well. 39 they're going to be sitting on, still in the cusp. But again, this kind of last 2 games confidence boost is going to be really important for them, building on to that foundation going into tomorrow for sure.
We also spoke a lot about Foot at the start of the show and their roster. We've spoken about them throughout the day because they have just been a force in this lobby. And now we have 8C with us. Obviously now with Foot Esports, he's going to be chatting. 8C, hello. I mean, it's a dumb question. I know the answer already. You're obviously very happy after day number 1.
Yeah, it's been a great 6 games for us.
It has been great. What do you think it is about this roster that makes you such a dominant force in the lobby?
I think our biggest strength is that we have 4 players capable of basically just 1v4ing teams. You just have like 4 crazy individuals and we can just make like a really bad situation doable, which we did multiple times during these 6 games today.
You did do it multiple times. It was phenomenal to watch. I know Saga has a question for you as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, just to sort of give an example for your point, the multiple times you've been breached as a 2-man and come out ahead is really, really impressive. But one thing that kind of plays on my mind a little bit coming onto this is there's been a lot of changes to PUBG and particularly to the pro scene. You know, we've not got the org as a world spawn and it's coming to esports yet, but things have made changes. New guns, MK, Ace, the things like the inventory space in the vehicles. How much do you think these changes are affecting the lobby, and is there any changes in particular that affects your team?
I don't think these changes have made like such a big impact yet. Like myself, I'm getting very used to using like the trunk to carry like all types of utility and attachments for your teammates. But I haven't felt it really that much. But I feel like people will get more used to it. It will be like more noticeable.
Yeah, I have a question as well, HC. Of course, congrats on making the grand final just in one day. That's kind of crazy. Happy for you and the guys, of course. I'm kind of curious. Do you have some plans? Can you kind of leak a little bit of what your plans are tomorrow? You're going to have some like direct competitors that you're looking to kind of make sure that is going into the lower bracket, maybe.
I'm not sure if we have any specific strategies coming into tomorrow, because those teams that won't make it tomorrow, they also have the lower bracket, and we might as well see them in the final. So if we grease some teams, it might come back and bite us in the ass.
Yeah, but you just continue to play well. It's not going to be a problem. Thank you so much, and congrats again on the grand finals. So say hi to the boys.
Thank you so much. Final question from me. We've spoken about the roster shuffles most of the day because obviously everyone was very excited to see how this would play out in competitive play. What have you thought about some of the new rosters that you got to play against today?
I think a lot of the new. It's hard to say because a lot of the rosters are new, right? So are we. We're starting off good, but like, it's hard to say because like it's so many teams that looks good on paper, but like you don't know how they are as individuals or how their mentality is. So when it actually comes to tournament games, it can like all change compared to when you're just playing ranked or scrims together. So it'll be interesting to see who will stick together after tournaments and such.
I was going to ask you what you thought of the new phase lineup, but I've decided not to be mean on day number 1. So, Atesy, thank you so much for joining us and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
There we go. Atesy playing in Foot Esports and just, I mean, we've said it a million times, but they have just popped off today. I think maybe a Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, Avenger, they need to stop being a little bit scared. There may be a new big dog on the block.
Yeah, it could be a new big dog. It could be a honeymoon period. But yeah, I definitely agree with what Atesy said. Like, they just have 4 absolutely cracked individuals. I had the pleasure of often playing with him. He's kind of on the morning squad. He wakes up at, like 8 or 9, and I play with him and some of the boys. Like, we play ranked, have fun, and obviously ask him a ton of stuff, what he thinks about all these teams in here. And it's just clear that all these 3 guys, or like 4, but the 3 other guys, they just have so much confidence in each other and in their ability to just clutch some insane situations. So this is just going to build on to they don't care if they're in a 2v2 split still. They can have somebody breach them and they're still going to be able to defend this. So what we could see tomorrow from that, I mean, that's kind of what I'm interested in, is we're going to potentially see more kind of greed in terms of taking more space. They have the points to back it up, but also have the confidence and the ability to back up having these 2-2 splits here. So that's going to be interesting to follow here, and obviously hope that they're going to be able to build onto this here fantastic performance into tomorrow, but also into the grand finals, because that's going to mean we're going to have a whole new competitor in the top 4.
You mentioned tomorrow, and of course that is because we're coming back with even more action for PUBG and the PEC Spring Competition. Take a look at the schedule. This is what you can expect. It is day number 2 of the upper bracket. The top 8 teams will move through to the grand finals. The bottom 8 teams will then need to move into the lower bracket, where they'll compete on Saturday and Sunday. You get to see another 6 games, and we're starting on Miramar tomorrow, so it should be good fun. The end of the day has come, and Saga, I mean, taking a look, first day of competitive PUBG here, what has it lived up to your expectations?
I think it's very fair to say that it absolutely has. There's a lot of the rosters that came together quite recently, just before the event really came to a head, have put on a very solid performance. Some you are seeing a little bit of maybe the cracks or just the inexperience playing together as a team, but some have sort of found ways to sort of plaster over those cracks as the event has progressed. BBL in particular started off slow, but had a really good performance on Miramar. Whether that's just a case of they're better on Miramar, we'll have to wait to find out tomorrow. But if that is the case, it's good for them because we're starting on Miramar tomorrow, so the momentum could potentially carry over. So there's a lot still to be decided on a lot of these question mark based rosters, and rosters like question mark who haven't made any changes, who are still struggling. There's 4 of the invited teams currently outside of the top 8, so that's a couple more than was predicted in Martin's poll. So we'll see if that can change in the first few games tomorrow as well.
Thank you so much, Saga, Avenger, for lending your big brains throughout today, and of course Kylaris and Toby for the fantastic comms, and to you for watching and supporting PUBG. I hope that you've enjoyed day number 1. We will be back tomorrow with even more action, so get some rest. Don't wake up too early because we want you here fresh tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
some news for you. You'll have to get used to it. Cause I do not lose, this what I do, and I am not new to it. I'm on the road now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down, yeah, this is the battle, the showdown.